There's nothing we can do about it. Save yourself from fear. Be true to who you are.
And
oh
go.
my god, those were in unison. You guys, your guys' synergy is way too good, and it shows with me not being on the episode last week. You guys have become way too good at friends without me, and I feel like I'm not included, and I don't like it. And you know, off of this, once again, I'm going to do what I always do. This is the intro! Haha! Welcome to the last hit. I wonder if they're going to cut out what I said before.
I really hope they don't.
I hope they don't as well. I hope they show my true jealousy on camera.
You should just every single episode you should just like break down more and more at the start until you're just like a crying mess as you open the show.
I don't
go into playoffs.
I don't even feel like that's something I need to plan. I feel like it's just slowly happening week by week anyway. And speaking of week by week, today, August 4th, we just had games. LNG just lost to Rare Atom. It was honestly super weird.
Oh my lord.
I'm not going to come in and blame Panda C. We're going to go back to a discussion we were having 5 minutes ago. That Panda C, in my mind, guys, can do no wrong. He's in an impossible situation. He might be bad. Like, let's just say that. He's not playing well. But Panda C, you get my sympathy. RA, good job. I don't know. Ox, any thoughts?
I feel like, Panda C wasn't even starting for LNG's LDL team. For anyone who's not familiar, he wasn't even like starting for them. He was playing a couple of games for them, and then he gets brought into the big leagues. And it's been rough. Let's be real. Panda C is probably not happy with his performance either, but it's like, it is just being put in the deep end. It's like, you go down to your pool, you're going to have a swim. You're like pretty confident yourself. Michael Phelps pulls up next to you like, okay, well, whatever, bro. Like, yeah, it's a bit rough. But the thing is, I don't think you can put all the blame on Panda C, because there is a lot going on with LNG. And oh my god, you know what's the thing? It's like, I feel like Tarzan, for a time, was like, even when the rest of the team were underperforming, Tarzan was like, no, he's on point. He's still at that level we expect. It feels like it's just regressed. Like, no, I don't even know how to further I could describe it. It just feels like even the way when LNG play, the level of both teams drops. I've said this so many times, but I feel like the level of play is lowest when LNG are playing, and it's like both teams get brought down to that level, and it's kind of amazing in a way. But we just end up with so many fiestas. Like LNG TT was a great example. Today's one against RA. And I really don't know how further to go with this, but I feel like with this loss today, like, they have to face Weibo next. The Shy, if they put Panda C in, that is just not cool. The Shy is gonna like absolutely annihilate him. He's gonna break the solo kill record for a series. And realistically, I think this loss to RA might have just taken LNG out of playoffs.
12-14 and like laning being so much more important. I just feel like Panda C against the Shy is just not gonna be a good time at all.
Man, this actually leads into a really interesting discussion, because we have LNG now, who only have one series left with Weibo, like sitting on 7 wins. We have Ox's favorite team, Anyone's Legend, sitting on 7 wins. They at least have 3 series left, but it's JDG, it's EDG, it's Top Esports. Like, I don't know. Is this going to be a split where maybe 7 wins gets you in? Is this going to be a split where neither AL or LNG get into playoffs? Like, What is happening? Why are these teams dropping the ball when they shouldn't? Like, AL was on track. They lost to FPX and OMG, their 2 direct competitors. This was supposed to be LNG's ticket in today. They lose to RA. I don't know. This scares me for TT as well, because TT is easy games, and I expect them to lose them now. I don't know. What's happening, guys? Who's going to make it?
I don't know, man. I feel so. Normally, like, for example, we had RNG when they dropped that series against WE, like the end of spring. Like, I feel like normally it's like the top teams who take the foot off the gas a bit, because it's like, you know, end of the split, we're locked in the playoffs, whatever. These guys, maybe AL, they were like sitting there up in fourth, like, guys, we're a top team. They took their foot off the gas. The loss to OMG and FPX is damning. But I feel like, you know, OMG are still in a good spot. I think, you know, we went through a graphic today where OMG play BLG and IG. They could definitely beat IG. Could probably beat BLG, honestly. I think they should. LNG, that loss to RA, puts them in a hole. FPX in a rough spot because they have to beat Weibo just to make 8 wins. And then TT can make 8 wins by beating Ultra Prime and RA, which they should, right? So I feel like there's a bunch, like, I think OMG and TT are going to comfortably make 8 wins. I think FPX, LNG, and AL, those are the question marks. And I feel like between those 3 is like the last 2 spots. BLG is still a possibility, in fairness, but I'm not sure how convinced I am. And honestly, if BLG beat OMG, then suddenly, like, things, like, everything gets messy. It's still going to be so messy, but I feel like AL still have a chance as a result. And, you know, Lyric, you came in today and you're like, oh, I'm going to bring up AL. You're going to look silly because I always bring up Ultra Prime to him and how delusional his take was. But you know what? I'm doubling down. AL are going to make playoffs, dude. They're going to upset EDG. It's going to happen. Top esports a little bit too hard. JDG is possible, but, you know, I don't really see it. I think JDG will stomp them in the early game. But EDG, dude, especially, like, if you saw that series today against WE, EDG did not look convincing. I think AL can take EDG, and they'll finish the split 8-8. They'll make playoffs, and they'll make a superstar run of Worlds.
Wait. So if you're doubling down, I want to know, because you said it, you.
No, I was memeing about the World thing, but they are going to make playoffs.
You said World Finals before. I want to know if you're going all the way. Come on.
This is the start of the Anyone's Legend. Well, it will be called the Panda Dynasty going on forwards. It'll be the Panda Dynasty that will win the next 17 World Championships, and eventually people will just realize that they can't be stopped. No, okay, I'm memeing a bit.
You know, I think AL will make playoffs. If they do make the run all the way to World Finals, which again was obviously a meme, I hope they hire you as either a coach or their support or like something next. Put you on their LDL team. Like, for how much you've been repping them, you deserve it.
Bro, I'll be their mascot. Put me in a panda suit, right? I'll do it. Bro, bring me to the World Finals. I'll just be there. I'll just be vibing.
I'm so sad that AL don't have a Twitter for us to actually, like, ping them right now and be like, get Ox in a panda suit. Get him in there.
Can we just do it anyway? Like, if they do end up making playoffs, can we, like, stick Ox on the cast and he has to cast in a panda suit? Or is that the bet? Is that if AL don't make playoffs, Ox has to cast one of the games in a panda suit?
Wait, no. And that could be the other way. If they do, me and Rob have to find panda suits. Yeah. There we go. There we go.
Oh my god. Oh my god. That sounds really good. That sounds really good. Then what's my stakes if they don't make playoffs?
Which feels kind of BM to wear a panda suit without AL in playoffs, but still, I think you do it. If they don't make playoffs, you wear a panda suit.
I mean, look, let's be realistic, okay? Chances are, if AL don't make playoffs, FPX are probably making it in their place, right? I think it's most likely. So maybe I wear like a beard costume.
You're right. You know what? Yeah, we can be flexible with this. We can see who makes it and figure out what you do based on that. But Rob, we somehow got to find.
I was going to say,
costumes.
I feel like we all need to buy costumes before this happens, which means we just all end up with random costumes and no idea if we're ever going to wear them. But at least we're well prepared for Halloween.
I was just saying, I'm totally down just to own a panda costume for no reason. And you know what? I don't know if I cast LNG at any point for the rest of the split, but I can even have it to just support my boy Panda C and give him some momentum. Give him some love.
We'll bring it in if we end up all together for the finals. We could just get a big group photo of us all in our costumes.
Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Oh man. And then panda suits, and you can wear them when AL wins Worlds. You know, you can be wearing them. It'd be great. That'd be a great moment.
okay, so the way we got here was Ox saying he still believes AL makes playoffs. Rob, do you still have faith? Do you still believe?
So I'm actually kind of glad. This is going to sound really BM. I'm glad LNG lost today because I really want TT and FPX to make it into playoffs, especially FPX, because I feel like they've had a bit of a resurgence with someone coming in. So this is just making it more likely that FPX are going to make it. And the series on Saturday against Weibo is going to be the really, really interesting one, because if FPX beat Weibo, well, then they just have to play WE. And then they go to 8-8, and they can make it. So I'm gonna say FPX are gonna make it. I think they could beat Weibo and maybe push themselves up into the playoff contention. I think TT have too easy of a schedule not to make it.
Yeah.
And then I'm just not sure what way it goes after that, because I still think like OMG should make it, right? I actually don't know if they beat BLG. I know Ox said that they did, but I think BLG, as of late, are looking pretty good with everyone coming back. Like, Weiwei has been unreal. I think he's looked spectacular. I think it's working well with Icon. And they even just off the back of, who they beat recently? I can't remember now. I'm trying to remember off the back of my head. They had a win against... they lost 2 out of V5, but it was, like, close enough. So, this is where I'm kind of like, maybe BLG can upset the apple cart a little bit, but I still think OMG should probably make it. Yeah. I'm not I think... God, do I believe in AL? Do I believe in the EMG upset?
Rob, I'm gonna ask you this because I want to hear this from Lyric as well. I want so there's 4 spots left. I want to hear your heart and your mind. What are your 4 in your heart? All right. And what are your 4 in your mind, right?
AL, OMG, TT, FPX. Like, that's who I want to see in, all right?
Respectable. Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah, like, was it Lyric who asked me recently was like, everyone kind of has their not so great team, I'm gonna say, that they like are all cheering for. So like,
yes,
yeah.
I remember
my one has become TT a little bit. I'm like all on the TT hype train now, especially with like Yao Yao and Beishwa together. Like this friendship that has formed between these two players. I'm like, I need this. This is like what WE was for Munch. This is like my Star Guardians, my friendship and magic combination that I need to see take on the world.
This is like. Yeah, this is like what V5 currently is for Lyric.
This is what I'm just saying.
You know, I do gotta say, I do gotta say for TT, I'm gonna ignore that. The thing I love about TT is if you look at like any of their game wins, they get so happy or so excited about like even the other day, they barely scraped by against LGD, which kind of makes me fearful. Like, hey, if they can almost lose to LGD, like they could lose to upper RA. But even after like a single game win, you could see them like hugging and happy and just so excited to be here. And I agree. To me, they are more of the Star Guardian friendship team than WE.
When Beishwa beat FPX, I have never seen any player leap as high as that man did. Like, I thought he'd broken a chair. I thought he was going to land on someone, break someone's leg. Like, that man was the happiest I've ever seen. Even after game 1 as well, he just walks out of the room like a boss, just like, I did it. We won. Let's go. And like, I'm all for it. It's just great to see. So I'm on board the TT hype train. For LNG, I think that obviously it's Doomby, it's Tarzan, they're great players. This team just frustrates me whenever I cast them more than anything else, because I'm like, you have such good talent, and it's been talked about enough in this podcast where it's like, you know, not performing every other day is a different player that's not playing up to the standard that we expect of them. So like, I'm kind of just done with LNG. Like, I just don't find them enjoyable anymore, and I kind of hope, honestly, for next year that we see a lot of these players move off onto different teams so we can get them back to the standard that we expect from them. But yeah, I think from that point of view, I'd rather see FPX basically take the slot of LNG, and then we keep everyone else who's already in that. But will I get... So basically what I need to happen is FPX needs to beat Weibo, and I need LNG to lose, and then I'm happy. And that's the gamble that I'm not sure on if it is going to come true. But look, I'm going to say yes. I think FPX beats Weibo. I'm going to say it.
Okay, so you have AL staying, you have LNG getting out, and FPX going up. I got to say, I think those are pretty respectable, and those were almost going to be the same ones because Ox asked for heart versus head, but I realized something. IG still not eliminated, so if it's
Hell yeah, dude.
if it's still where my heart needs to go, they are.
They're on a 3-win streak.
Hey, Mole's got
popping off.
100 career
I'm not gonna lie.
wins. I love Mole, man. Sitting second most MVPs for IG right now, despite the fact that he's just come in. So, if we're going what my heart wants, IG has to get into the playoff picture. We're taking out LNG. And I got to say, just to spite Ox, like, I love AL. I really do. I think, watching them more than FPX right now, but I'm putting FPX in over AL just because it would hurt Ox and he'd have to wear that costume. So that's where the heart goes.
So, do you see IG beating RNG? Is that
Well, what's your head then? Because that's your heart. What's your head? Or we just
goodbye, IG. I gotta say though, one thing looking at this made me realize is that I actually genuinely think 7 wins will be playoffs to split. I think 7 wins will be what the 10th team ends up on. Now that I feel like AL, FPX will probably end on 7 wins. LNG are going to end on 7 wins. TT and OMG probably make it above. So we can have 2 teams kind of sitting on that mark. So it's actually possible for IG because I think RNG are a team that are beatable in the regular season, like with teams who shouldn't beat them. So I think IG can beat RNG, and then they've OMG.
Hey,
exactly.
WB from spring.
So I think it's doable.
They got 2-0'd.
And you know what? I don't know. I can't predict that
I'm glad we're doing that
even
today
my heart wants
because
to.
Saturday, like, all of these are just dashed. Like, my hopes of FPX maybe making it could be dashed by Weibo. Your hopes of IG making it could be dashed by RNG. So I'm glad we're doing this today. But like, yeah, Saturday is just gonna be so sad.
Yeah.
Saturday's the day the dreams die, baby.
Good timing.
The day that dreams. Or it could be the day of upsets, which I remember we had one day of upsets earlier this split on a 3 series day. So you know what? I think it could happen. But I guess to go back to the original kind of premise is it seems like a lot of us think that AL stay in playoffs, which tragic.
I think LNG's loss today has given hope because, like you said, seven wins could be making playoffs. So if AL have like some close series, like there's potential that AL stay within top 10 on 7 wins. But also, like, I feel like EDG, I still think they could beat EDG. I still think it's possible. Like, the thing is, like, if you ask me, right, what is the chance of AL getting upset against one of our top teams? I don't think it's the highest. All right, I don't think it's like a high chance. But they have 4 opportunities to get upset.
Do you want to know?
And I'm hoping that they bounce back and form. My heart is AL. It's IG. It's TT. And it's OMG because I mean I've loved OMG. I feel like those are the 4 fun teams I'd love to see. And then my brain says AL, OMG, TT, and probably
Let's go.
FPX.
My real heart is actually that Anyone's Legend beat JDG, they beat EDG, or beat Top Esports as well, and then RNG gets to move into first place in the league, and then RNG actually get first. That's where my heart really is. That's what I'm actually rooting for.
Possible. Dude, you know what would be the most Top Esports thing ever? If Top Esports beat V5 next week, right? And they're going they've gone this super long win streak. They lost the first series of the split against JDG, and then Saturday, the final Saturday of the split, they lose to AL, so AL get in the playoffs, and Top Esports just... it'd be such a Top Esports thing
really
to do.
Could. But,
what a timeline that would be.
That TS versus V5 matchup. Like, V5, kind of like AL, in the sense that, I mean, they've just been struggling recently out of nowhere. Since they lost to Weibo, they are 2 wins and 3 losses. They've lost to Weibo, they've lost to JDG, and they've lost to OMG. Like... This is so unexpectedly crazy to me, like, just with how good they looked. I mean, heck, first half of the split, right, we were saying they were just a clear best team right now. Do you guys think this is like a good bump in the road so they can learn now, or are we seeing the spring playoffs collapse early? Is V5 doomed? Like, this should have been a team that we 100% saw at Worlds. And now, I mean, I see a lot of people not even putting them in their top 4.
Yeah, like, I don't know about you guys, but I'm not the biggest fan of Xiaolongbao. I think he's been kind of a bit messy when he comes into the team. Look, if you look at his stats look absolutely incredible. But then when you look at the teams he's playing against, they're like all the bottom of the table teams, and then like TT from the start of the split when TT sucked. I don't think that he's particularly good at, reading where he should be. I ended up like listening to his players way too much, where it's like, oh, well, maybe you can make a gank here, and he just takes that as like definitive, well, I'm going to be in bot lane. And we saw it in the last series where he spent like 30 to 45 seconds just sitting in bot lane, getting absolutely nothing achieved, and he loses his entire top side. And like, it happened in their series before that as well. I can't think off the top of my head. It was against OMG, where
OMG.
Aki, game 1, just completely destroyed him because he just sat, Xiaolongbao just sat in bot lane, gave across his entire top side, and Aki just took over the game from there. So I actually haven't been the biggest fan of the Xiaolongbao replacement. I feel like we're seeing the exact same problem that we saw in RNG, where he ends up kind of giving way too much leniency to the veterans on the team and not actually playing his game or his style, and just ends up falling behind all the time. So I don't know. I feel like that has been a really big disappointment for me.
I actually agree, like, with the sentiment wholeheartedly. I feel like the problem is Karsa has just looked like so bad.
Yeah.
I feel like V5 as a team, like, still actually look better with Karsa. Like their mid game and how they play the map is still there, even if Karsa is kind of running it down. To where with Xiaolongbao, I feel like V5 look a lot more confused. Which I know PP God's the main shot call, right? Like, they've said that in interviews before. But again, when you have a player with Karsa's tenure, and I've even heard it from like his past teammates, like back when I was in LMS and like we'd be around Flash Rolls a lot, that he does have a big voice and like knows the game. But I don't know, it's such a tricky situation where you have one player who is like very heavily like underperforming. I think this has been Karsa's worst split by far. But then you have Xiaolongbao, who I agree is like those same issues he had on RNG, where he looks like a very solo queue-esque jungler in terms of like some of the things he does. He kind of just goes off on his own. I think it helps that Rookie plays around him pretty well, but it kind of feels like a no-win situation. I still don't know if I feel like that's their biggest problem. I feel like Rich has looked a bit egregious lately, but I mean, their whole top side, right, between top and then their jungle situation, things are weird.
Yeah, I mean, the hope is, like, I feel like if they're going to be a world contender, they need Karsa back, but they also need him to be playing well, right? But I feel like the loss of the team is heavy. But I completely agree with the Rich concern, because I feel like, I mean, that was the issue against Weibo. But I feel like I feel like Rich did an okay job in spring at kind of holding his own in a lot of scenarios, but kind of flopped a bit in playoffs. But I feel like blood is in the water, and like teams will just targeting heavily, especially teams who can play around their top lanes, get them ahead, and look to snowball. If you like take Rich out the game and you have picks like, there's plenty of picks that could just take over the game right now in the top lane, like Gwen, like if you get them far enough ahead, it's just, they will just dismantle the opponent. Jax as well. I've seen a lot of Jax and he can just be a menace.
Oh, I kind of thought the point was going to extend. Yeah.
Wait, I
thought it was taking like a dramatic pause.
Like, I think the problem.
And then I also think
the problem for me is, like, I feel like because the top lane is struggling, right? They want to try and play around bot, but with Xiaolongbao in, the bot lane is struggling because they want to play aggressive, and then they're getting caught out because teams are just playing around bot side. So it feels like the early game is going so drastically out of control that they just don't have anything then when it gets to the mid game. And I'm getting a bit worried. I actually think this might be, to go back to the original question, the slump, right, that we start to see. But I don't understand why it's happening. Like, again, like, Karsa's been a great player for so long. Like, it feels like on a squad like this where you have laners in theory that should be able to play with the support of Karsa. Like, it kind of feels like what we got when Karsa was on top esports, right? 3 lanes that are super strong. They can play very well through them, and Karsa just needs to support them. But with Rich falling behind, and now with the bot lane not being able to play as aggressive as they want, it kind of feels like it's just the Rookie show, and how many fires can Rookie put out? Like, it just, I don't know. It is definitely the slump, and I hope they fix it, because again, they look so good at the start of the split. It's so confusing as to why, suddenly there's all these issues that are creeping up.
It honestly wouldn't even surprise me. Wait, never mind. The play Ultra Prime. I was going to say if they lose their other series as well, but I don't actually, even with how much they've been struggling out, they can lose to Ultra Prime. I mean, they did just 2-0 BLG as well, so it's not like it's all doom and gloom. They're losing to everyone, but yeah, I mean, right now, I think if you're just going by current form, they're definitely not in that like 4-team standing of who you're looking at to go to Worlds, which is pretty crazy.
I think when you look at that like BLG series, sorry, just on that thing real quick, Cox. The whole reason that they won that series against BLG was Rookie. Like Rookie's decision making in those team fights was absurd. Like every single thing that he could have done to win those fights, he did. Like there was one play where he went in, held as a Lissandra ultimate for ages, got like a 4 or 5 man ring of frost, held an exhaust until the perfect time to keep his back. Like he played these fights like perfectly, and I think that's the only reason that they're able to win that series. So I think that's where my biggest worry is that yes, BLG on a bit of a resurgence, but I don't know, you should be able to beat BLG pretty handily as V5.
Yeah, it shouldn't rely. It's kind of like you remember when we had Summer last year when like there was series that top esports were winning just because Knight was like on another level. You shouldn't need that to win against a team like BLG. I don't know, I feel like one weird thing is like, so you know, we're talking about the top 4 that were the teams that we think will go to Worlds, the 4 strongest teams. I feel like V5 are like a question mark now. Like top esports, RNG, JDG are kind of the no-brainers. But like when it comes to that 4th spot,
just say
I feel like if V5 become a big question mark and like they continue to slump, well, but I feel like it's such a toss-up, you know, like I don't feel convinced by EDG. Who even knows with Weibo? Let's be real. I feel like honestly, there's no true way to know. And then we don't even know who's going to be in playoffs like from the other 4. So I feel like it's kind of, we could see like a spicy like miracle run, like when LNG last year managed to make up the run all the way and make it a Worlds. We could see something. TT a Worlds maybe. AL, you know, who knows? LGD can still make playoffs technically, so maybe LGD make the run from 16th place to Will. Probably not, but you know. Oh, did you see the other day it got posted? I think it was, I'm not sure if it was RA or Ultra Prime, but like, so we said on broadcast that they were out of playoff contention, and then apparently someone worked out that if this exact sequence of events happened, like they planned out every single series outcome, and it's like the in terms of the total number of potential outcomes, there was 4 million. This was like this one or something outcome where they would still make playoffs, right? And then like literally it got posted, and then like the series happened like an hour later. Like, okay, it's dead. Dream's dead. But it was just like for that 1 hour, I was like, whoa, dude, they could still make no, they could make it. It's really hilarious.
I do gotta say, it's good that we're all starting about this now as well, because LGD play tomorrow. And then then LGD are like truly probably done so. They do lose their tomorrow series. But my God, we've already killed like 30 minutes to where we're at. All just on like AL V5 top 4. But there's okay, Ox, finish it up.
Sorry, just quickly, just really quickly, I found, okay, it was 1 in 4 million for RA. And then it wasn't even a series happened. IG took a game of RA. And they're like, yeah, last hope is gone. Like, that was literally it. And I was just like, yeah, that sounds about right, man.
I actually don't know if you needed to bring in the exact number. I just feel bad now for RA. But
hey, man,
we've
had a good game today.
A big thing happen since last time we had the last hit, which is 12-14. 12-14 came out. A ton of changes once again because the Riot likes to make life difficult for everyone. Dragons getting buffed to make them more enticing. Herald got buffed. We had like potions and runes getting hit. Neela's now enabled, and like sadly we haven't seen her yet in LPL. And yeah, I don't know, just so many changes. We obviously have the Pantheon being played. We've seen him over the past 2 days, kind of a mixed success. And, you know, I just wanted to leave it very general starting in. Ox, you cast it today, so we can start with you. Just overall thoughts on 12-14. You know, do you like it? What changes interest you?
So, I mean, I think the changes are cool, but it's hard to scope out already because we've had, 2 days on it. And ultimately, like, these are still some really important games. So I feel like teams are just like, look, the priority of neutrals has changed, but we haven't seen any, like, massive big curveballs come out. Like, we haven't seen any big meta shifts. We've seen, like, for example, Pantheon. Pantheon's buffed and it's come in, but it hasn't been like a whole. It's not like a role has changed. Like I thought maybe we saw more like poke focused bot lanes, like things like Karma Ezreal, MF, things like Caitlyn Lux. Because if you like land one skill shot, it's like, okay, lane's over. Like you land a Mantra Q on Karma, okay, we have to base because it's used a lot of pots. We haven't seen that. And the thing is, I feel like maybe because it's come so late in the split, teams are like, look, we're still focused on just making it in the playoffs. We may not see that because teams aren't willing to like experiment too much at this point. Maybe it doesn't come in at all. Maybe my read was just wrong, but like I feel like teams haven't had much chance to adjust because we still have important games coming on. This is kind of the thing when we have a big change like that, this like in the middle, so deep in the split, not even the middle, so deep. And it's like you gotta think about the fact that like we have the big objective changes, but like the health potion and the room ones, every champion in the game buys health potions or corrupting or refillable. So like it affects every single lane matchup in the entire game to an extent, right? I'm not saying it has like a massive effect, but it's so hard to even read what impacts that's going to have overall. Like I feel like it's going to take so much time to truly see it pan out. And then the runes changed as well, just compound that. I think at least we can comment on the initial objective changes because I do think there's still more to be seen from them. But like, you know, prior to this, LPL was the fastest paced major region, and it was like 5-6 minutes. Teams would go and focus on Dragon, then they'd go on Herald, then they'd go next Dragon, next Herald. It was like just playing for these neutrals consistently. The Dragon's a higher prio now, but we don't see them taken as early because you can't. They're so tanky. If you like teams, not only is it that they're so tanky that you like it takes too long to do them, but also teams won't let you get away with it. Like if you can potentially have 9% armor and MR for the entire game, like hell no, this team is going to let you just take the Dragons. So what normally has, from what I've seen, is like the Dragon, they'll stop you from taking it if you try, but no one really does. First Herald is like the major objective you play for in the early game, like the first one, and then normally Dragon comes after that a little bit later, and then it goes to second Herald. So it's like we're actually getting Soul probably later than we were before, simply because Dragon's harder to take early. But like even games we don't have Soul, like the value of individual Dragons feels so much more impactful. So like if a team can get the hands on them, because like before, like let's say one team focused Herald, one team focused Dragon, we'd get to a point later in the game where we're fighting for like third, fourth Dragon, and the team who had the Heralds is obviously ahead in gold, so they're stronger. But now you get so much more power from the Dragons. I think there's potentially windows where like it can make up the slack, but even then I think teams are just trying to like have a monopoly. We saw that from EDG today. Like they want both. They want all the Dragons, all the Heralds, and they won't give them up if they can help it.
Like I was actually looking at the champions, expecting as Alex was saying, a little bit more pro on these like aggressive bottom sides of the map. We've saw a little bit of Renekton creep into the top side of the map as well, but I expected a much bigger shift into champions that work well within the first 10 minutes of the game, which is why I was kind of like, oh yeah, cool, Renekton kind of fits into that style. And even like I was chatting about it with my brother a little bit, and like he had some really interesting points of like, oh well, like because the Rift Herald's 200 gold, well if you can just win the Rift Herald and you have your AD carry there, does everyone back away from the Rift Herald? So the AD carry just gets the 200 gold and you get the isolated gold, and suddenly your AD carry is a lot stronger. Like there's a bunch of decisions that you can try and influence here, but you, as Ox is saying, you kind of need time to work with that and see. And that's why I was kind of not surprised, but kind of surprised as well to see that the meta is very similar to what it was. Apart from like the Pantheon coming in, we saw like On attempting the Ashe. There's not really any picks that have like surprised me or gone like, oh okay, that's different, or that has been influenced because of this. Like we're still seeing a lot of late game skaters in the bot side of the map. We're not really seeing things that can kind of be massively useful at these early fights if you are fighting early Dragons or you are fighting early Rift Heralds. So I think it's been a bit of an odd one, but I think it's, as Ox says, the fact that you have had so little time to play on this patch and work in this patch, and it's so late in the split, like you've got a week and a half left. Doesn't matter if you don't figure out how to play this exact new style, or is it better off like win the last week and a half because you're more familiar with the way you play, and then you can always come back and look at playoffs and go, right, like okay, now let's get time to adapt. But I think that's going to matter a lot more for like our top 4 teams, because like if you are like V5, JDG, Top Esports, RNG, you now have way longer to experiment and mess around in scrims and like figure out what the meta is. You get to look at what new guys are doing when we get into playoffs as well. Like you have way more time to adjust to this patch, and I think that's where we're actually going to see the major difference. Is the deeper we run into playoffs and we get these teams that have had more time to adjust, I think that's when we'll actually see it come to fruition.
Yeah, I think like when I came into this, when I came into like the patch yesterday, it didn't even hit me until maybe into game 1 of like, oh, things are going to be very similar not only because of like how quickly the patch kind of like came into the LPL, but it's also like easy to forget that unlike like LCS or LEC, I mean, heck, the teams that played today also played like 2 days ago, which means that they just had to scrim on 12-13 and like even their analysts or coaching staffs didn't actually get time to truly invest into 12-14. So that's why I'm even kind of surprised that we're seeing things like the Pantheon so quickly or the Dragons, because going into yesterday, I was like, I wonder if the tankiness will kind of outweigh the buffs in terms of teams wanting to go for it early. But yesterday, we didn't really see anyone even attempt to start it up for like another team to try to like force him off a dragon. So I think teams kind of coming in with like a pretty nice direction. We've also been seeing less GP. He's one of the champions who I think got hit like pretty significantly. Champions like Gnar, Zeri, Prio not really being affected. But I also was really excited and really hopeful that we would see Neela. And it's like, man, we didn't get her. We haven't even gotten her banned. Like, I don't know. I kind of thought, even just from the passive alone, of like giving more experience. In my mind, in like competitive play, that is just such a broken mechanic that I was like, we are definitely going to see this champion, even ignoring the rest of the kit and like how she functions. But yeah, we're not getting her. Maybe just the early weaknesses of her laning phase and being a melee champion too much to outweigh. I don't know how much you guys have seen Neela, or if either of you have any thoughts on her.
Go on ahead, Ox.
Yeah.
You're both too friendly.
Oh, okay. I feel like a big thing is like the I feel like she's probably not going to be seen in the LPL. Maybe if she's going to show up, I think it'd probably be in another region first off, because I think one of the things is that like in the LPL we heavily prioritize like being aggressive early. I feel like as like and we also aren't that keen on enchanters. Like we do bring them out, but like we want enchanters who are like can also set the pace of the game to an extent. Whereas like in other regions, like in LPL, LCK, one of the highest priority champs is Yuumi, right? Would never see that. We sort of see Yuumi coming in later. I think the thing with Neela is like the way she works, the fact that she gives healing back to her ally, she works really well with enchanters. Things like Soraka can sync very well. Not the champion I expect to see that much in the LPL. And also the thing with Neela is like the fact she is melee, and with the changes to sustain, you kind of at the whim of your lane opponent. Like you're really at the whim of your lane opponent. And I just think there's other regions where they don't mind that as much. Like we even had Yasuo Sejuani show up in the LCK the other day, which is a bot lane I absolutely love. But that's a bot lane where you do nothing for 3 levels. Like you're literally AFK for 3 levels. And in the LPL, if that happened, like they'd invade your bot side jungle and steal away 3 camps, kill your jungler twice, dive your mid lane, probably rotate up to top, dive
all of it in 3 minutes.
And like I just feel like all of it in 3 minutes, right? I just think that like we probably won't see it at first in the LPL. What I expect is that another region who aren't as concerned about it will look to prioritize it. They'll try it, and either she's bad and it won't get played much, or it's good, and then LPL teams will go, hey, it's actually pretty, like, this is broken enough to justify. Because I know when she came out, when she was released, and she was nuts, right? But then they like nerfed her in 7 different ways, and I think she's kind of at the point where it's like, she's just a bit too weak. Even though she's got a lot of broken mechanics in her kit, she's just a bit too weak. I have no doubt that if she doesn't hit right, they'll buff her again, and then she'll like be permabanned at Worlds or something like that. So I'm sure we'll get to see some of that.
Is, like, I was gonna say, with all the nerfs to healing and sustain the lane, it just feels like a bad time for melee bot lanes. Even when you're paired with an enchanter. And I was curious to see, like, before 12-14 came out, I was like, oh, this would be kind of sick, especially if you can try and play around, like, say you've got a really impactful level 6 ultimate for your support. Well, if you get extra experience, well, now you can probably hit level 6 before you try and go for a Rift Herald fight. And that's where I was like, oh, this is where she could be explosive. Like, having an ultimate that your opponent doesn't have because the enemy support hasn't hit 6 could be really cool. But I just don't feel like she's in a spot where she can be dominant enough with these mechanics to actually push her out into the next level. But if, as Ox says, if they end up buffing her a ton before Worlds, I think that's where it'll be super interesting. And then we'll probably see these kind of wombo combo style compositions that can use the fact she has like Diana ult, you've got an ultimate on your support at level 6, you're playing for these early Rift Heralds, and you just try and find these quick skirmishes. I think that'll probably be where she nestles into the meta.
I love
Dude, Neela Seraphine, I feel like that would be so
Munch
jacked.
had a really interesting way of explaining Neela. He says Neela is Jax who has Silas ulted in Orianna, Which I don't know why he doesn't just say Jax with an Orianna ultimate, but yeah, that is you know, I don't know. I just wanted to give Munch some credit for that very apt point. He also made another good point that if there is any AD carry who we might see play it, that it would be Abel, and I do agree with that. It does feel like Abel might be the one guy. Yeah, and I guess that's the thing that I'm sure we will see it because we have 17 teams. One will pick her, and one's going to be like, hey, let's go for this strata or look for this to be a win. So I just hope it's soon because I want to see it. But at the same time, I feel like the Enchanter thing really is the one that probably kills it for LPL. Even if it was just weak in lane, just we just can't do Enchanters. Even thinking back to any time Ming has to pick an Enchanter, and Ming is phenomenal on it, but LPL teams just can't win. Guys, you know what I'm thinking now, right now, this second, 8:14 a.m. my time, West Coast,
Jeez.
USA. Okay, I'm just kidding. So next week, right, we're gonna have our episode's gonna be right before playoffs. So it feels like a good time now to talk about MVPs because we're at the end of the split. We have a lot of people sitting around 8 and 9 MVPs. A lot of maybe even some unexpected people like Doinby being up there. But I guess, just to recap the top of the standings, right? 369, Doinby, Kanavi, Knight, Xiaohu all sitting on 9. The Shy Viper Shun sitting on 8. Feels like that's probably going to be the pool of who they pull from to pick MVP. And I gotta be honest, even just looking at this list, I don't even know if there's a clear name that jumps out to me. Heck, I'm surprised Tien isn't higher up here because out of people whose names would come to mind, he would be one of them.
Yeah. I think out of those, there's a clear name that jumps into my mind is probably not someone who'll get MVP. And that's probably Doinby. I feel like, he's managed to pick up a lot of those awards. I don't think LNG are really in a good enough spot that he will get it.
I gotta interject. I love how you gotta take every opportunity you find to keep kicking them down more and more.
Dude, if anyone just doesn't remember Goldberg, who was guesting on the LPL before, and he was like the biggest LNG fan. When they made the Run the Worlds, he was like so hyped on them. I've messaged him back and forth sometimes to split. And I'm like, dude, LNG is so doomed. It's like, nah, dude, you gotta believe. He'll message me like, oh, dude, look, they're looking good. They are not looking good, bro. It's done. The dream is dead, man. The loss against RA was the end. So yeah, go back to the point I was making. I feel like Tien, for me, if we can talk about like the MVP standings and everything. Like he's a bit low. He's at 7, which puts him tied 3rd. But I really think like he's just been so fantastic at setting the pace of the game for top esports. And I feel like he's a player who's had criticism before for his form, but like he was fantastic in the spring playoffs at getting this team ahead. I feel like the team like has fully learned to work with some of the things he does, which But I think they've been working very effectively, and I think Tien is honestly probably my vote. But I feel like it's still so hard. I feel like there's so many players where if they chose them, I'd go like, yeah, that checks. For me,
it is another jungler. I think it's Kanavi. I think Kanavi has been absolutely insane for JDG this split. Like Lyric even said on the cast the other day, like the strongest mid jungle that we have in the LPL right now is JDG's mid jungle, and I think the team definitely feels like if Kanavi can get these early leads, they're just going to snowball out of control and they take over the game, right? That's how the JDG game plan has worked. It's been feeding him all the or kind of helping him get a lot of the resources. But I also think whenever we see like the series against V5 where it was like really to the wire, it was Kanavi as well making a ton of these engages, like finding the picks again. And I think this is where, for me, it's a big difference maker. I think if like you take Kanavi out of JDG, I think that team just falls apart. Like, I still think 369 is having a great split, but I don't think 369 is going to be a big carry. Yagao doesn't have the same synergy. Yeah. Hope and Missing, like, Hope's just the late game role player, right? And Missing hasn't, like, popped the hell off. Like, there's no one on this team that I think fills or steps up to the mark if you substitute out Kanavi. So I think that's where it's going to be the difference maker for myself, is just how impactful and important Kanavi is to that team. I mean, you can still say the same with like Knight, say, or Xiaohu, right? But I don't know. I think I'm just glad to see JDG back looking as strong as they are. So maybe that's why, like, old nostalgia from 2020. But especially when it has been so bad for so long, to see them coming back is just so good to see.
Rob, I gotta say, when you were talking, Ox had a look on his face. he had quite a look.
I was gonna say, I feel like JDG or like IG if IG were good. Like,
Yeah.
I feel like without Shun, IG is nothing, and without JDG, like, you know, they're still
probably
good players.
still a
Like, they're
top
actually
team,
good,
but-
right? But I feel like
are they the best team?
Yeah.
they are not the same.
I was gonna say,
they're not the
'cause even
same.
for me coming in, kind of looking at the list, the three names for me would be Tien, even though he's not up there right now. 369 Kanavi. Then quickly in my mind, it's like, okay, even if 369 has been like an Omega Chad this split and had amazing plays, Kanavi's definitely the star.
Yeah.
I feel like Kanavi has had like
Yeah.
certain bad games that are just so visible in my mind, like some of his earlier Vi games that are worse than Tien's. But even going with a similar logic to Rob of not like if you take who out, what happens? I feel like if you put Kanavi and Tien like in other teams across the board, that Kanavi, I just have more faith in like what Kanavi brings than like if Tien could have a bad like split or splits like we'd see on FPX, right? And even my one big worry for Kanavi before would have been like versatility. He farms, he carries, he does this. But this split, he's just been playing aggressive, ganking, playing for his lanes. Even yesterday, the Shy said like Kanavi's been giving up a lot of his jungle camps to play for lanes. Like, I need to play safe when, you know, we know if he's around topside. So I definitely feel like I'd lean that way right now. But heck, with TES still having to play V5, like, I don't know. This is I think this MVP and even just our like top 3 all-star teams in general, I think are going to be really interesting with the fact of how many top performers I feel like we have this split across each role.
Yeah, I think it's... Yeah.
I feel like it's stacked. That's the only way I can say it. I feel like there's so many like really strong performers, which I feel like it's so, that's why it's made it so hard to call, like with regards to like who's the MVP or who's going to make the worlds or all these things. And I feel like there's even a lot of players who are like on teams where the team may not be doing good, but they're still performing well.
Yeah.
I feel like Scout and Viper, I mean, the exception is Viper had a really bad series today, but I think for the most part, Scout and Viper have actually been really like individually strong, which is kind of why it's amazing why EDG have still looked rough despite that. There's been games where both of them just completely 1v9'd it to like a ridiculous degree. And yeah, I feel like it's nice as well. We have such a mix of like players, like the fact we even have IG like with Shun like tied second for MVP votes.
Like,
I also just want to say it's hilarious to me that Rookie like missed half the split and is one MVP away from being the most MVPs on V5. Like Photic is at 7, Rookie has 6. Like he is so close to taking over.
Yeah, that is actually pretty tragic when you think about it. Rookie.
Yeah.
Missed half the split, is 3 MVPs away from like being tied 1. But I guess this goes like for those people at the top, goes to something Ox was saying before we came on, right? That like teams are sharing MVP votes because these teams have such stacked players. I mean, 369 Kanavi on the same team are tied. Tien only 2 under Night. Like, I don't know. I feel like every split in the past, I felt like there was typically a role that we had that was weak, that you can't just look at LPLs being stacked across all 5 lanes. I feel like it's typically been AD carry. Yeah. But coming into this year, it just feels like I look at every position and 5, 6 names come to mind about who it could be. But yeah.
Can I hear something crazy?
Yeah.
Gala has 1 MVP.
Gala has more pentakills than split than MVPs.
Like,
no way.
How mind-blowing is that?
No way.
Yeah.
Oh God.
I mean, maybe done it a little bit dirty there, but I think that's kind of just indicative of it, because I think everyone can think back to how Gala's played this split and be like, that is it's crazy that he's that low.
Ming has 5. Supports aren't supposed to get MVPs.
Yeah.
I thought that's not allowed.
Dude, Gala got a pentakill. And Ming got MVP.
Deserved. Like,
I'm not even kidding.
It's for all
It's
the
like...
years and splits of robbery that we had to witness. And I guess by years and split, we mean like 1 year. But so many MVPs, man. Robbed Ming. Oh my God, Rob, I remember all the times we felt so done dirty for Ming. For Ming.
Yeah.
Oh.
But look, I also want to like just steer the conversation a little bit now that we're talking about RNG for Xiaohu as well. Because if we're going off of like people who have a massive impact, like Xiaohu for RNG again is right up there in that conversation. Because I think Wei looks 10 times worse if Xiaohu isn't his mid laner. I think the Breathe hasn't had a mixed bag of a split, and I feel like Xiaohu not being able to set up fights and engages, even like his Talia finding like certain picks on, I can't remember which team it was, where they're like literally sieging up the base, and Xiaohu's like 0-4 and Talia has like 3 seismic shoves that literally kill the push. It was EDG, I think. Yeah, EDG. That game 3 against EDG where Xiaohu straight up won that game from a 0-4 Talia point, which was insane. Like, I think Xiaohu's definitely someone where I would also look at it and go, yeah, this is a guy that deserves that MVP, because it just feels like, again, if RNG don't have him, I think they look so much worse than they do right now.
I gotta say though, I feel like if I was making like an MVP award just for the LPL holistically, not like a split or a season or anything, in my mind, Xiaohu wins that, no doubt. Like, just thinking of what he does for his team and then being able to play mid and top, like, in my mind, there's no discussion. He's like the most valuable and most flexible, important player in the LPL. I feel like since it's a split award, though, I feel like that's where he definitely loses out to Kanavi and Tien. But I also think it's just fair to give him that shout, right, of how much Xiaohu has had to do on this squad. And it feels like this is a really nice tangent into our last topic, because since next week our episode's going to lead into playoffs, so we'll probably end up doing like a bit of a playoff preview. This is the time where I want the predictions. I want our names out there in the written in the textbooks of who we predicted going into the split, and RNG kind of being a name that is up there. I feel like one of you's predicting RNG, if not both. Am I right? Any RNGers?
I'm going to take RNG just because I know you guys are going to go top esports anyway. So I'll take this side so you guys can have your top esports.
Whoa. I'm just saying, we might all have different sides coming into the day. But Rob, why RNG? What gives you those special tinglies?
Yeah. So I actually don't think RNG win. I actually don't.
What?
Yeah. I think the top play, I think Breathe has been a little bit underwhelming. I think the
betrayal of a century. What is going on?
Look, I think there's still. Yeah,
oh my god!
I think,
dude, the pain on Twitter, your face saying this. I feel for you.
Yeah,
it looks like it hurts.
Here, look. You know what? I'm just gonna. I got my little badge here. It's going down. Get it out of here. But I think, I don't know. It's super hard to try and I think top esports looks so unbelievably strong. It's hard to just kind of go against them. Like, the smile on Ox's face. But that's the thing. It's so hard to doubt them. Like, the one loss that they have all split long is against JDG. And that was at the start of the split when they were still trying to figure out what they were trying to achieve. I think they've looked only like they've gone from strength to strength. I think Wayward for a rookie is phenomenal. The Tien and Knight look spectacular. The bot lane, brilliant. Like, it's kind of like started to slow down. Like, there's nothing here. And I think the fact that, like, again, moving on to this new patch where laning becomes even more important, I think that's what that's what makes the difference for me here. Is like, top esports are probably the most dominant laners that we have. They're incredibly good at snowballing the game. And I like, even when we get to international as well, I think the fact that I don't think teams are going to be ready for top esports. I don't think they're going to be ready for the pace at which they play the game. Like, I honestly think this could be the summer of top esports, like, just across the board.
Oh my god. Lyric, you take. I got nothing to add. He said everything I wanted to say. Oh,
wait.
It's beautiful. Fantastic.
I was going to say. I was going to tell you. Add something about Wayward. I know you're dying to do it,
dude. I mean, I feel like I completely match everything said. I feel like that first series against JDG, they got all their inting out the way in that first series because that was a rough one. But like, yeah, I mean, I'm hoping that the meta is going to suit them well, because I think it should, based on, the fact that laning's more important. I think that the issues they had against RNG, where like they completely fell apart in the mid game in spring, aren't really there anymore. I think their mid game has improved massively, and they're still fantastic in the early game. I feel like there's 3 lanes you can carry through. I mean, you can even have Tien carry through the jungle. I just think this team's fantastic. you know, the question isn't whether they're going to win LPLs, whether they're going to win
the
Worlds.
only
And the answer is
caveat I will
yes,
add to that is
there we go.
Tien in playoffs sometimes scares me, where he can just start to fall apart, where he does struggle with the pressure from it. But I do think, at least looking at it, I'm gonna hang on. That Alex, I think,
Dude.
hang on. But I do think now that he's on top esports rather than FPX, it definitely feels like the camaraderie and the fact that like they're more, I don't know, they definitely feel like they're better adjusted to actually like having conversations, putting less pressure on them.
He's touching his cheeks.
What? Oh, yeah. But I think that still, I think TN has looked a lot better, a lot smoother, and it's kind of been a lot stronger. But I still hold the question about what happens when we get to playoffs. I think he's better adjusted on top esports, but I've still seen him so many times on FPX. Playoffs comes around and TN just isn't there anymore.
Rob, also, we're offline now. Are they gonna fall apart offline now?
Oh boy!
I'm nervous, man. Because like, oh, dude, if I swear to God, if they just like we go offline, we go to playoffs, and they fall apart,
see. This is the thing.
You won't see me anymore in the last day. You won't see me. Leave, whatever,
like,
man.
Not domestically, but when he gets to international as well, where like the first time he went to Worlds, I was like, oh, where's Nice? And then we got to see him a little bit at Mid-Season Cup, but that was like 2020, and again, that was online. And this is where I'm just like, oh, I don't know. This is like, yeah.
I will chime in now. I will give my take because I was so excited. I thought we were gonna have 3 different takes, which is why when I thought about this, I'm like, great. Rob's got RNG, Ox has got top esports, and me, you know what? I'm coming in for JDG. And I do gotta say, I honestly think there's an argument for any of these 3 teams.
Yeah.
And I feel like for the fact that RNG have like shown they can make these like crazy comebacks and do on playoffs, I feel like maybe that should give them the edge over the other 2. But I feel like for JDG, even though again they've had a lot of those egregious games, I feel like even in their losses recently, they've looked better. Like heck, that RNG game 3 feels like a game JDG should have won. Though I guess technically JDG probably should have lost game 1 in that series. But
I think even Chow, who said that in his interview, said those exact words.
But I actually feel like JDG are the team out of these 3 that are the most versatile in terms of who can carry. And I don't mean it in a way to where, like, obviously TS have Jackie of Knight and Wayward, but I feel like a brunt of it's still on Knight, and then secondary would be Jackie Love and Wayward. Wayward's good early, but I don't actually feel like Wayward's really ever in a position to carry games. So for JDG, I look at it, it's like 369 has full-on taken over games, like has one of the highest damage percent, solo kills, all that stuff. Yagao, I think, man, I'm so mind-blown by Yagao this split. Like,
I was going to say.
He's not even just being like a good role player or like good for him. He is actually carrying games. Like the series yesterday against Weibo, I don't think he got MVP either time, or maybe he got MVP one of them, but both games, it felt like he was the difference maker, and he gapped Angel.
He got MVP Angel in the second game.
Hard in the second one in that series. And then Hope and Missing, like, I think Jackie Love and Mark are no doubt better laners, but I actually have a lot more confidence in Hope and Missing this split than I'd say. I don't want to say over either bot lane, because Gala and Ming, I think, are the best bot lane in LPL, but they have those happy games. I feel like Hope and Missing are actually the one part of JDG that kind of always deliver. Like, you can see a Gao or 369 mess up in lane, but you never see Hope and Missing. So I feel like I love how this team is just built together. I love how anyone could carry. I think they have great team fighting, and I think in a best of 5, they are not going to do it. They are not going to be sitting in front of Baron and go, hey, this is a 2v5. Do we take this and go, yes? They're not. They're going to temper it back, and they're going to beat Top Esports again.
I love the fact that if it is JDG versus Top, it is just 2020. And like, that was such a banger year. But I want to bring it back because I want to give Yagao a little bit more, because I feel like he doesn't get the praise that he deserves on that squad. Like, and I actually did a breakdown of it from their series against V5, because if people don't remember, game 1 against V5, it went completely awry. Like, Kanavi got invaded. He was massively behind. V5 should have been able to take over that game. And a lot of the reason they didn't was because of Yagao. And he was so smart in the way he played the game. So, like, he got an early blue buff, and I've never seen someone, like, adjust on the fly as quickly and as effectively as he did. Because he was like, okay, I now have blue buff. I need to become the jungler. I need to be the one that's supporting all my laners, making sure that they're all going to be fine. And, like, every single time Karasa went to try and make a play, Yagao was already there to stop him. Like, Karasa was like, okay, I can go and clear towards top side. I can go and gank top because top lane's overextended. I've got like a level lead. I've got a reset advantage over the Kanavi. I'm going to be totally fine. And Yagao preemptively goes into Karasa's jungle, forces him away from top side. And then again, they're like setting up for dragons. Yagao gets a quick pick onto Rookie. Doesn't kill Rookie, but takes like 2/3 of his health away, and suddenly V5 can't contest. And then JDG slowly but surely buy time till they can hit the late game and bring it back. Like, it's not really, because you look at his stats, and Yagao's stats are not good. Like, he's like way below average in most of the stuff. I think it's like 23% of the team's damage. Like, it's nothing to write home about. But the way he understands what is needed from him in the game, how he sets up his lanes, is so incredibly smart, and it's so good to see him stepping up, because when we look back at like 2020, you'd never go, oh yeah, well, Yagao could be a carry, right? You're like, oh, I mean, if he gets Zoe, maybe he has a pop-off game, but it feels like now we're actually seeing him play incredibly smart on the map and then be able to carry from certain situations as well, which is just so good to see.
Talking about like JDG stats, I was going through them, and there's one that surprised me so much. JDG have the highest win rate when behind to 15 minutes in the LPL. They're at 50%. Everyone else, 20, 30, maybe even less. Like, you just think about JDG. Like, whenever I think about JDG's losses, I don't think like JDG making comebacks.
That just means they've lost a ton of series where they're ahead of 15. That's all that stat says.
No. JDG have a higher win rate at 15 than top esports and RNG.
Okay, I take it back. Yeah.
They have higher in both categories.
Yeah, I feel like he might just suffer from small sample size, for them being behind. I feel like that might be it. I can't remember what it was, but I remember we did some assets like maybe like a couple of weeks ago, and I can't remember who I think it was against V5, and like it was like both teams at the time had 100% like win rate with a goal lead at 15. And it got broken in that series because I think V5 had a lead at 15, and then JDG came back. So both games, I think V5 had a lead at 15, and JDG managed to call it back. One of the games, it was like barely a lead. It was like 400 goals or something.
Yeah,
the other game was a significant one.
I think V5 were like stopping them, and game 2 was the game where it seemed like after game 1 that they were like, well, mental GG and kind of move on. But man, I just got to say, I'm still just so mind blown that Rob didn't go for RNG. I'm surprised.
Yeah, It's...
Wait. I could do this. I got a way to do this.
Okay.
Tell me how RNG could win. Bam, Rob, sell RNG.
So I think the caveat for RNG is, like, if they can have, like, pushing lanes for Xiaohu, and you actually start to see, like, the early skirmishes down towards bot side, I think it could be a lot stronger. But, like, I think the biggest problem for RNG is, like, if we end up shifting into meta that is a little bit more lane dominant, like, I don't see Gal and Ming, I think, are a very, very solid bot lane, but I don't see them as, like, a dominant bot lane. Whereas, like, okay, if I need someone to hard carry from the bot lane from the laning phase, I don't see Gal and Ming kind of stepping up to fulfill that. And then when I start to look at, like, the champions that Xiaohu feels like he needs to play on this patch because he needs to play the engage tool, there's, like, Ari, Talia, Lissandra. Like, it's not that I don't think Xiaohu doesn't have a champion pool. Like, he can play basically anything. But the problem that I'm seeing is that this is what RNG need him to play. Like, when he's on Azir, he had like a 30% win rate on Corki, I think. Or sorry, on Azir, wasn't it? Like, hang on, let me just double check. Because you look at, like, his win rates on... Yeah, the Azir, he's got a 33% win rate on. His Corki's got a 33% win rate on. And you're like, oh, well, like, these are, in theory... If Xiao, who wants to carry, picks that he can carry on, but clearly that doesn't work for RNG. And then you look at, like, Lissandra, 88%. Talia, 86% win rate. The Ari, he's won, like, 2/3 of his games on. Like, these are the picks that actually he needs to be able to play on. And I don't know, as this split goes on, if that is just going to be able to work anymore. And even like you saw it when we got to MSI, right? It felt like a lot of the meta had kind of worked out for him because Lissandra came into the meta. The Ari was still really good, so he could play that style. He was still like one-picking Galio and these kind of things. It feels like RNG have a very set style. And if the meta is shifting away from that, that's where I think RNG are going to struggle, which is why I can't like fully get behind him and why I think like top esports will start to rise up. JDG with the more aggressive play style will start to rise up. Like even though I think RNG are like first for kills at 15 because like they they actually like despite being like slow, they actually have a bunch of kills at 15, but it is very much kind of like, hey, we win a skirmish or we win a team fight rather than like, hey, we individually outplay you or 2v2 outplay you.
Lane dominance.
Yeah, that's where I can't fully get behind RNG right now. I just think the meta is shifting away from what they want to do.
Yeah, I think this is what was my main concern. I've said about RNG a lot, was like, if we shifted to a meta where it was like control mage is mid, like I know we had the bit of that at the start of the split. Like let's say we had like, I don't know, Corki, Azir, Victor meta, and then support meta was like actual enchanter meta. Like you have to play enchanters. RNG would be so doomed. And I feel like, you know, as you said about Shahu, it's the same with Ming. It's not that these players can't play these champions. They're actually fantastic on them. I feel like RNG have a very set style that they are very, very good at. And it's like, if the meta hits that style, they can win like MSI, right? If the meta is a little bit off from that style, they can still make that style work. But if the meta is way off from that style, that's where I can really see them suffer. I know we had MSI where I feel like the meta was really good for them because, like, as you said, the mid picks for Shahu, but also like Kai'Sa came in the meta for Gala, you know, this team fight AD carry, but a lot of the mobility AD carries you can lean on. I think the meta is still passable for them now, but that's the thing, like, who's to know how it's going to develop? As you said, the lane focused play doesn't necessarily suit them, but maybe they can still make it work. But like, we don't know where it's going to turn. I think it's like Jordan was saying, he thinks JDG can be very flexible as a team.
Even when you
I'm
look
not
at,
sure
like,
RNG
Gala's
can be.
pool, Gala is still just playing Jinx and Aphelios. Like, those are his two most played. Like, when you look at how much the meta has kind of shifted from Spring, to still have those as your highest is kind of insane. Like, he doesn't have the Lucians and he has some Kalista games not in there, but it still feels like RNG are playing that one style, right, that we saw in Spring, and they're trying to brute force and make it work. And I think if you end up seeing, like, as Ox was kind of predicting earlier on, that like Caitlyn looks and, you know, aggressive kind of poking bot lanes come into the meta, well then how does that work then for RNG? Because suddenly they don't have their late game scaler in Gala that they've been relying on for team fights, and they may not have control over the mid lane in the matter that they were hoping as well. And even when you see like Xiaohu on Silas, I think again that is another problem that we start to see, because suddenly they don't have a mid lane that can kind of support the jungle, support the bot lane. So I think there's a lot of stuff that's just shifting away from the way RNG want to play the game, and I think it's going to cause major issues as we get into playoffs.
I do gotta say, I think from like a viewer perspective, it could sound like we're being very harsh on RNG, but there's one thing I gravitate about what Ox was saying, and then you kind of built upon, Rob, was that like when a meta hits RNG, they're winning the international. When a meta doesn't hit RNG, oh my God, they're a top 3 team in the LPL. They're so bad. Like, look at Worlds last year. Look at potentially Worlds this year. Obviously, they can still win the split, but yeah. I mean, point is, it sounds bad in the context of at least how we see top 3 panning out.
Even on that, like, this is a team that clearly has massively changed with their play style over the course, like even the last year, right? You look at Xiaohu top, how they played there, now what they're trying to achieve now. Like, this is a team that is quite versatile. Like, they can change up their style. I just think it's a lot to ask for, because these changes are so insane that we're seeing consistently, to see them very quickly transform over to a different style. And we even saw, you know, at the start of Spring 20, just as they came back from Worlds, like the start of Spring 2022, how long it kind of took RNG to figure out what they were trying to do. I think that's where I'm going to see issues, is that they just don't have enough time to figure out what that new style is and then how to facilitate that.
And I think it's kind of a suffering from MSI. The fact that obviously you have less time off with MSI, and then we also had these massive patches, durability patch, and then a bunch of patches to make up for that. And then we've just had this massive patch with the dragons and the potions and everything. Like, it's kind of like the worst case scenario. If you're a team who like can change style, but it takes time to work into that, RNG has had the worst scenario for that as a result of the circumstances.
Well, RNG you can prove us wrong. You could win the split. You could go get 2 internationals and get 4 titles in a year. But sadly for us, we've actually gone over our time. And, you know, I kind of wanted to give final thoughts before, but the topic I want to give final thoughts about, we probably shouldn't let Ox talk about. LNG, I'm terribly sorry. Ox actually loves you. That was it, gentlemen. Thanks for joining me. We'll be back next week with a super awesome secret playoff episode. And have a good 9 a.m.
I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. You're giving me, but it's not enough. I want you to open up your heart some more. You're giving me, but it's not enough. I want you to open up your heart some more. I'm a big-hearted woman with a big appetite. A double dose of love is what will get me right. I'm a big-hearted woman with a big appetite. A double dose of love is what will get me through the night. Look at me in my eyes. I wanna see my own reflection, knowing I'm all you see. When I'm speaking to you, I want your body and your soul and mind to pay attention. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love so emotional that I keep on reaching for the sky. I weigh my love on high. 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 I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love so emotional that I keep on reaching for the sky.
“各位亲爱的召唤师，阿南我又回来了，听说有人想我了。”临近夏季赛尾声，复活甲的争夺也是愈发激烈。首先，我们 TES 没有惹你们任何人。滔博哥的夏季赛与过往光景可是截然不同，小分第一，稳居榜首。评论区里让我不要放松警惕的粉丝们，咻咻喂！我打了一辈子就不能享受享受吗？
中肯的，一针见血的。
紧随其后的四大天王 JTG、RNG、V5、WBG 都是这个周末的主角。哎，奇怪，怎么这里面有人没有 G？ 哦，原来藏了个肉鸡呀！至此，老 IG 3C 成功会师季后赛。我去，这都是我前队友。 周六首战 ，RNG 面对 IG， 物是人非事事休，曾经的春晚再也回不去了。接下来的 FPX 对战 WBG， 涅槃之后的小凤凰渐入佳境，有翔哥在，咱啥也不怕。至于 WBG， 帅哥除了平时能扛能打，除此害也是有2把刷子，一手草丛电蚊拍，直接治好了我的精神内耗。
你看吧，这绝对是逃离蚊子啊！
再看周日的 UP 对阵 V5， 上周的黑暗势力以下克上，打碎了传奇，故事主角变成了山鸡，屠龙者终成恶龙，笑屁憋了一肚子气。我钢铁的屠龙刀就给我拆开刃了，都什么年代了，还在玩传统屠龙？我爱你呀，你这个小可爱啊！周日的最后一场，江湖侠客战千金，您还别说，这个节骨眼上什么都有可能发生。JDG 建立，无建也未尝不利。总之，这个周末，阿南将会伴随诸位一起见证更多的精彩。看观赛指南，后悔2分钟；不看，后悔一辈子。每期偷看，领先其他观赛者20年，少走80年弯路。话不多说，敬礼。
No 80 years of detours, I promise you, here on the LPL. Instead, we get towards the last week, at least the penultimate weekend, coming at you now with myself, FPX, joined by Mr. Dagda. I'm going to elevate my chair a little bit, Dagda. It's not a gaming chair,
like
but you know.
Hang on, you know what?
Oh my god! You coming with me? You coming with me? Attaboy.
I'm just gonna. There we go. Yeah.
Hey, all right. Well, we get the janky stuff out of the way to kick things off, because for you and I, you know, today is set up to be a day of endless possibilities, right?
True.
I feel like in the LPL, each kind of day is like that. As we gloss over yesterday, to see the exact same feeling when, you know, teams coming through trying to fight for first, right? Top esports Dagda, that's a big one. Yesterday, OMG getting denied, getting to the Magic 8, and BLG somehow are better now.
Yeah, BLG, their time on the bench has done them pretty damn good, being able to pick up the 2-0 against OMG, which honestly just throws everything into absolute turmoil in our standings.
Yep.
Because it means that IG are still, by some miracle, in contention as we see them here today against RNG. FPX now also looking damn good because of the shenaniganery that happened yesterday. I don't know, hysterics. It is absolutely nuts.
But you called it, right? Like, BLG just had to come in, you know, and being on 9 losses, usually any other split up is like, well, 7 is never going to get them in. But at the moment, because of the fact that TT hasn't been able to get up to 7, you know, hold that contentious place and then push it across the line, because our playoffs are still not decided with 4 teams fighting it out. Excuse me, technically 7, right, Dagda? What I meant to say is 4 spots left remaining. And there's a chance that we could have a much lower playoff number with every team losing to each other in that middle of the bracket.
But especially for teams like Anyone's Legend that are sitting at 7th, right? Still incredibly tough series ahead of them with JDG, EDG, Top Esports still to play. Suddenly they're kind of looking questioning with BLG on the rise now. People are like, well, can BLG make it? Because, I mean, they've only got WE left to play now. So suddenly they can hit the, you know, a bit of a better time. So it all becomes a little bit funky for those last few spots.
Again, I do feel like this is a split where 7 could get you into playoffs, considering we're starting talking about game differential. We're talking about AL's rough schedule. LNG, OMG only able to hit 8 now as well. It's getting dicey in the LPL, but again, that's what this week and a bit left is for. As we go into today, it is our match of the week later on with FPX versus Weibo Gaming. FPX, one of those teams that can hit the middle, Dagda, and with Weibo Gaming just showing us what was an absolute fiesta, a maniac-filled game against JDG, I think that one should be a bit of a barn burner too.
Yeah, especially with how much is on the line for FPX. You know that they're going to be coming swinging for those 8 wins, see if they can guarantee themselves that playoff spot with those 8 wins. But then you're also looking at IG here today, hoping to keep their dreams alive against RNG. We'll have to see.
I mean, this is an old school matchup, right? It might not have the same vibe considering that IG blew up a year ago. Remember, it was Rookie, the Shy's World. We were looking for a strong 80 carry after Jackie Love left, but then IG lost their other strong elements, and here we stand for now. But they're out of playoffs. Sorry, they're not. They're almost out of playoffs, Dagda. Boy, oh boy, getting hot oil for that one. RNG, definitely not. They've already secured their position. They are looking towards the top of the standings. And Dagda, you want to talk about how this team could actually hit a top 2 spot at the moment, considering that they're now at 11 wins up with the big dogs.
And that's the thing, the chase is on now when we look ahead at their schedule and where they are positioned at the moment. 11-2 with 13 games left to play. JDG have only got a single game left to play. So if RNG win all of their remaining games, there is a potential here that they are able to take the number 2 spot away from JDG thanks to their game difference. And that's where we were kind of talking about over the course of the split, that JDG going to best of 3s, like running the distance in almost all of them, may now come back to bite them, because RNG play against IG, then TT, LGD. If they are able to win every single one of those games, they could potentially overtake JDG, who only have one series left against anyone's legend. And the crucial thing for RNG as well is that if they can hit that number 2 spot, that guarantees them into that double elimination bracket and playoffs. And a 3rd place finish in this split will guarantee RNG a spot at Worlds. And that is so important thanks to their championship points that they picked up in spring.
Further to your point, right, the 90 points for winning spring, as you were just saying, so massive. And guaranteeing into double Elium, at the bare minimum, you get yourself 40. We're looking at Top Esports, who, are at the top of the split, also have some really good points themselves, but we're also looking at one of these teams making it through, getting first place. Could even be RNG themselves, right? Which changes the influx of championship points throughout there. We can talk a little bit more about it as we get towards our final week. It's always a fun discussion, Dagda. But hey, on the other side, when we talk about the individual players here and experience, when we're looking at RNG and start talking about their international run coming back again, which, by the way, Dagda, we could be bringing up the Golden Road. We're looking at the experience here of our individual members and the international titles, or lack thereof, that they've brought.
And how the story of RNG at internationals has changed over the course of the time, even since Xiao Hu joined in 2016, where he had his first international event at IEM World Championship back in 2016. Like, that's how long ago it was since Xiao Hu made his first international appearance, losing out to Fnatic in a 2-1 fashion in the semi-finals. This was where we started to see, you know, the old school style where it wasn't even Uzi that was on the team. Uzi had moved across to OMG at the time. So the identity of RNG was very, very different to what we see today, and how that has grown over the course of time, with Ming then coming and joining the team in 2017, him having his first international appearance at the 2018 where RNG won their first international title in that MSI stadium, and hoping then to continue it on, but couldn't complete the Golden Road. It's now become kind of a bit of more synonymous with RNG to find success at that international stage. Because as we moved on, and we've got people like Wei join the roster, Gala join the roster. I mean, 3 international appearances and 2 titles taken home, both MSI titles. You know that this team is going to want to make sure they can go the distance now at that World Championship and see if they can add that last missing title from the organization.
It's so crazy to me. We talk about people like Xiao Hu and Ming now, so long on the roster. Xiao Hu especially might not have that tenureship that Faker does on T1, previously SKT, but Xiao Hu's getting up there since 2016, as you said. And Dagda, I'm glad you found this, because you set us up to talk about IEM, which was the first time we saw Xiao Hu way back in 2016. Let's roll the clips.
Gotta see them not fail this Baron here, and that's about it. Gamsu caught in the middle. The teleport was followed by Looper. It's a hook onto Xiao Hu. He's had to back away. Gamsu soaked up so much damage, and there's the box. RNG caught inside of that one, but Whoosh takes down Gamsu first. Spirit, though, is still in the middle. A lot of CC coming away from Fnatic here, but Pavivin gets jumped on, knocked up. Marta with the late flank may just work out. No, Whoosh turns it around.
Short amount of time. Xiao Hu is on his way for him.
Oh, that's straight onto play! Oh, and the Forge God comes out as well as Killer Instinct.
RNG.
Faker's combo doesn't even get through the Mountain Soul shield right now on Ming. RNG unrelenting, pushing forward. Xiao Hu looking for the Frozen Tomb, and there goes Ming once again onto the backline. The exhaust going down. Kubayushi so low. Carry with a good final chapter. A Cyclone onto the backline. Perhaps this is T1's hopes, but look at their hopes being dashed against the rocks. They have spent 5 years in the wilderness, and they're going to spend another few months at least. RNG, unrelenting, unstoppable, continue their advance.
RNG will do what few have been able to do before. They will match T1 in the back-to-back victories, and they will look to win MSI.
Xiao Hu, the little tiger, has roared into life. The LPL continue their era of dominance, and they are leaving no one alive. It's RNG's world, and we're just...
Always such a big moment to end on, considering that T1 were also fighting for their third MSI title, denied by RNG, who are the only team in history to have 3 MSI titles as well. LPL with 4 overall, including EDG. And while we look at RNG and while we look at the success they've had, now going up against IG today, Dagda, you also saw this as a great chance to look at some of the bros that but now some reason are in the same role. We're talking about Wink and Ming, of course, who previously on 2019 Spring RNG were an AD and support duo.
Yeah, how times have changed, not only for RNG, but also for Wink in that bot side of the map. Moving over from that AD carry role into the support role to still provide that shot calling for Invictus Gaming. But now he's got to see if he can match up against what was his old duo lane partner and see if he can learn from one of the legends in that support role, if not one of the greatest supports who have ever graced the LPL, and see if he'll be able to take it against him, because it has been an incredible journey for Ming to see how he's kind of taken to that top spot in the LPL. The identity he's been able to bring to RNG as well, with things like the Nautilus, providing that engage tool, setting up RNG for success alongside Xiaohu in these team fights. And it's going to be on Wink to see if he can try and shut that down, if he can try and outdo his old partner and take the win here for IG, see if he can keep those playoff dreams alive against RNG.
It's so hard. Again, if IG take a loss here today, I mean, 4 and 10, as soon as you get to 10, it means you can't bridge that gap. Of course, TT are still the ones who would be keeping them in playoffs, but you have to think it's near impossible from there, even as hard as it is right now. We're looking at RNG, of course, so quickly, and, you know, as you said, Xiaohu is a cornerstone of this team. Ming as well, such a good roaming support, team fighting support in general, let's be real. And Dagda, when you look at the other side, when you were talking about Wink there moments ago, I still just can't get my head around the fact that this guy is a support. Arn's come in, pushed him down to the support position. And for IG, at least this bottom lane duo has been one that's been rising and has been filled with aggressive lanes.
Exactly, and it's that aggression that they're going to have to bring to the table here today. And you can see here that Wink has started to adapt as well when he moves on in towards team fights as well, getting some great flash engages here. And I think that this is where Wink has been more comfortable on things like the Renata. Like, we're seeing a lot of the Kalista and the Amumu initially to start things off, but I think that over-aggression kind of came back to bite them a lot because Amumu just has that one direction. But I think with things like the Renata, where he's able to flex his muscles a little bit, provide both that engage and disengage, I think that's the best way for IG to try to approach this, especially when you're looking at what Ming likes to play in those champions like the Nautilus, when you're looking at the potential for like something like a Lucian Nami, which has been creeping up not only with RNG but also just in general with patch 12.14 starting to roll through. I think we're definitely going to have to look and see how On and Wink are going to match against Gala and Ming.
You and I can have a bit of a talk about that because we're getting close towards getting a pick ban. I feel like 12-14 for you and I both. First time on the patch. I was casting PCS the other day. They're still 12-13. So it's going to be a bit of a mind ploy for me to get into this, Dagda. But you were saying in our rehearsal that not too much has changed so far as players try to adapt.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. You've had like 3 massive patches coming through. Maybe four to be honest. Yeah. So at this stage, it's like, how do you even try and keep up as you're starting to creep into playoffs as well? Like, even I think... was it Dom stream or Cage's stream I was watching, and they're like, oh, we're still building Kempung's sword. I'm pretty sure that isn't valuable anymore, right? Like, as first item on junglers. It's these kind of things that, like, at this stage, you've got to be exhausted trying to figure out, you know, how do I try and prep for a midweek change from 12-13 to 12-14, where you can be playing, like, within the same week on 2 different patches, but also just the amount of things that have changed. Like, Dragon's now becoming far more valuable because every single one of them is stronger. Rift Tower now providing you with 200 gold, that becoming more valuable. Like, these things that where objectives now become so much more important. Laning becoming more important because a lot of those safety nets like pots, runes that were keeping you topped up, like second wind, are no longer as valuable. So it definitely makes things a hell of a lot more interesting. And especially as we start to roll into a team like IG that play hyper aggressive with now, especially with Mole coming in to work with Shun, I think this is where it's going to be. We might be in for a bit of a messy banger, to be honest. I feel like IG are going to take the fight to RNG.
I hope so, because, look, this is the time we can experiment, right? Especially a team like IG that know they're in deep water. We know for RNG as well, they have been a lane that in the past have brought out some really aggressive 2v2s. Gala's Tristana is still something as a pocket when we're talking so much about the laning phase, Dagda. I also want to mention that I was just going through and I'm like, wait, I've still got patch 12.12 notes open. And I just had to refresh it and go through once again. It's just been this long, extended tab browser. You know, some of those people, Dagda, that have like 30 pages open at once? I feel like, you know, at least 5 of them were patch notes. About another 10 Gamer Legends reacting to patches. Another 5 to 10 were Leaguepedia telling me the drafts that have been coming through.
What does Belveth do? What does Nyla do? What does Udyr now do?
Oh,
this is where we're all going to come into.
Udyr now looks like Ornn sometimes. I can't wait for that one. Yeah, Udyr likes to punch more. Let's see how much he punches. Waiting for the game to start. Of course, you're all being patient, but I'm glad we've had a break as well from champions being released. Let's be real. Belveth and Neela came out within like 3 weeks of each other, and that was hard to adapt to. That was hard to absorb. But now that she is available, you brought her up, could be played here today after the quick hotfix, after the quick change at the start of 12-14. It feels like a lot of people have jumped off the bandwagon, but hey, we know very aggressive 2v2 lanes in the LPL, all in champions, Dagda. You're telling me suits some ADs in our league.
Yeah, I definitely think like for guys like Abel for an OMG, I think that could be someone that we might see pick it up. But we actually had a discussion about this in the podcast, and I think Ox brought up some really good points, which was like, hey, you know, when you're looking at potentials for dives, when you look at people that want to be far more aggressive, it can be a bit difficult for Nyla because she's a melee champion in that bot side. You don't get the priority that you need. Then leaning in towards things like early dragons can be a bit of a pain. Trying to get control for Rift Tower can be a bit of a pain. So I definitely think it'll be more of a niche pick that people look for. But if you actually do want to pick it up, especially towards things like that initial Rift Tower, I think having a champion that provides extra experience to the support can be incredibly valuable. Because if you pair with something like a Seraphine, suddenly you get like level 6 early before that Rift Herald fight, where a lot of supports are only still level 5. You bring an extra ultimate to the equation, that could be the one that changes it.
I've seen some really dumb combos like the Yumi, right, as well. As we look at RNG's roster, you guys all know this by now, let's be real. If you didn't know Breathe was in the top lane and traded off for Bin, well, I don't think you've been watching LPL enough this split. He's been a great addition, and the rest of RNG have been a powerhouse. Now sitting at 11-2. Welcome back to Breathe, to Wei in the jungle as well. Only one Wei, not two. Xiaohu in mid lane, Gala and Ming your bottom lane, as you would expect. Powerhouses in their own right. And Dagda, as we look at RNG back on the stage, a quick little revisit to how RNG have been going in their earlier games. We were talking about the easy schedule to finish off, but RNG even coming across some of their big top dogs, right? JDG, anyone's legend worth mentioning, EDG, LNG, Top Esports they took to game number 3. They almost beat V5 earlier in the split. Like, RNG have done really well, while IG maybe not so much when they started. Pretty promising too.
Yeah, I think the biggest worry for RNG was that they end up slumping against all of our top teams, right? Because they lost to V5 early, they lost to Top Esports, but being able to pick up that win against JDG gave a lot of confidence, I think, to fans that RNG are still a team that can contend with those top spots, just because they had kind of been struggling a little bit to get themselves situated in the meta. Whereas I think when we look across at IG, adding Mole into the roster has been such a massive upgrade for this team. The mid jungle now looks incredibly strong, and I think with the fact that you're going up against Wei and Xiaohu, this is going to be a massive boon for Invictus Gaming. It's just a case of still trying to clean up in those team fights, because that seems to be where they are struggling the most, is that coordination when it comes to those neutral objective fights.
I think for IG, especially with Mole in the roster, right, we know the experience this guy brings. Previously on V5, the mid laner as well, adding a lot of spice into the element of that bottom lane. So as I still get used to Wink sitting as support, I still I can't get my mind wrapped around it, even though it has been like 5 weeks now. It definitely feels like for IG to test out RNG's early game, this is going to be one to look forward to, especially since, Dagda, when we talk about RNG, we're not like, man, their lanes are so good. First 15 minutes, holy crap, like, this team is psychopaths. It's like, no, RNG do well. They do well in their lane. They're not like a top esports, like a V5, right? It goes well.
It is really funny, though, because when you actually look at RNG in general, because you're like, oh, they're a super slow team. Like, it doesn't really matter that much. They're still, like, first in the league for kills 15. Like, they still actually kill people a lot. It's just that it tends to be more so like, hey, they take a big Rift Herald fight that gets them 3-4 kills in the early stages, rather than it being something like, oh, we're constantly aggressing around the map, we're looking for dives, we're looking for plays. So it is a much slower pace of game. And I think that's where IG might be able to step up the pace a bit and try and get these early leads. But I think they are actually going to be suffering a little bit from the changes in the patch on 12-14. The fact that Talia is the most played champion for Mole, and she got hit in the patch as well, means that that was 12-13. But the fact that she was still hit, I think, is like going to give a little bit of struggle towards IG in trying to keep control over the push and keep control over how well they can match against Xiaohu, because you know that you have to ban certain things away from Xiaohu, like the Lissandra. He's been getting a lot of bans for. He's actually got a very similar champion pool in things like the Talia, the Ari, these kind of things he can bring to the board as well. So I definitely think trying to prioritize these mid laners as we're about to get into pick and ban is going to be massively important.
I like that you bring up the Lissandra, because 57% of the time RNG take a Lissandra ban. That's a lot. Remember, we're in a meta of still like the Zeris, the Kallistas, even the Renatas up until now. The Lucian Nami Dagda you were talking about. Wukong's still there as well. But no, Lissandra takes priority. And against IG, Dagda, an even better stat. 83% of games, IG get this Nidalee banned against them as well. So Shun, once again, getting banned out. Even though he's 0-3 on the champion, most teams are still respecting.
It is kind of funny though, Leanne kind of ran him around the place on the Nidalee pick, but Shun still getting the respect bans. Poppy and the Talia banned away from IG though, a lot of respect given towards that mid lane, while we're getting more of those AD carry bans taken away. So Wukong rising up in priority because things like the Poppy and the Talia are gone. Same with picks like the Lee Sin that can struggle against both those picks. So certainly opening up the jungle pool substantially by having these picks taken off the board. And then obviously things like the Zeri, who has been relatively strong on that bot side, still going to be there. The Lucian Nami, Aphelios, all starting to rise in priority as well.
Okay, well, Wukong is one. Wei is 7-0 on the pick, so I'm not too surprised that they want to get that off the board. But Dagda, you talked about it before. The Zeri you quickly mentioned. The Lissandra that has to be banned against RNG. A lot of options here for this first pick.
Ari as well could also just be a case of, hey, we want to take this away from Mole. So there's a lot of questions. I think that is the cool thing about the last couple of patches, is that it does feel like first pick is far more about, hey, what are we most comfortable with? And that was not what I expected to be in at all. I had named about 6 different champions, and 5 would never even cross my mind as a first pick.
Wow, okay, well, 12-14, I'm not even going to say there's a change, but Dagda, I am going to say that RNG have got their own agenda as they go straight for the jungle after losing 2 of their own. IG on the other side, though, Aphelios is still being top tier. Dagda, what are you partnering this with, or are you looking for jungle in response?
Well, I was going to say I think you go for jungler response just because it means that if RNG decide to go with something a little bit wacky, like say they take their mid laner and an AD carry here or something like that, well then you're kind of caught out because you won't have a jungler if you end up taking a matching support here. So I imagine they will just go for the match, although they're having a lot of think about it. Jarvan was buffed on 12-14 and did get some play over in the LEC yesterday by Yankos, but not going to be the case. We are just going to stick with the Nautilus. So you always have the option here for RNG to go towards like an Ari or something in the mid lane, or take something that you want in that mid lane, pick up your own AD carry. You still got plenty of supports that are still going to be able to pair relatively well in that bottom side, and you're kind of forcing IG to go, hey, you either match jungle or you match mid lane, and we'll be able to ban away one of those aspects.
I just like, though, that you raised the Ari contention here, and RNG are going to do what you suggested, take it away from Mole, rather than pull up something like the Lissandra that Xiaohu's known for. But Mole also plays Lissandra Dagda, and a lot of the time it has been the go-to matchup to kind of mitigate when we get into those fights. But I'm just more curious now about what RNG round out with, and the Gwen comes through, so we don't ever get a bottom lane for RNG.
Yeah, I'm surprised that we don't. So maybe we're kind of looking towards things like the Zyra Khan and these kind of things for RNG's bot lane.
Oh, yeah.
Because at the moment, you're going, hey, look, you're probably going to take your jungler here, or maybe you take that Lissandra in the mid lane role, right? But then you start to go, okay, IG ban away AD carries because that's the most prevalent lane. So take away something like the Jinx, take away things like the Zeri. But I think there's still a lot of options here for RNG's bot lane, like Sivir, still hyper prominent, very good against the Aphelios as well because of her AoE damage, and also just the fact that she can push the wave very effectively against them. So I'm not too worried about RNG's likelihood of finding anything in the bot side.
I just like that Zera gets the second ban phase, though. Again, a lot shifted around since the last couple of patches where she was a must in the first pick or ban phase. Lissandra actually getting banned by RNG is an interesting one, Dagda, as we didn't get to touch on the fact that Zika pulled the Jax into the Gwen lane. We can hit on that and how IG play around it momentarily, but I want you to run me through the priority for IG with this 4th pick and what RNG should do to mitigate what seems to be the mid lane role pick.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm IG, I'm eyeing up something like a Sylas here. Like, does very well into the R. You don't get that mid lane priority, right? But I still think you've got a ton of strong ultimates there in the Gwens. You've got not the Assault and Battery, what's it called? The Cease and Desist as well. Even the Spirit Rush as well from Mari is fantastic. So I think Sylas would probably be a good pick here. They are going to ban the LeBlanc, which is a respect for Mole, but I still think Sylas is a phenomenally strong pick, especially when you're playing such a short-range, bruiser-heavy composition with good engage coming through from the Nautilus. I think Sylas just works wonderfully here.
And when you have those 2 AP ultis in the solo lane, Spirit Rush on Sylas looks so funny, but it is so much fun. The gap close insane, and the AP from the needlework in Gwen too. We're going to get jungle though, Dagda, so mid is getting left to last. While RNG's bottom lane, we're still questioning, but you did bring up that this duo could be looking at the old favorites of Lucian Nami.
Yeah, I mean, it's been something that's creeped up a lot in 12-14 because it's something that when you get rid of like Callistas and Dravens, it can actually play hyper aggressive in the lane. And also the fact that you want to be trying to play around your bot side in this meta. Dragons are so incredibly valuable right now. So the fact that you have this strong bot lane with an early aggressive jungler in the Vi means you can try and play heavily towards that bot side. But might be getting something that's kind of creeped out of favor for people who are incredible on it, like Xiao, who we might get the Vex here, which I kind of like because I think you've got like a lot of dashes that are on RNG's side. Vex does well into that style, and also a quite heavy dive composition. So Vex going to be trying to see if she can buy space for the Aphelios in the back line.
Okay, Dagda, so dive you already mentioned there, building space for Aphelios, which is on. So run me through a little bit about how RNG work then, because we see a lot of snowballing here. The Vi as well is picked to gank, not to sit back and chill. Feels like for RNG, tempo built into the mid game is what we'd expect to say every draft, and this doesn't really look like an exception.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what they want. To try and play around this bottom side, allow Lucian Nami to bully their way into the matchup, play for early dragons with the push you should have in mid and bot side, and try and just play for what has been, as you say, RNG's playstyle for the longest of times. Like, they have the 4th house dragon control in the league. This extension on this patch could actually end up suiting them, where they just continue that dominance around the bottom half of the map.
You have to say, again, dragons meaning so much, the Lucian Nami the priority, and RNG playing right where it hurts. Gal's been having a phenomenal split, and Ming, kind of just the usual, right, has always been a core carry on RNG. But RNG aren't here to sit back and relax. RNG are here to try and lock in that top 2 spot. As Dagda said at the start of the show, if RNG get top 2 and they're in that position where they can finish off 3rd in playoffs, Worlds is coming. RNG finishing 1st in spring, and this matchup just another part of the train that its final destination is on the world stage. In a very good position while IG aren't. IG at 4-9, they are looking at playoff elimination. If they lose this series and then wait for one of our teams, which evidently will get to 7 wins, to lock their spot out. It all comes down to this for IG as we go on to Summoner's Rift, and we welcome you to your match of the week day. It ain't RNG IG from history, Dagda, but I'm hoping it has the same vibe. When these two always used to go to Game 3 and used to put out insane performances back in the rookie Shy days as well.
Especially for both these squads, where for RNG, who are trying to chase JDG, where game difference is the factor, they will want the 2-0. For IG, who are trying to chase teams like OMG, who are now 7-8, TT, FPX, BLG, and potentially IG, all going to that 7-9 spot. Game difference is going to be a massive factor. So both teams want to come in and crush their opponents. We'll have to see if IG can topple the MSI champions, or if RNG will continue to strive towards that top 2.
It looks like a big ask, right? For IG, it's been a very developmentary split. If you're just tuning in now for the first time, Invictus Gaming, their whole selling point was the fact that, you know, the bottom lane 2v2 looked really strong in lane. Zika was ramping up a bit, and Shun was just having these 1v9 carry performances. But even though they're on a win streak now, IG have fallen short in the middle of the split, and as we talk about, it's kind of dire straits at the moment. Now, Dagda, we're talking about comps coming out of drafters. Hey, what, production.
Okay.
Production.
All right.
Just flexing. Okay, I get it. You can squat 500 kilos. All right, we get it. That's a big deal. We're just looking at jungle paths for the time being, Dagger. I don't know. I'm just overwhelmed.
I'm just loving this. This is
on
great.
Christmas.
Like, we get back into the studios, and instantly production is like, all right, lads, I've got my setup. Let's do it. But yeah, exactly. But we have to see as I like that they're kind of showing the split, or sorry, they're not the split map. The fact that both junglers are moving down to the same side of the map, because it definitely feels like, as we said for RNG, they want to try and play around this bottom side of the map. For Shun, he's going to want to try and interrupt that. Now, he's going for a much slower clear path. You can see he's going to have his Gromp into his buff and may actually start moving back up towards this top side of the map. So at the moment, Shun might actually be trying to avoid this bottom side of the map just because he knows that Gal and Ming, as they hit 3, are going to be incredibly scary.
Yeah, again, that level 3 all-in kind of crazy. Dagda, while you're talking, I was looking at the scoreboard. I'm like, why is everyone 0-0-0? It's now been fixed up, of course, a slight error with our spectator. That's what happens. You can have one cool thing, but sometimes things are going to break the process. And I was wondering, I'm like, why does Arn not have his first item? But he's okay for now, and we do get a relevant update in the CS with bot side already winning out. And Dagda, Gala and Ming moments away from hitting that level 3, while Shun won't be able to get down here clearly with the ward and a brush to spot him out, but maybe he doesn't want it. Maybe they want to go for the invade on Wei, who first picked this fight with the Vault Breaker out. IG just threatened him.
Yeah, so nice job just playing off the fact that Mole had that pretty breathe incredibly low in this top side. I had to do a quick double take to see if Zik had actually taken the Ignite in this matchup, because if he had, that would have been one dead Gwen.
Tell you what, the Ignite you said he could have taken, that would have been it. Breathe at least has a TP, but still the threat already when Zika is the one who got counterpick in this lane. Well, you can see the response with all the commotion topside. Dagda Wei is down here as a level 4 Vi with no counter jungle in place.
Yeah, the wave is pushing into RNG as well, and with that creep down, you can have Wei sneak into the bush. Ming trying to look juicy for Wig, but I feel like Wig, he's been playing with Ming. He knows his tricks.
Oh, dude, the old friends are going to become quick rivals as Wei still not spotted out. The wave pushes there as Arns just used Gravitum. He's out of mana as the wave's going to be cleared up, but they're walking away at this point. It's always hard when Wei's in a cast. We get IG staying safe though, Dagger, and that's the main thing. I guess that was a bit close for comfort.
No, but nicely done by Honor Wing to not overextend, especially for Wing, to not fall for Ming's tricks. Ends up meaning that Wei now has wasted time on this bottom side, doesn't get either Scuttle, still has his Gromp on that top side of the map as well, so we now reset and move back up into this top side. Whereas when you look at Shun, he's already had his reset, he's back on the map, and can actually use his time to see if he can make some plays. And again, with Dragon starting to spawn, it feels like as Shun makes his way bot, you should be looking for a play there, but I see Wink has actually moved topside off the reset, so I don't think we care about bot lane right now.
Going to be spotted on a ward though, but Breeze is already so far out and he's only got the Ignite. That ain't going to help him closer distances. In a 1v3 he tries, but there is no needlework available and he's not near the minion wave to make the play turn around. Gwen is crazy, and even with the Ignite, it gets close, but first blood over to Shun with a 3-man run.
The thing is though, Gal and Ming now get a lot of alone time on this bottom side, so should be able to get a play for themselves, but still big advantages for Zika. And this is kind of the old school style that we used to see with IG back in spring, where they would give a lot of these resources to Zika in this top side of the map and kind of leave the AD carry to his own devices. It ended up working out relatively well when they're able to play split push, but we'll have to see if they can try and make that work once more now that we're on to the new patch.
I didn't get to ask you, Dagda, because, you know, we did briefly mention it. There was a lot of turret dive. There was a lot of all-in from IG. But in terms of playing this game out with the Jacks, I wanted to ask you a little bit about, before we get any action, of course, about how they can use Zika now that he's in a comfortable position in lane.
Yeah, so I think the big thing is trying to see if you can use him towards creating a lot of pressure on the side lane and removing Breed from team fights. Because when you actually get to the later portion of the game, Jax has a great time into the Gwen. He's able to remove a lot of that early damage coming through from the Gwen, because a good chunk of her, well, I think a good chunk of her old damage was locked up in that skip and slash, which is where she'd get a lot of ramp up damage from her E based on her auto attacks, which Jax could dodge from the Counter-Strike. Now as we start to see that change over from the Gwen though into that new one-shot style with the likes of the ultimate, where she's going for like the early Void Staff, she's going for Shadow Flames, really just trying to hit hard with that ultimate. Jax's Counter-Strike actually does come in and nullify a lot of that damage because he gets 25% reduced damage from AoE abilities as well. So at least for Zika, as this game goes on, he gets things like the Divine Sunder, gets a Blade of the Rune King. He should be able to avoid a lot of that damage, or at least tank a lot of that damage, and still be able to beat out Breed in the long run, being able to heal it back up.
Okay, so playing towards that side, I mean, for Zika already, we're talking about the lane. While we're on our screens, just watching IG's map movements. RNG with a really well-placed ward behind mid lane. We're able to spot out the roam from Wink yet again, and Mole as well with his all-in, which shouldn't by his side. They set up the bottom lane, we get her back, and IG now have to forfeit that very valuable Drake to start with an Infernal Dragon, with Ming and Gala once again having to shove here, Dagda. So we're going to get Cloud next, but more valuably, the stats go over to RNG to open up this game, and in a perfect time before the Herald spawns in 15 seconds.
And that's the thing, like, don't forget, this Inferno Dragon now does 6% bonus attack damage and ability power. So, especially for people like Gala and Ming who want to be aggressive in that lane, that's a significant help. But you can see IG still trying to play around this top side. They will just back away, feel like, for the moment, with 3 members of RNG here.
Both mid laners not seeing each other, the Spidey senses tingling, but giving the room for Zika to get 2 whole plates on this Jax. All right, game plan from IG set in motion. They won't hover around the Herald for now, but at the very least, with that push out, with the good timing, it looks like IG will have a bit of an item advantage here, especially in the top side, Dagda, to move down and try and get the tail end of this one.
Yeah, because Mole went for the quick reset, means he should have the advantage in items, but look at the minimap. Gala and Ming getting that first roam off the bot side means they should be the RNG objective, and this is the kind of game plan you expect.
Mole's going to come back with the Shadow Surge onto Gala. Good burst, but you got an army by your side. Tidal Wave hits him up. It's a double flash. And RNG's bottom lane all in, baby. Is Xiaohu through the circle, dodging everything. Now behind enemy lines himself. And RNG with a quick couple as the needlework threatens more. 5 members still alive, and IG get forced out with quick burst traits.
And this is what we talked about. Oftentimes we see RNG with these big kill leads, but it's from these neutral objective fights. 2 kills picked up for RNG in that equation. The Rift Tower will go across. On will answer for 2 plays on the bot side, so the Aphelios will not go home empty-handed. But that was definitely a big win for RNG, and a lot of this stemming from the fact Gala and Ming got this early roam off. Mole, bit of a whoopsie here, getting caught out, tries to go in aggressive, but Ming, brilliant ultimate there to catch him out, sets up perfectly for Gala, and as well Xiaohu then following up on towards Shun here, making sure that the jungler for IG can't be involved.
I mean, you also get yourself the Herald, as we're seeing, and that's 200 local gold now, Dagda. 12-14. Not only are Dragons more valuable, but Shelly as well sets up a surprise party too. So with that extra gold, now for RNG, might not be ahead, but catching up to the earlier kill that IG picked up in the top side. The CS difference in the top side too. Not too bad, Dagda, not too bad at all, considering that it did go to Ming and Wei by the looks of it, but RNG are in a good position in this early game when we did talk about them wanting to snowball the lead a little bit. Hang on, Gale Force in the bottom lane. Grabbed him there from Arn as cleansed immediately, no ult in return.
Yeah, wasn't sure where Shun was, wasn't sure where Wink was, so Gala will respect the presence from IG. But that's the thing, IG committing towards this bottom side. I'm curious to see exactly what Wei is going to do with this Rift Herald, because as we start to creep on with the 2 minutes until Dragon, it feels like trying to get more gold into Gala and Ming on this bottom side is probably going to be your best bet for RNG. Yep. Also, the fact you can use that presence on bot side to then lean into Dragon is going to be massive for them. So IG trying to kind of catch out RNG before that and trying to get some sort of presence on this bottom side, I think is their best bet, which is what we're seeing them moving in here as a 4-man unit to get vision on the bot lane.
Really nice setup, due diligence, while Mole might be threatened while he's taken out a control ward. Wei's over the wall, but hasn't been spotted out yet. Now as he comes over with the Vault Breaker, they got him. As IG have themselves a 3-man down on the bottom side. Gala and Ming playing safely, and that's all you can ask them to do at this point in the game. Dagda, we've got a minute 10 until Dragon. I love that IG were just dotting the I's, crossing the T's, but now as Mole runs in, safe by Shun, not really. Cease and desist while we get a 2v2 at the bottom lane. Great flash from Arn, though. Ming's going to drop down with a depth charge as well. Culling avoiding while Shun is being flashed on. This fight didn't go well for IG, but the bottom side did. As Wink and Arm want to make sure it's not too much of a beneficial trade. Relentless pursuit once again. Gala heading forward, but RNG making short work. And now the Xiaohu's 3-0.
Yeah, Xiaohu is huge in this one. 3-0 now with 35 seconds until the next dragon. Should be able to push in this wave and then still be able to help out on this bottom side. Low health bar on Wink and also Gala, though, means that you'd have to be careful here as RNG on this bottom side. You won't get time for a reset here for Gala because they want to focus this next dragon. But catching up on the replay here, this was just Mole face checking. The funny thing is, like, I want to give out to Mole, but you kind of see the exact same story on the bottom side, where Ming goes to face check for the vision as well and ends up going down. But still, RNG are coming out ahead in these trades, like 2 for 1 again, just like we saw at the Rift Herald, and it's making such a massive difference.
Double replay as well. Yeah, we do get to see a similar face check, but Arn's flash dagger of the tidal wave was quite clean.
Very well done. And now we get to watch it again, Hysterics, because Dragon is up and available. Rift Herald is about to time out from Way, so we got to see him try and plunk that down somewhere. Looks like it will be mid lane, as Gala did eventually go for that reset. So I think RNG going to wait a couple seconds here until Gala can get out of base before they commit with this Rift Herald.
Trying to fully bowl again. Here's the cease and desist. Charm, Everfrost. Does Mole get to move only slightly towards the end? Pot save lives as Zika now trying to do the same Shadow Surge in, but he ain't taking that. As Zika has to pop the ulti as well. RNG staying healthy enough with Herald Dagger, as you mentioned. Now going to be dropped down. The second dragon still standing there. And RNG get priority off the back of an attempted pick.
Yeah, and I want to commend Wave for the way he's been playing around this vision, because he's been using the Q to get over the walls. But yeah, they'll be alright. He's using the Qs to get over the wall and play around the known vision of IG. So really well played by RNG as a whole to continuously find these picks in the mid lane, despite the amount of vision IG have committed to the area.
Close to Arn getting caught out as well. IG having a lot of it actually. As Way once again with the Vault Breaker. Arn gonna get smashed into. He's so active on this fight. There's a reason they first picked it, as Arn tries the 200 years, but Xiaohu's standing beside him. Needlework in the top side. Meanwhile, Ignite down. One more available, but Zika's out of range. Breed now starting to turn the matchup as well as Shun giving up on the bottom side, trying to get top, but Breed ain't gonna give them the chance.
This mid jungle, though, of RNG has been so painful for IG. Every single time they try and move, it feels like they're running into Wei and Xiaohu. Really well done by that duo for RNG. And now, second dragon to their name, getting a bit of a gold lead for themselves. 5 kills to 2, and 4 of them are on Xiaohu. I guess we're going to be looking at the Xiaohu show as per usual here with RNG.
As you said, Way setting him up. I mean, there's got to be a reason. They first picked this buy. In a meta, we're talking about, okay, strong bottom lanes, like really hyper-aggressive champions. Well, we also know Viadagda ganks the hell out of the early game. And with all the tools now for RNG, as you said, Xiaohu moving to his second item with 8 stacks on the Dark Seal. Mole is 0-2 on this Vex that we rarely ever see, and is struggling to build his first item. Dagda, diving's one thing, but getting dove right now might be the reverse with RNG's lead they're building up.
And the thing is, you're seeing RNG hit really big spikes. Like the Imperial Mandate Gale Force for the bottom lane is such a massive advantage for them. Because Xiaohu's been accelerated, he's very quickly working towards a Shadow Flame, which means he's going to be skyrocketing incredibly quickly in this game as well. So it all starts to become a little bit of an issue now for IG, because you're waiting for 3 items on. You're waiting for Zika to become that late game, especially when you've invested all these resources into him. And Wei has started up the Rift Herald here, but he's got to be careful because you don't have priority in mid lane right now.
Yeah, the wave is, after it crashes, Gala and Ming able to pick it up, but you're exactly right. With Xiaohu up in the top side trying to spend time on the wave so they feel a bit more comfortable, they are going to get this Herald as IG respect and back off. Dagda, they're looking for a mid play themselves while a camera hovers bottom, hoping that something happens there. While second Herald, that now is also more valuable, is going to be picked up by RNG. So still 1,000 gold lead, and IG just trying to find a piece of the puzzle to get themselves back in some kind of foundation in this game, when it all looks so well in the early game.
And that's been the biggest...
I can't pause for a second because Lucian Nami, Shadow Surge, it's a 3-man from Mole, Everfrost as well. This is the turn. We said they were looking for something, and they might have just found it with IG starting it off, giving Mole the kill. and the second going over. Meanwhile, Wei is going to take down the 80 carry, but a 1 for 2 ain't bad, with mid lane turret now going to be the profit for loss.
Nice job from IG to identify that there wasn't really map pressure for RNG on the board. When you look at top side, Xiaohu hadn't actually got that wave crashed in top side, so Mo was able to roam mid. Shouldn't have been hovering out of vision on this bottom side, so he's able to collapse as well. And you still keep Zika threatening on the bot lane as well. So overall, great turnaround plays from IG, and that's going to even up our gold.
1-2-1 now. The Vex a little bit more relevant. As you said, gold even as we look at the replay and we look at the angle after Wei started it going in deep.
Yeah, so you can see here IG have said, look, we can trade towers top and bot, so if we take this fight, we can just create the numbers advantage with Mole because we spot a breathe on that bottom side. So IG recognizing that they can create this number advantage and move on, and I think it's a great upgrade to see from IG, because I was about to say one of the biggest issues has been actually finding cross maps, like looking to use the map to their advantage, especially when you're looking at like how RNG have been playing thus far with getting things like these Rift Heralds and IG not having a response. But right there we saw that they have been able to find at least one.
So now I want to talk about this third dragon, because with IG evening up the gold a little bit, you know, we got to Seeker's arm guard for Mole as well. We do have some resistances, some extra damage with mythics being completed. I wanted to ask you a little bit about how this setup goes, as IG is stepping on toes right now, and Dagda, how IG can potentially win a fight.
I think for RNG, it's going to be a case of trying to toss down the Rift Herald quickly in mid. Again, create presence there, because with...
Is there going to be a fight? Yeah, well, his Crescent Guard's now down, and the cooldown not exactly the shortest at this point, so maybe Dagda, that question goes out the window.
Yeah, because it's going to... Okay, so RNG plunk Rift Herald, they threaten tier 2 in mid because tier 1's already low. But now IG, I was like, okay, maybe they can find some way to push in mid aggressively with the composition, try and have Maul play on flank, and maybe you can look for a pick as RNG try to set up here, but that becomes incredibly difficult now because Rift Herald, as you can see, used now with 30 seconds left. Everyone is on the tower, will get a charge onto the tier 2, and now you got to figure out as IG, well, how do we try and fight back with RNG who gain so much space?
Well, he's got so much more health. Jun had no ulti as well, gets stunned up by the Herald. Healed up, but Arnold is getting dove again, way close to the kills. It's a 4-man, now 5-man with TP is coming through, and Big Bad Zeke's here. Jack starting to bop heads, making it a 3 versus 5, but Gwen doing Gwen things even without the needlework. IG's health bars are low as Xiao is still a massive unit. Breeze still in the kills as Shun's going to be up next with the fear. Absolutely glorious. Han's still alive as Xiao's got the trade kill. Flashed away with 2v2 left standing. The brawls begin here in our first game.
RNG went too deep and Wink takes it back against his counterpart in Ming. Great hooks, great stopwatch, and great performance from IG to gain this next dragon. That's exactly what they needed to do, punish RNG as they went for the picks.
I mean, it's good because IG as well, stopping the dragon stacking in this 12-14 patch. We look at RNG bringing to the TP though. Wei has mobility, so does Xiaohu, but Spirit Rush not available. Hexgate used by Ming, who wants to get an Aqua Prison on. Good kiting away as he gets the stun up. And IG again, no, not going to deny this one as they get hit mid-air. But still, you have multiple charges as Mole is chasing up. Fears galore. Now Wink with the innovative use of the Hexgate. It continues. The depth charge, not up either, but a dredge line to connect. At the very least, IG stifle RNG Dagda, who now have a theme of just keep going so deep.
And don't forget, this was RNG who started off twice now, and they get punished. So going way too deep on this play. They see Mole and Zika think, okay, well, we're going to be fine to go for the play in mid, but TP comes through. They don't get the kill on Wink, buys a ton of space, and again, Wei's dead. This pick composition for RNG is not coming together at all.
Dagda, Mole's now 5-2. This was a 0-2 start on the Vex. Xiaohu is being matched. And when you said IG like to dive, now that they have a lead, now that they've got control of this game, I'm curious to see this pace elevate because we know comps like this, the snowball is so hard to stop.
And that's the thing for RNG, they've been trying to play through picks with Wei and Xiao, who use the advantages that these two picked up, but IG's vision control has let them spot them every time, and now 4 versus 5, what can RNG do?
Is Gala going to be one of the boys? Is he going to bring that emote out, flex the 6-pack? What was the charm come through? It's going to be Xiao, actually who's the chatters. Now to the Baron's getting dicey needlework through. Oh my god, only just for Shun as they turn around with Arn still being alive, but Shun's ulti glorious, but Gala's out because of it. Zika aren't on the back end. Shun now running for his life. IG may have gotten the Baron, but RNG still with so much mid-game damage. Shun barely alive, but Wei's going to punch him in the face, and Shun now going down with a scar. He's buying time, Dagda, but please, someone put him out of his misery. As
Keep
actually,
going, Shun! Don't
he's
listen
still
to them!
alive.
Keep
All right,
going!
Dagda, what am I to say? IG getting base kills in the meantime. He might eventually die, but look at the time he delayed.
But again, Wei comes back to die, so you end up trading junglers for junglers at the end of it. On will die, unfortunately. Mole will go down as well, so only 2 members of IG will keep the Baron buff alive. But crucially, it is on Zika, who is getting to a point with that hull breaker. He's able to play heavily against the Gwen in the side lane. But we'll see it here, right? Wink gets charmed, gets Galad, and then IG stuck in the pit here. They burst down the Baron, so unfortunately, as Mole goes in, look at the health on, look at the health on Zika. Everyone's just trying to run for the hills here instead. And Shun, I'm not going to lie, Shun survived way longer than he should have.
Oh, yeah.
I never believed he was going to get out. But, like, having this rigmarole as he just dodges, ducks, dives, and dips, and dodges his way around is fantastic.
Oh, God. We look at the dive from Wei, trying to kill Arn, and Arn does die, but it's a trade to that Bop and Jax. As you said, the whole break of the Sundra, almost 3 items actually picked up, and we did talk a lot about what he's going to be able to do in a side lane versus Gwen late game. Dagda with the whole breaker stats as well. We're already seeing it beginning, a 2-level lead as well, as he's 40 CS over Breathe on Gwen, which is one of Breathe's best champions, we should know.
Yeah, and that's where you actually have a problem here for RNG, because again, Zika does have the Baron buff up and available, at least for another minute, but I don't think they're going to be able to get too much out of it, as it looks like IG again trying to prevent Wei from finding success.
Yeah, needs to go away at this point, honestly. He's been caught out so many times deep in enemy jungle as IG have been moving as a unit. But Dagda, I was going to note, some of the strong members on each side, because we're gearing up for another dragon fight as Gala stops his reset and IG move in for Vision. A minute to go. Xiaohu now with 18 stacks on the Magi's. He's also got the Blighting Jewel ready for a Void Staff. But Mole with the Zonya's Hourglass on Vex, creme de la creme, we all know. And we look at Zika picking up the Frozen Heart. Still no third item on Breed Dagda. Is there anyone else you want to highlight and any conditions we should know about before we get into this third dragon for RNG or second for IG?
It's the early resets that are really appreciated from IG there, where they now are going, they've reset at a minute and a half, then make sure that they're moving into their own jungle before the dragon spawns, so that then they can't have RNG look for these picks as easily as they would like. You can see even here Mole making sure that he's fine. And as long as IG can try and take a front-to-back fight, I think they're in a better position. But they still have to be careful, because like Ming, Gala can do a lot of work. Xiaohu as well, 18 stacks on this Magi's.
Oh, caught out. Wink taking a lot of damage, but look on the side. I mean, Zika's taking on the army right now. Spins his paddle pop, and we're going to see if Zika can get back in. Now, the poke for RNG has done enough as Shadow Surge goes wide. A big moment for IG in this first game as the old rivals head face to face, but IG are going to back away from this one. Wink gets so low, and it looks too dangerous, Dagda, so Soul Point will be acquired by RNG.
With Gala and Ming's ultimate down, I actually think that could have been the fight for IG, where maybe they could have taken it to RNG, but the fact that Shadow Surge went wide, Mole getting a little bit antsy, means that they lose out on one of their own big ultimates, and they will eventually back away. Wink, as you say as well, being very low, means he's basically one combo and dead.
Here we go. Spirit Rush is available, though. Everfrost, and maybe I shouldn't expect something from 2 champions who can bop their way out of things. Xiaohu just sitting in the side lane for now, as looks like RNG want to get priority down here. And you can see why, Dagda. For now, IG have so much deep vision on this bottom side of the map. Baron's not up for a minute 45. I was going to ask you a little bit of how the mid-game operates for RNG, still with a lot of resources, because we know they have great pick. We know they have a Lucian, an Ahri, a Vi. Like, their mid-game still very strong, despite the fact that IG have been pulling ahead.
Yeah, I think we're seeing kind of the classic that RNG like to do when they have Ahri, which is they'll often send Xiaohu against the biggest side lane threat on the enemy side. In this case, it's going to be Zika, because one of the big things that Ahri has is, well, great wave clear, obviously, right? But also, she's incredibly safe on side lanes. Because she has access to the Spirit Rush, the Charm, the Everfrost, it's really difficult to lock her down. So oftentimes you'll see Xiao, who it feels like matching on sides, trying to find the push against Zika, and then seeing if he can threaten in towards picks in the enemy jungles, establish vision control. But with Baron up in a minute's time, it looks like at the moment, at least, they want to keep Xiaohu with the squad and see if he can maybe find those picks as both sides are trying to establish control around that neutral objective.
I mean, he's also got a 50 CS lead, also has an item advantage at this point. You know, count Majai's as half an item all you will for 1650, but still with 18 stacks, it's going to feel close to a rabbit on shortly. Xiaohu being the hope is nothing new for RNG. For IG, look at their counterpart now picking up Void Staff, so a lot of added strength as well. RNG now moving into the river, as you talked about, Dagda, 25 seconds to go. And after they clear this wave, again going deep, making sure that they threaten IG out. This is going to be the biggest question with level 16 yet to be hit by Xiaohu or Breathe. I'm just wondering when Breeze's also going to get that third item, which seems pretty important at this point.
But I mean, as long as there's this continuous push-pull, it feels like IG should be able to keep themselves established. Zika, though, trying to see if he can find a flank playing in the dark side of the map for RNG. And IG, I like this. You've got Inferno. Just continue pushing waves. Prevent RNG from being able to start up that objective.
Take my red buff. Okay, it's going to be a fight to the death for it, as it's actually Zika who gets it. The rest of IG here, Way wanted to pick it up as Zika's still running forward, but Breathe is threatened out. He starts spinning the helicopter as Mole now in a position to set out the Shadow Surges. Gala goes in deep. The Shadow Surge doesn't connect. The Tidal Wave is great, but look who gets pulled in. It's Gala as IG secured the start of the fight, but it is an 80 carry trade as IG are burning down, but RNG are taking the worst of it as forward yet again. Sean doesn't know any bounds. Invictus Gaming are bringing the fire to our MSI champs.
Brilliant spot for IG to fight in there, making sure that they were able to keep themselves safe behind the walls. Are On and Mole pretty much untouched the entire way through that fight. And now IG pushing mid, leaning over towards the Baron, but RNG are here.
Wait. Okay, Way is just taking a Hex Gate out the back end. I mean, Arna has so many shurikens available, but I want to watch here for Xiaohu. Even without ulti, that man still hasn't died as Mole just walks around the corner to go golden. The rest of IG are pulling up, but Xiaohu gets yet another kill and is denied his Magi stacked by Zika. Massive bong from the man who wished he had a real weapon his way. Wants to steal over the wall, but it's secured. With the smite down, IG want to get out of there, but Breathe now into the back wall, running through for a needlework while Way is spotted out by the support. It gets close as RNG need to get the Baron off, but Breathe is going to go down. Way's come in late as Gala's now joined back in. This is all we fight for in the LPL. Blood rains from the heavens as Wink is now left by his team. 15 to 16 kills. That's my kind of league.
But this is so well played by IG. The rotations on the fight were fantastic. On tanks as much as he can, flashes over the wall, provides the leap out for Zika. Everyone on IG, apart from Wink, got out of that fight with the Baron buff. So it meant that, well, Mole going down early, I suppose, as well. But still, RNG now, they're actually in trouble. A 4K lead for Invictus Gaming. Dragon in 20 seconds. Baron for IG. IG's team fights have been spectacular. And so much of this has been coming from Wink, setting them up. But now, Winkless, IG approach the Dragon. 5 members strong for RNG. IG need to buy time for Wink to get here.
Of course he can go in though. Maybe they don't care. Zika's so strong at this point as the 4, almost 5 item Jax's Shadow Surge connects as well. Mole thinking about going in as Zika hits pretty hard. GA is available, remember, as Wink is taking a back route. Way threatens him out, but that Nautilus is part of the engage. Still we talked about as Zika still hovers around the side. Culling comes through, once again spinning, and the Moonlight Vigil set up perfectly. Zika is just a bait Way, and you got drawn in. Invictus Gaming. The Americans are going to say they're getting chills for this one, Dagda.
The dream is real! IG will not be denied by RNG so far in this series. Already picking up a massive lead for themselves. A second Dragon. 3 items for On. Jax is huge. IG. There's no, like this, I know it's only game 1, but this is so much better than I expected to see from them. Everyone is playing so well. Zika, this is a messy start, don't get me wrong. But the fact he manages to escape away, thanks to Mole threatening with that ultimate. And here, keep your eyes on Zika. RNG expect him to be resetting. He gets the stun onto Gala, sets up for the Infernum. The Divine Sunder proc rinses the RNG AD carry. And from that point forward, they just don't really have the damage to follow up. Breathe getting caught out immediately afterwards as well. And it was a clean 2 kills and Dragon for IG. Baron will fade, but they are still got control of the map here.
It's a 6k gold lead. IG are doing it. They've also denied that Dragon Soul. Nothing going well for RNG, and it doesn't matter. You change the roster, you change the parts. Apparently, IG are still going to be competitive with Royal Never Give Up. Now, it might be in their name, but at this point, Dagda, as you already pulled out, IG's team fighting is superb as Zika has no fear running forward. Counter-Strike activates Evasion. Evasion is a 1.5 second ability, Dagda, and it's been used pretty well. IG now backing off because they've taken off that inner turret in the bottom side. Excuse me, top. As Arn continues to clear out, not giving RNG any opportunity.
And not giving them any look in for a pick. Like, every time IG have gotten these advantages, they've grouped up, made sure to be as 5, and make sure that RNG can try and play for that 1-2 combo of Wei and Xiaohu, and that's kind of been the big difference maker here. Now, especially as On has that stopwatch, it becomes harder to try and threaten him on the back line. The Zhonya's for Mole, GAs for Shun and Zika, like, even the Zhonya's as well for Wing. The opportunity to, like, one-shot someone on RNG side is kind of dissipating right now.
Oh, God. It came off the back of Wei getting caught out so many times. A great early game of Xiaohu now going aggressive onto Mole, but Gala's just been popped as he starts it off.
Wait
and that TP. Oh, here comes the raid boss. Ming, how many people are going to heal in this fight? That's the question as Tidal Wave stops him in his track. Not a CC, but he has Guardian Angel and he's still not dead.
Why is
He's
he alive?
evading everything. Zeke's bought his time as Breed now relevant in the fight. He's got a double kill. RNG might be given a fight, but as he flashes on top, Gala with a great cleanse, Zika will drop. IG with 2 members in this mid lane as Arn goes forward but can't get the range. IG losing a fight, Dagda. RNG somehow holding on.
I don't think it's over yet, though. IG are still feeling this. They want to go.
Okay, Shun's going to run into him knowingly. Ming has run out of mana as Gala doesn't want to get nearby this Aphelios, and why would you? IG chasing around the corner as Wei tries to buy time, but RNG have successfully defended the onslaught of Invictus Gaming.
Very deep TP from Zika, and to give him his due, he survived a lot longer than I expected him to.
Right.
But I mean, look at where you're positioned on the map here, right? You actually have Shun over doing his wolves as this TP starts. Like, he has such a long way to try and catch up with this. Mole doesn't actually ends up hitting the Banshee's Veil with his spear or Shadow Surge. So there's just no real follow-up immediately when Zika needs it. And Breathe, that one-shot damage we were talking about from the ultimate, rinses the backline of IG before they even realize what's happened.
Well, RNG able to capitalize off the back of it, and even though it feels like it should be running to a close, it's still not over in this 39 kill game. 34 minutes on the board. We are approaching maximum capacity of build with Zika hitting that edge now as well. More of Malmortius finished. Look at Breathe up on the top side. He's 1 item away as well, so this Gwen is relevant in the fights as we just saw. But Dagda, Xiaohu, the person who once again has lost his Machai stack, is still not full build on this Ari that took over the early game. As for IG knowing they're in control, they're going to start up this Baron Dagda, and I truly wonder what comes forward from RNG.
Oh, this Baron scares me, but I don't know if I really want to see them go towards this. Oh, the Shadow Surge!
Ming flashes anyway, wasn't on target, but couldn't risk it. As Mole is denied. IG grouped up as a 5-man, but Wei's angle is peculiar. He could find something pretty big as Zika denies and says no. Gala running into the shacks without his GA available. As IG have them in a choke, they get the stun up. Wei engages on the other angle. Zika's going to get blasted out first though, as Ming is also down, but going forward onto Breathe this Gwen is targeted while Mole's low as well. RNG, the team fighting Kings, should not have an angle. But as they charge on in, now it's their own version of front to back as Mole's flashed on, going golden. Shun targeted now, Arn is dead. Xiaohu darting in and out, Gala doing the same. Royal truly never give up.
And they will take the fight, the ace for RNG in front of the Soul as well. And just like that, IG looked like they might have been able to do it, but they're dashed against the rocks. RNG do a brilliant job of finding separated skirmishes. Wei and Gala find Zika, no GA on the Jax. He gets taken out of the equation. Breathe finding so much damage. Look at the damage that's coming through from that ultimate. 2 ticks of the ultimate nearly kill Mole, which means Mole is now irrelevant. Wei, Gala, and Xiaohu finding success on the top side as well means that there's just nothing left in the tank for IG. RNG have so well played throughout this fight.
The gold's almost even. Not that it's that relevant at this point, but they also have Hextech Soul. Picked up the other neutral on the top side, as I just mentioned as well. IG now somewhat on the back foot. And I guess we're waiting for the upcoming Baron play from RNG. Then we look at Elder. We look at Barons following that. We are going to ultra late game, where everyone is approaching, as I said before, full build, bar some selected few. Gala as well, Dagda, now with the GA. While you look at the GAs, on cooldown on Invictus Gaming. I believe Zika is close to getting it back up, but Shun, Arn, both down here as RNG look to punish.
Yeah, and that's why they're trying to see if they can play aggressive here as RNG, use the fact that they are down, because they know that when Baron spawns, those GAs will be back up and available, and then the rigmarole starts again as you try and knock down the members of IG. But they are using this pressure well. Having that Hexo, you can clear out waves incredibly effectively. One auto attack on a slow means that it can lead to a pick for RNG.
Yahoo hitting the side as well. Shun's just run into this. Hang on, Shun. Don't end it too soon, as that'd be a disappointing way to end it. Ming running up for the Aqua Prison, but narrowly avoided by IG. This cannon minion doing work while the next wave popping in, but Dagda, this is the only wave they've got. Right now, mid is a bit of a slow push, top nowhere near. And so for RNG, betting it all on bridging the bottom side of the base.
And they have that power buff to flash from Wink.
Over. I love it, it's ambition, but now the needlework here as the tidal wave sets up for the Imperial Mandate. Breed running into the turret, just doesn't care. Gwen things here as he snips for the win. Shun running forward as Gala narrowly alive, but remember, the GA difference is huge. As Wei running forward doesn't have his own Wink getting a good dredge line, but Gala back up and available. Kiting it out as Xiaohu is still the master carry. RNG left with 3, IG with 4, but low health bars. The play stops there, and this 49 kill game is going to continue to roll on.
I'm loving this, Hysterics. The fact that IG as well keep their bot inhibitor means that there's no pressure on the map right now from super creeps that they can't try and look towards this outer dragon in 3 minutes. When Baron respawns as well, they hopefully will be able to keep that one safe. But watch this Wink, so close. But look at the follow-up engage here. Gala's health bar goes so incredibly low thanks to On, but not able to finish it out means that Gala gets to continue to play this forward. Shun just about missing with the wind becomes lightning, and that could have been the difference maker in this. But Gala having that GA comes back up, gets the reset, and IG then just backing away with those low health bars. But again, 2.5 minutes now until the Elder Dragon. RNG will more than likely try and put Breathe in mid, create pressure mid, try and get that bot inhibitor, because if they can get that, at least there's some pressure on the map for IG when these neutrals start to spawn.
Especially if it's in that dragon lane, right? We are looking at Elder and 215 as the next one as RNG group up. Knowing IG are visionless, doing their due diligence with the lenses. IG moving into a jungle that's not exactly theirs. RNG moving over a Warden Albo, and IG trying to set up a counter play. You look at Breathe on the top side, and as he sets up topside wave, Dagda, I think it's just kind of worth mentioning here that we do have Xiaohu back on 20 stacks of the Magi's. We still don't have Mole with his final item, but the GAs are back up here as Renaz is finished off by Arn finishing his whole set. But what I was going to say is the GA, now all 3 of them are available for IG again.
Well, maybe that'll deny a few kills. Mazel has just messaged me to confirm that this is the highest kill game of the split. And I'm not surprised with how bloody this has been. And I have to say, like, this is where you get to see how much this game matters to both these teams. RNG trying to guarantee themselves that top 2 by continuing to get this game difference over JDG, trying to catch them at the top of the table. And then IG trying desperately to keep their playoffs hopes alive. Rare Adam getting a major upset, keeping them alive. OMG losing to BLG. helping to keep them alive. IG know they've been given a miracle, and they want to make sure they can use it.
It looks so hard, but a setup here against RNG, a game one, would make all the difference as we're grouped up mid again. The Hex Tech Soul doing work, but Zika having the GA looking more ambitious than before. IG moving down this bottom side. Breed not with the team yet, but Xiaohu's poke is great as the culling. Sets it up as well. Wei jumps in, it's early. As the Dredge line janks out, but Breed now in the middle of the fight. Needlework does so much damage. As Arn now is the target, but Xiaohu has the Spirit Rush flash away onto Arn. GA, but they get the kill. Xiaohu is down, but look at the rest of it. RNG separate them, and the MSI champions never fail to disappoint when it matters.
The fact that that fight was so incredibly close. Wei looks like he gets caught out but manages to step away, and now RNG are barreling down the mid lane. They have the wave, they have 40-second death timers. RNG were threatened but unfazed will take game one.
This is the game you put EZ in all chat just to show lack of respect, but truly it was nothing easy for RNG. A 55 kill game. IG close to creating the upset, but RNG held on to the very end.
As always, the stoic RNG will rise from the table. That was an insane game to kick off our day. 55 kills across the course of that game. And what an achievement for RNG to bring that one back. In particular, Breathe. This one-shot Gwen build, I mean, it was one-tapping everyone. The amount of damage that was coming out from this Gwen in this game was absolutely unbelievable, especially when we got to those late-game fights.
True. The late-game fights that kept on going on and on and on. My takeaway from this was the fact that IG, you know, can be as deadly of a mid-game team. RNG were punished so well. But the fact that Xiaohu remained... What's the word, Dagda? So relevant, right? Xiaohu on this Ari was such a nuisance for IG members like Arn, like Mole as well. The team fights got really scrappy, and Ari loves these scrappy fights when she can start pulling off some of the resets.
Yeah, I think coming into this mid-game, IG, as they got that control, just needed one or two more kills to go their way, and this could have been a very different story. I think there was one or two missed Shadow Surges that could have been the difference maker, and unfortunately it just meant that they couldn't quite get it across the line. And now, RNG, again, that late game team fighting, always coming back for them. As you say, Xiaohu consistently on a flank, Gala churning out the damage. It just is so difficult to go against RNG in these late game scenarios.
RNG, first of all, the gold cap, the gold lead, the gold change. Like, that graphic is incredible. The graph could not be better to describe this game. But, you know, RNG members like Gala, where he makes a crucial mistake bottom side in jungle, but then comes back and outplays a fight so well. Like, Breathe in laning phase, Dagda, stepping up and making almost a fatal mistake that Zeke was still able to benefit off, but then doing the most damage in the game. Like, RNG's ability to shift and not get weighed down within one game is always a true component of a great team in the league.
I also think just with the amount of kills that were in this game, for Xiaohu to still have 80% kill participation just says how vital this man was. Like, 24 of those kills came from on RNG side, worth having his involvement, which says a lot about exactly what RNG needed and exactly what this mid lane was able to deliver.
Well, in our 55 kill game, we get a blood sport and we get an opening. That's only game one, by the way. We're going to go to a break and return, and Tag, we're going to find out if we survive the rest of the night. Oh, hot damn.
Because since next week, our episode's going to lead into playoffs, so we'll probably end up doing like a bit of a playoff preview. This is the time where I want the predictions. I want our names out there in the, you know, written in the textbooks of who we predicted going into the split. And RNG kind of being a name that is up there. I feel like one of you's predicting RNG, if not both. Am I right? Any RNGers?
I'm going to take RNG just because I know you guys are going to go top esports anyway. So I'll take this side so you guys can have your top esports.
Whoa. I'm just saying we might all have different sides coming into the day. But Rob, why RNG? What gives you those special tinglies?
Yeah. So I look. I actually do. I actually don't think RNG win. I actually don't.
What?
Yeah. I think the top play. I think Breathe has been a little bit underwhelming. I think the
betrayal of a century. What is going on?
Look, I think there's still.
Oh my god!
I think,
dude, the pain
Adam on
on
Twitter,
your
Rob
face
betrayed
saying
you.
this. I feel for you.
Yeah.
It looks like it hurts.
Here, look. You know what? I'm just gonna. You know, I got my little badge here. It's going down. Get it out of here. It's out of the way. But I think, yeah, I don't know. It's super hard to try and. I think top esports looks so unbelievably strong. It's hard to just kind of go against them. Like the smile on Ox's face. But that's the thing. It's so hard to doubt them. Like the one loss that they have all split longs against JDG. And that was at the start of the split when they're still trying to figure out what they were trying to achieve. I think they've looked only like they've gone from strength to strength. I think Wayward for a rookie is phenomenal. The Tien and Knight look spectacular. The bot lane, brilliant. Like, it's kind of like started to slow down. Like, there's nothing here. And I think the fact that, like, again, moving on to this new patch where laning becomes even more important, I think that's what that's what makes the difference for me here. Is like top esports are probably the most dominant laners that we have. They're incredibly good at snowballing the game. And I like, even when we get to international as well, I think the fact that I don't think teams are going to be ready for top esports. I don't think they're going to be ready for the pace at which they play the game. Like, I honestly think this could be the summer of top esports, like just across the board.
Oh my god. Lyric, you take. I got nothing to add. He said everything I wanted to say. Oh,
wait.
This is beautiful. Fantastic.
I was gonna say. I was gonna tell you. Add something about Wayward. I know you're dying to do it,
dude. I mean, I feel like I completely match everything said. I feel like that first series against JDG, they got all the inting out the way in that first series because that was a rough one. But like, yeah, I mean, I'm hoping that the meta is going to suit them well because I think it should, based on, you know, the fact that laning's more important. I think that the issues they had against RNG, where like they completely fell apart in the mid game in spring, aren't really there anymore. I think their mid game has improved massively, and they're still fantastic in the early game. I feel like there's 3 lanes you can carry through. I mean, you can even have Tien carry through the jungle. I just think this team's fantastic. You know, the question isn't whether they're going to win LPLs, whether they're going to win Worlds.
The only caveat I will add to that is
there we go.
Tien in playoffs sometimes scares me, where he can just start to fall apart, where he does struggle with the pressure from it. But I do think, at least looking at it, hang on. That Alex, I think, hang on. But I do think now that he's on top esports rather than FPX, it definitely feels like the camaraderie and the fact that like they're more, I don't know, they definitely feel like they're better adjusted to actually like having conversations, putting less pressure on him.
He's touching his cheeks.
What? Oh yeah. But I think that still, I think Tien has looked a lot better, a lot smoother, and it's kind of been a lot stronger. But I still hold the question about what happens when we get to playoffs. I think he's better adjusted on top esports, but I've still seen him so many times on FPX. Playoffs comes around and Tien just isn't there anymore.
We're free. I don't look back. With me, we stay on track. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much for you to do. Are you ready to go?
下一场我们要面对埃及战队，因为埃及战队现在也是就是一直在有轮换选手嘛，所以我们也是做好自己的东西，打好自己的战术准备就好了。说实话，在现在版本里边，就是龙魂之后能翻盘，我自己都觉得挺离谱的吧。然后就是恰恰比赛中对面也给了我们机会，我们也抓到了吧，然后就觉得很爽吧，就打这种翻盘局。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. RNG IG Game 1 was an absolute doozy if you missed out. 55 kill game, holding the record for LPL's most kills this split, and honestly, for the majority as well. My name is Hysterics, I'm joined by Dagda, and sir, what we got was nothing short of incredibly bloodbath-ridden gameplay. I don't even know how to write it out. Like, it was just insanity at the end.
It was bloody, it was wacky, it was wonderful, and I was on board for every second of that game. But we do have to announce our MVP, who was going to be Breathe for that series, because my word, the ultimates from this Gwen, we talked about her damage when she got to the late game with this one-shot build, and he was ripping through the health bars of IG. And honestly, if Breathe hadn't been able to hit 2 or 3 of those key ultimates, that would have been the difference maker where IG would have been able to bring back this game.
It's just so crazy that we're once again highlighting a Gwen here, Dagda got ripped through lane by Zika's Jax. And then all of a sudden, Breathe got his time into the game. And this is one of the classics. Like, dude, Gwen is back to her stage, hey? Like, Gwen is just doing silly things again.
Yeah, I mean, her ultimate's just so powerful. And you'll see it here. Like, double kill just straight off bat. Watch the damage here as well. Like, Zika's health bar, On's health bar, goodbye. Like, the second he hits with these, it's absolutely nuts. And this is the threat of this Gwen when you get into team fights, especially if you try to stack yourselves up in a line, hitting multiple people with that, especially the 5th shot. It's just so nuts.
Oh, God, I hope this champion's bad again, Dagda. I feel like we're back on release. Oh, dear Lord. It's annoying to just press R and win games, but yeah, Breathe getting a huge piece of damage at the end as well. Most damage for RNG and MVP too. Breathe has had pretty great performances, and it's funny to see that this time around, Breathe's lane was beaten out by Zika when there wasn't much jungle interference up there, Dagda. It was pretty quiet. It was just about the 1v1, and Zika looked pretty comfortable on his Jax.
Yeah, I think for a large portion of like the very get-go, IG were trying to like play up around this top side. Like we saw at least the one early gank, and then we saw IG try and teeter up that side as well, which gave 2 quick plates over to Zika. But it just meant that as we started to go on, you just didn't have anything left. Like there was the Jax in a 1v1 is fantastic, but when you get to team fights, like the Jax was being bypassed. The damage just goes straight through this Jax and just ripping apart Mole and On. So yeah, I definitely think change of game plan coming into this. We'll have to see exactly what the story is going to be, because you just can't have that happening anymore if you're on IG's side.
Yeah, that's true. Like, and you know, with the Gwen ban as well, we can talk about some of the other picks that should be taken off the board. I feel like players are just getting back on stage as we speak. And for the second game, Dagda, RNG had themselves what was, you know, looked at as a pretty nice pick draft, right? We had the Ahri, we had the Vi. Like, there was real great mid-jungle synergy in the first 20 minutes of the game, but Wei started getting called out. IG picked him off like 6 times or something crazy. As we go into the second pick ban, I want you to tell me a little bit more about what you suspect RNG drafting, since they're on the same side of the map, since as well we are getting the same bans that we got in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, Talia going to be taken off the board, Poppy gone. It definitely feels like Gwen needs to be taken away here, especially as IG have opted in towards red side again. It definitely means that you kind of need to put a priority on towards this pick. Wukong will be banned away. So last time, with the Wukong gone, our first pick was the Vi for RNG. Looks like they're just going to go back towards that style once more. Wei seems super happy on this.
Yeah, I mean, first pick Vi, no other team, but Wei must be happy if he's willing to do it. So we're going to get the same draft for at least the first portion. With Aphelios, last time, Wink was what? The Nautilus came quite early here, Dagda, so let's see if it comes again. Yep.
Okay, so, I mean, this is the very same draft. I mean, for RNG, right, you just take the Ahri, you take the Gwen, and you're happy out. Like, that was the difference maker in the last game. So, as long as you don't make the same mistakes that you made in the early games, this could even be a cleaner game for RNG.
Well, could be. I don't like similar drafts at Dagda, so that's the only thing that'll be upset about here. Last time, Jax. Yep, okay. Let's just run it back. You know, let's completely run
Can we
it back.
talk to production? Are we sure we've got the right game? Like, we're not just
Is this
just
a
going.
repeat? Is this live or not? You know, I don't know, Dagda. I don't know. Maybe it's already gone to a game through. We don't know. Hey, Zeri banned. Well, that's a surprise. Do you remember what came next?
I'm trying to think off the bat. It was the Lissandra. So did we get the Lissandra ban? Maybe
banned by RNG.
Okay,
yep,
okay. Yeah.
Now, you know the future. What else?
And then I can't remember what the actual one was here for. It was the Zeri and
another AD.
Was it G?
Sure.
I can't remember.
No,
Sivir.
Sivir.
It was
No,
Sivir.
no, it actually was Sivir. Now we know. Now we know. It's scripted. Don't worry. Okay.
There's no way we're gonna run through the exact same draft, are we?
Oh my god.
Oh no.
It's looking like it. It's looking like it. I can't remember the last one here, Dagda, but you know, there's obviously in the book it was LeBlanc too. Yeah. Oh, look, it's bad enough they gave away Gwen, but are we really doing this?
All right. Well, apparently both teams were happy with the way it goes. Even you can see Shun laughing to himself a little bit there. But yeah, it's gonna be the exact same. Oh wait. Oh, it's different. Oh my god, we're seeing something different.
It's a center arm angle, but hang on. Bottom matters so much.
Yeah, I'm actually, like, it's really interesting to see Senna Tom here, because, like, one of the big things that RNG have kind of been criticized for in the past is that they don't actually play Senna Tom Kench. I'm trying to find exactly how many times it has been played by Gala here.
I can tell you, 3 times in the split.
3 times. Yeah. It's been total of 7 thus far, and it's 3 wins, 4 losses. So, like, it's not something that is brought out. Like, when you look at, like, across the board, like, the most played champions for Galar, like, Kaisa with 91 games. Like, 7 games of Senna. He has more games on... He has the same amount of games on Ziggs as he does on Senna's. Just to tell you how little we see Gala bring this out. So, interesting to see this adaptation from RNG. We'll have to see if they're able to try and play through this. Because one of the big things is that it does change up the dynamic between the AD carry and the support. With the engage tool not as heavily available for Ming as well, kind of playing that more defensive style. It'd be interesting to see how they change things up. Also, with the Galio coming in now for Mole, this also means that now IG have a bit of an easier time with these go buttons, or even the defensive buttons, when it comes to denying this Ahri and this Vi through the mid jungle.
I mean, because Galio now picked up, right? Mole was hovering over the effects of Zoe, but we have Mole all in Dagda. We have insane follow-up to the engage too. And I kind of wonder, with bottom lane playing safe, if RNG are like, yeah, well, this time around, we know that the bot dive could be real, but diving a center time Kench has often gone wrong in many leagues across the world.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a much slower paced bot lane, and it will again become much more about the mid jungle for RNG. But I like the way IG have adapted, right? Like, if Xiaohu tries to roam, well, you don't really want to try and play towards a center time Kench. Going for dives up top lane for Breathe is going to be incredibly difficult to do. And then you've got Mole, who's going to be part of that equation as well. So Mole can always kind of play safety using that ultimate, which makes it very hard for RNG to find these picks like they did in game number 1.
I'm just keen to see him with the Predator Galio. It will inevitably be every single time an LPL mid laner gets on Galio. It's not even about the 6 stack, that they just run around the map at full speed, early on, pressing W. Setting up a potential first blood. Let's see if IG can do it, because the early game last time was RNG's. There was a huge comeback. Oh my god, he has Aftershock. Dagda, what year is it? What hell is this?
It's the year of the mole, baby. That's what it is. I gotta yell it for lyric. But,
there you go.
But the thing is, I actually like this. I think So, taking the Doran shield early means you have a better time in this lane. You're not going to be shoved out as easily by the Ahri. Also, you still running the Ghost, means you can still play for early level plays.
RNG, well, hang on. The center time doesn't mean they're not going to go for a level 1. Mole's just been given a free W flash away as Gala has to leave Ming. He's in the middle of 3. His first blood given to IG. Xiaohu now joined in, and there's a Nautilus here who has flash, but will happily take Xiaohu's 2 summoners. First blood, RNG. What was that?
It's a good question, Asterix. That's a very good question. And the thing is, this can be compounded on by IG as well. Like, you have Ghost and Flash on Mole, who started Taunt level 1 mid. if you do not try and go for an early play in mid lane here as IG, like, you are just throwing this game away. Shun should immediately be trying to get onto Xiaohu every opportunity that he has. Now, Xiaohu has let that wave push in, which, I mean, is a good spot for him. Maybe he can try and freeze this wave just outside of his turret and try and limit that. But still, this is a brilliant start for IG.
And they're still willing to 2v2 in the bottom lane. Good little trade here from RNG. After Gala doesn't have his summoners. And remember, Tom Kench, no safety net until he hits 6. So Gala taking these trades, going to get some piercing darkness in to heal up, but Arn and Wink are the ones getting closer to hitting level 2 as the wave pushes out against Gala and Ming. So bottom lane not in a great position as we look across the board. In fact, Shun even with a camp lead for the time being. Dagda, as you said, he's starting to position around mid, maybe even a deep invade to kick him off.
Yeah, has that priority in mid lane because of that early mistake from RNG, which traditionally you don't have. So he's going to move over towards the red buff. The are spotted though, so we'll have to see how RNG want to try and respond to this, but looks like Shun is just going to back away. May end up running into Ming and Gala as they come across.
Yeah, they shouldn't get dredge lined here. Oh, Gala got dredge lined here. Flash wind becomes lightning. Gala dying here, Dagda. I don't know, as Arn looks for the range. He's close. Arn flashes in. He's willing to sacrifice his life. Good kite back as Wei wants the trade, but Ming's getting close as they've re-engaged dredge line. Shun returns in, but Wink going in. He flashes himself. A knock-up coming through from the Abyssal Dive. Close to dying. Audacious charge. The minion helps. Ming now up. 3 talent strike. Shun looking to carry under turret. No! What is this series?
I love it! I love it! It is brilliant! IG, 3 kills in this bottom lane. 2 for On, 1 for Shun. And I want this roller coaster of a series to never let up. The replay here, honestly, I was kind of expecting this to be the level 1, but in this great hook from Wink, instant follow-up from Shun, and Gal had already burnt his flash in that level 1, so On knows he can go aggressive, but as you say, like, trying to give the kill across the Wei gets creep blocked unbelievably, which means that IG kind of go, hang on a second, we can actually follow up on this. Wei then overextends to get Wink, who's able to flash away, and then here, this is the auto attack from the creep. And I actually thought Shun was going to get the kill on towards Ming, but too many creeps in the way means that Wink wasn't quite able to follow up. And he will end up falling. But we're still going! Blood!
We are.
Give me blood!
Wink has moved to the top lane. 100% kill participation on this Nautilus. Wink is in charge. We saw this in game 1 as well, right? Moving around the map with Shun. Wink has been on an edge, and look, honestly, with the way the early game's gone, why not just elevate it, Dagda? IG with a 500 gold lead, and Arn has a noon quiver at 4 minutes in the game.
That is insane to have that much gold this early in the game, and especially when you're looking at like dragons and that coming up, it comes so easy then for IG to try play towards that. Flash still not up for Xiaohu as well, so maybe we still get that play in mid lane, but we'll have to see exactly how IG want to continue this forward, because right now they have options on how they want to execute on the map.
And as you said, you know, still to punish Xiaohu. His flash was burnt earlier on in that level 1 invade, and there's still about a minute of a timer on it, so Shun, even though he doesn't have the summoner himself, can make something happen in the mid lane, depending. And Dagger, because of all the bottom side plays, IG now have such a big vision lead in the bottom side river, as well as Cameraman's looking top. You know why? Breathe is going to hit level 6 sooner rather than later, but Zika leaping out, and Cameraman's going to be a little bit disappointed. Dagda, forget that point. Screw that point. Not important. Bottom side is where it's at.
So it'll be this wave here that's hitting, that is the level 6 one, both for mid and top lane. It's just the 15 seconds before level 6 is always what you got to watch out for those level 6s. And now, Xiaohu has hit that level 6. It looks like they want to try and make a play, but no flash doesn't matter when you got a Spirit Rush.
Oh, they're going to keep going for it anyway. RNG are like, well, even if Xiaohu comes down, Mold's going to be here first. Even without the ulti, is shielded around. Wei was close to getting taunted up as Arn with the Infernum as well. No Moonlight Vigil available for this 80 carry, but IG still adding the pressure into the bottom side. Means this center Tom are going to be in hot water for a bit longer.
Yeah, trying to see if they can get that presence on bot side. I thought they'd turn it in towards a dragon, but seeing if maybe they can get Xiaohu.
Great charm here. He's got the Spirit Rush available and the Flash. Uses the ulti to get out of Shield's Rand as Shun runs back on in. Xiaohu playing with fire himself. And that's because Wei is also nearby.
as much damage as he can get as well onto IG is going to be crucial, because you can see Dragon started by Wei. This may be the worst call in the history of calls as Wei has to run out of there. He has no flash, no control, and they're just resetting in front of the Dragon.
Dagger, I don't think that's the case. He wants to contest this. It's a 3K, but as they get the root down, IG still with so much damage. A pickaxe added into the inventory of Arn, and they know that's the time to get outie. Meanwhile, Zika, after spotting him on the bottom side, is just going to be stealing away a blue buff. So IG winning all over this map.
I mean, they're doing pretty damn well thus far. The gold lead has been equaled up a little bit by RNG, thanks to that CS lead that's very quickly growing in that mid lane. But overall, I mean, 2 kills down at that bot side. You already talked about a Noon Quiver, now a pickaxe added to that. The turret plate's looking very low in that bot lane as well. And Gal and Ming will just continue to be shoved in. So this is where you can start to see, I mean, do you commit resources to the Rift Herald as IG? Or do you just continue to put presence onto this bottom side and let On naturally get a lot more of those plates?
Well, Dagda, let's not use logic. What do you think would suit the flavor of this series so far? What's the next...
Excuse me, let me clear my throat.
Yeah.
Blood for the blood god!
There you go.
We're moving. We're going.
Okay.
We're grooving. Let's go get fights. I'm down for
That's
this.
what I
No
wanna
Spirit
hear.
Rush for Xiaohu means he will have to rely on his flash.
Okay, well, look, flashes so far have been burnt pretty liberally as Wei wants to take away the scuttle, but he eventually will get it. Shouldn't look if the steal doesn't find it, but this follow-up is a flash 3 talent strike. Wink commits as well. Moonlight Vigil, IG. This has given me vibes of the old, sexy roster.
I mean, this is where IG have actually been incredibly strong. Over the course of the split, the early game has actually been pretty damn good. It's when we get to those early mid-game fights that they start to fall apart, where the gold lead that they've accumulated for themselves doesn't really come into fruition because their team fights haven't been that strong. Breathe will need to be careful, but I do like this from IG. Push in top, instantly put down Rift Herald, get more gold into On's hand, because this AD carry is the carry right now for IG.
Needlework's going to come out, though, at the very least, force Wink away. Final piece not doing as much as we saw in the later game. And a good dodge there from Arn as well. They're gearing up for the next wave, Dagda, but this time RNG are going to have a bit of help.
But look at Mole. Mole is like, wait a second, that's a lot of people on top side. I got a Jax in the bottom lane. I could maybe look for a play here if they're overextended.
But wouldn't top be better? RNG are still gearing up here. We're getting the dive, maybe not. What do I know? As Mole set up under the turret, Carla's running for his life, while Ming is going to be the sacrificial tadpole. But he turns into a frog, pounces out of there while Wei's angle continues the blood story. He's got assault and battery, cease and desist is now called, as Mole starts moving back to lane, but RNG zone him off. We're seeing attempted plays as Wink's going to run into fog of war, and Wei just says, see you later.
I mean, with Xiaohu there, I wasn't sure if they're going to try and go for it. No ult on Mole meant that I think they would have had the numbers advantage for RNG, but Wei opts to play it safe. Now will use Xiaohu's presence to steal away this red buff, because Mole had to try and clear out the wave that was pushed in towards mid. Will they stick around for Shun though? He will be spotted out, but looks like RNG are just happy to steal away the buff.
So, Herald is still there for Shun. We're still waiting for him to put that down, but IG still have a 1k gold lead. And what we saw was that gold went over to Arn, who now has a Gale Force. Pre-10 minutes, by the way, that was picked up with a dagger, random cloth boots as well. Like, Aphelios is set up to succeed. And Dagger, think about all the objective fights coming up when IG have already started off with both neutrals in their back pockets.
And the thing is, they haven't even used the Rift Herald, right? Like, you still get to give more gold to On. Even stealing away the red buff in reply here for IG is going to be fantastic. But look at Wei. Wei is like, hang on a second, I know IG are going to be playing around this bot lane. I don't want anything to do with this. So he's actually going to stick around on that top side. It will mean, though, that's a second play for On because he got one on top side. And now he's going to be able to get the Herald as well, it looks like, although shouldn't, considering if he really wants to put this down.
Running out of time, though, at the very least. Arn has the push, and we're getting close to that threshold where a lot of players like to drop it down for the first turret, Blood Dagda, especially since we are at close to 2 plates taken. IG backing off for now, though. They've got vision control on the bottom side, so confident enough to step up, but RNG is starting to do the dotting of I's and T's, making sure to get rid of it before the dragon spawns in 40 seconds. And Dagda, I think it's time to quickly talk about items before we get there, because with all the chaos we've had in this 6-kill game, in the first 3-4 minutes to delivering the hype. We know that there's only one mythic complete, but we should be close to maybe 1 or 2 more as we get towards this neutral spawning.
I just don't know if people would get resets in time, right? With 20 seconds left, you just don't get time to get back and come out onto the field. So the only one that has it is Ming with that Frostfire Gauntlet alongside On with that Gale Force. But I kind of favor the Gale Force in this spot, just being able to give more control over towards Wink, how he can approach fights, the damage he can churn out, the safety it brings. And I definitely think he wants to swap up his guns a little bit though, because Infernum, Gravitum may not be the play.
As Herald's going to be dropped down, Shun going deep in for it, and he's just under turret, getting brutalized. A good ulti, but he's under turret, and Xiao capitalizes big as now Wink's in trouble. IG, what's happened? RNG with 2 swift picks. Now that dragon is as good as theirs.
I mean, Wei's just been playing this Vi like an assassin, constantly playing out a fog of war and catching Shun as he tries to finish off that plate in the mid lane. They needed to turn over towards the dragon. They had what they wanted for, but now instead RNG get those kills. They'll get a dragon for themselves, and even getting 2 turret plates too. I mean, look at the gold. This was a nice 2,000 gold lead for IG, and it's all back to even now because of this play from Wei. I mean, look at him again. This fog of war use from Wei has been spectacular. Same with Xiaohu. Instantly, the 2 of them sideline in towards mid lane, and the flank is beautiful.
And again, mid-jungle for RNG, right? Even the catch off the back end as Ming and Gala get involved. We're going to come back to live, and Dragon's going to be taken by Royal Never Give Up. That evens out the score, delays the game a little bit here, Dagda. We didn't get a chance to talk about overall comps, considering it is so similar with the draft almost being, 100% similar. Zika running into him, but nothing happens away. And I was going to ask you more about how the Galio fits in this time around, but do you think I have time? Be honest. No, I don't. Okay, all right, Grandmaster at Arms. And Hero's Entrance. Okay, the T1 skin flexing here as shielded Durand over the wall. Mole helps it out as the flash with the Vault Breaker means Wei gets out. But I was going to say, IG have their own pick potential in this game too, it seems.
And it looks like they want to use this now to move in towards this mid lane. You've already moved on up. They want to try and get this mid lane tower, get some more gold here.
Xiaohu has to be careful. Shielded Durand is available, but Xiaohu luckily out of range, as IG in the meantime are going to pick up mid turret. So gold swings back and forth like a children's playground. I mean, this swing set, Dagda, is never ending.
It's not going to change anytime soon as well, as IG are still trying to trade size the map. Bot tower will fall for RNG, but Zika should be able to get this on top lane. Rift Tower going to spawn in less than a minute, which is why we're seeing these resets from IG. I think we're going to get more of a fight, and I think that's where IG's composition does shine. I think where IG can find these fights with On being the carry, set up for success, Mo providing that protection, while also having Engage to allow Zik and Shun to kind of be the leaders in these fights, like jumping in, then having the follow-up. It becomes a lot easier then for IG to try and take these fights. But for RNG, it's all about that pick, and they're going to look for one right as this Rift Tower spawns.
We've also got those mythics spawning up as well. We've got a Gore Drinker in the jungle, topside with a death charge. Actually, no Mink. Dredge lining in. Was it Divine Sunder? It was the word I was looking for, but at the very least, Wink starting the engage. Hard when Wink and Ming go up against each other. I guess that's the combination of the two. As
emotion.
Dagda, you pointed out the Herald. Yeah, we're moving into River quick.
I mean, you don't have the ultimate for Mold. You may need that one for this fight. Otherwise, you're kind of losing out on a massive utility spell from your mid laner. And RNG, well aware of this, trying to move forward. All ultimates apart from Galas are available on their side.
Wink, flash dredge line. Now he's gone too deep, but the charm doesn't connect. Xiao gets knocked in the air by the depth charge. That tool being down and Wink having no summoner means RNG can go forward, but holding on for the time being. Spirit Rush getting close to timing out. And it looks like RNG just back away from this one. Dagda as IG still seem healthy enough with Mole in the wing.
I mean, that's actually pretty big for IG again. The depth charge does suck being down, but Mole not having that ultimate is so key to the way IG are going to try and function in these fights. So they're trying to buy space, trying to buy time, but On may not
caught
get
out.
it.
At least has the Gale Force, but here we go. Gwen stuff yet again. All it needs to do is hit, but unfortunately it doesn't. Unlucky to get out as Freeze ulti's down, but Arn's still with an ulti of his own, and he has Infernum for the range. Herald's being taken in the meantime as IG are getting close to smite range, but as Wei jumps in, they look for the turn instead. Moonlight Vigil here for Arn with an ulti on top, but it's cancelled. Mole not getting the dream here, but at the very least, still getting the fight. It is RNG who, no, excuse me, actually IG who pick up the Herald, so all hell's blazing as IG move to 3K in the lead.
IG bought the time that they needed. Mo's ultimate came up, and even though it got cancelled, Wei had to go on towards the Galio to try and stop that from going even more disastrously. 3 kills over towards IG. That Rift Herald, as you pointed out as well. Spectacular stuff, and we'll get to see it here, right? Like, it looks very unfortunate here for IG, but with where shouldn't position himself, getting on towards Gala, this fight is beautifully then set up for IG, where it was very split up, but managing to get themselves back into a position where they're safe. Mold as well, having that threat with the ultimate to reconvene with the team, means that RNG just don't have the damage right now to fight back.
And he's built a Night Harvester as well. This Galio is going to be zooming through the fight with Ghost still available as well. Mole more than just about the ulti here is with that Herald available, and the extra gold IG have benefited off the fact of the first one and now shortly this one. Third Dragon Dagda, it looks like IG should have this pretty much in the bag, with RNG nowhere near for the time being.
I mean, IG will be able to pick this one up, but I mean, we're going to have to start looking towards this mid game, right? Because I think we're starting to see adaptations from IG from last game to this game. Much better Herald usage, and you'll see this crack into bot side. Zika picking up a very early Hex Drinker this time around, not going for the Hull Breaker, knowing, look, I'm actually going to be in team fights like the last game, so Hull Breaker I'm not going to get my value out of. Riftard actually going to get that second charge here as well. But I think with the position that IG are in, as long as they can continue using the good vision control that they've had, continue to play for these dragons, I think they should be in a good spot. Like, On is very much accelerated in this game, already at an item and a half at the 18-minute mark. But can't get caught out.
Spirit Rush, I mean, there's one more for Xiao, who needed charm. He flushes over the wall. He was contesting Raptors, and RNG pounced immediately, Dagda. And yeah, lucky he didn't get caught out, but then again, no neutral up for the time being, so nothing that RNG can find on the backside.
And at least Flash should be back up in time for something like that dragon, right? You have like 15 on the clock. You'll be a little bit after, maybe 20, 25 seconds, but nothing too major. So as long as IG again can delay, that Flash should be back up for Shun. Top side though, Zika really wants to get some presence here.
Second time in a row, right? Second time he's done so well in the lane. Breeze is caught up in CS this time, but Zika on this Jax. This priority pick for IG is still channeling ahead now to see if that more becomes the second item, or no, the Phage comes through instead. So we are going to get Zika sitting on the Mort just like last game. Oh, sorry, the Hex Drinker Dagda. While I look across the board, I want to point out yet again, Xiaohu 50 CS up in ahead of his lane counterpart. You look at bot, it's center time, hard to calculate, but there is a second item well and truly on the way in the form of the LDR for Arn. When you consider that there are a couple of bruises here, a couple of HP stackers, and more importantly, Ming is the absolute frog unclocked. So feels like right now for IG, as these items actually just came in, second item there for Arn, we are at a very strong point ahead of this Baron now spawning and Dragon in 3 minutes time too.
You're still going to be waiting for the Infinity Edge for On. Like, 3 items is still incredibly crucial for this Aphelios, like getting to that 60%, getting the increased damage from the IE thanks to hitting that crit mark is very, very crucial for the Aphelios, but I think he's going to be in a fine spot, right? You've got 2 dragons already for IG. They can continue putting pressure down there. Control of the map for IG as well. Again, you haven't hit that mega lake in here as Breed, so Zika still keeping control over sides. It's just a case of trying to keep the tempo advantage that you have, because on that last play before the last reset, we saw IG committing all 5 members to top side, but not like getting any presence on the tower because Breed just clears out the wave. And it's little mistakes like that that RNG are very good at punishing, especially when you look at Xiao, who is already playing side lanes now, trying to make sure that, okay, well, I am pushing top. I still have TP to get to the bot side. And, like, what are IG achieving here, right? They don't have the map pressure that they need because they haven't been playing both side lanes properly just yet.
I mean, it's shown in game number 1, at least for IG. Like, the game looked to be in the palm of their hands. A couple of things go awry. IG with a half-cock engage and, you know, RNG pick off the pieces. I feel like game number 2, we set ourselves up for that expectation, but IG this time around having a much cleaner early game. As you said, the momentum there and waiting for Aphelios 3 items is going to be nice cruise control. But as IG go down the highway at 110 kilometers an hour, I feel like on the other side, RNG are trying to push it past. They don't care about highway patrol right now. With Wei jumping onto Zika, we're just going to wonder if Zika's going to get caught out himself. But never mind that, Wei backs off, and we continue to just walk around these neutrals with Vision being the priority.
I mean, Vi is the cop, right? Wei is the highway patrol, and they want to see if they can stop IG.
Getting pulled over. Moonlight Vigil with the Infernum. A good route down on the opposite end. But yeah, Mole's angle even better. Shield of Duran forces the Devour, but now with the Dredge line, Ming could be in trouble as the Darkness flies through the rift. Ming gets it engaged. They haven't quite got the damage for now as that ultimate from Mole doesn't do anything. We've got a needlework that's on its final charge. It shouldn't take so much damage. RNG in such a good position as Breeze sends it out. Shao now with his angle splits up IG. Wei picks off the 80 carry, and RNG's angles are superb. Invictus Gaming have been caught at their own game as Royal never give up. Just do it again. Mid-game against this team continues to be one of the most defining factors as this mid-jungle duo highlight the difference.
Xiaohu just pulled over IG, slapped them with a ticket, slapped them with a DUI, slapped them with any other code of conduct, misconduct they could find, because my God, that was beautiful from Xiaohu. The micro in that fight was actually insane, and RNG off the back of that will grab the Baron. That was class.
We came into the day being like, oh, Mole's Ari needs to be banned away like one of his best champions. Xiao hops on the pick and does this.
Yeah, I mean, watch as he comes into this, right? Because he ends up getting a brilliant engage on the side as Mole after comes in, right? At this stage, RNG are like, okay, Mole ends up using the ultimate here, so there's no real threat. But watch Xiaohu as he TPs onto the top side. So gets the charm onto Shun, gets a too much damage, Spirit rushes forward, gains the kill on towards Shun while flashing over the wall, dodges the flashback over from Zika with the counter-strike, dodges the taunt from the Galio as well, and from that then, he's perfectly positioned to finish off on with Wei, follow up in the fight with these revives on his Spirit rushes. It was gorgeous, and now Breathe. How big are you, buddy?
He's
How
got
far
Baron
can you
buff,
get?
but Leap Strike with Counter Strike into the circle. Mole's joining in as well, and he's got a circle of his own. Shield of Duran comes through as needlework, buys the space, but look, the cavalry's coming up while Shun tries to help, but might die for his efforts. Wei wants in with a Vault Breaker, but IG still bringing 5 up to the top side, and that's enough to deter them. Breathe goes down, and that's going to slow down the Baron play with a good pick from Invictus Gaming.
They still got top tower, still should get mid tower at least as well, so cracking open these outer structures is going to be fantastic for RNG again and trying to lean into that pick potential. Getting vision for these dragons, because in 4 minutes time, that is the solo spawning for IG. So RNG need to make sure that they're keeping control. But as you say, at least IG finding that pick will slow down the pace of RNG.
You can see none of the waves set up, no turrets in the inner caliber are going to be taken down. So right now, gold isn't that far ahead for RNG. I like you bring up the soul discussion because by then we should have our 3-item Ophelia Sudagda. The one that for IG, that ultimate can cause so much damage if they manage to find that pick in the choke. But for now, RNG, speaking of picks, are going to find Mole. He wants to ulti out of here, but RNG TPing in Wei, missing completely as the cease and desist will go on cooldown, but simply said, Mole has bought some time and made Wei look a little bit foolish in the process while RNG bring 4.
Yeah, I mean, IG can't really do anything with it, though. Mole was overextended. Zika didn't have push in top side. So IG might be able to push in this Baron wave mid and group with Zik on top, but with resets coming through, I don't know if they can get this. Although, I will say, yeah, RNG, they're actually just looking to trade it with the Baron wave.
I mean, Jax with Hullbreaker, right? IG going to come through and at least help him with his next wave. Hullbreaker drops down as we get the split cam yet again to flex. Look at mid too, though. Mid is going to be sieged up by Gala and Ming, while Breeze should find this, but IG Dagger are not quitting.
This. Yeah, IG are winning this. This is the Baron push from RNG, but Breeze doesn't have Baron. The rest of RNG didn't stick around. IG, they're getting an inhibitor turret, but now the collapse.
Is it going to be worth it? I mean, Ming needing the knock up here. Spirit Rush starts off. The cease and desist in the middle of the fight. Deleted. Arn is no more as Wei decides to die for the crime as Wink is getting poked out, but Xiaohu yet again. Spirit Rush reset now with 3 in the balance. Chasing down Sean. Can this mid laner be any more god tier?
TP onto the bot side as well. Xiaohu wants to get more off of this. He wants to try and look for an inhibitor turret. Probably won't be able to get it though. As you can see, resets coming through from IG. RNG thinking they could maybe stop IG from being able to get back to base, but now will just be Xiaohu's TP down. So now we turn our attention back towards that dragon that's about to spawn. And it was a nice play here from RNG. They know the Mole doesn't have the TP, so cannot get to this fight. So look for the immediate engagement on. Take him out of the fight, but I'm just kind of not respecting how much damage Zika can do here. This is an incredibly strong Jax at this stage. They catch out Gala as well with Shun. So you end up getting the ultimate just barely coming out from Ming to save Gala as Zika will get away. But a lot invested now by RNG into that fight that should be back up as we move over towards this dragon in a minute and 15.
Okay, that's sold for IOG. Kind of the last chance hurrah as IG have been falling behind to this Ari mid again, who undoubtedly will turn that Dark Seal into a lost chapter. Dagda, what item am I talking about? Magi's, excuse me.
Stealer,
yeah, we'll get there eventually, but 3 items here. Rabadon's Death Cap on Xiaohu, and he's gotten his 3rd item before Mole, before Arn. Right now, RNG feeling cocky, knowing that Breathe as well, matching those stats.
And that's the thing, if IG do not win this game, then it is up to them to see if FPX can keep their dreams alive later on. But now, okay, looking for the engage.
And it's Ming actually setting up the engage, willing to take it up for now as Mole goes golden, buying his own time as Zika starts spin. But RNG kite back. Needlework begins off as well. Xiaohu kiting through Spirit Rush. The flash out, he's safe for now, but Moonlight Vigil into melee range. Xiaohu dead! Going too deep for comfort as Mole gets a 2-man knockup while Arn flashes forward. IG, when they're fighting for their life, Dagda, they're going to keep it running as Breathe golden as well. So many Zhonya's used. A knockup from Ming. Breathe eaten up. The shield's going to be huge as onto Arn. Gwen thing's coming in. The train flies as Zika now on top. And the mess again, Dagda. How many kills do RNG want?
That's soul for IG though. They've managed to take the fight right before the dragon spawns. So they're going to end up with 3 dragons. That's going to be 27% bonus armor and magic resist plus the shield on top of that. That is insane. And when you see here Ming engaging on towards Mole, that's not the person you want. On as well, perfectly positioned underneath his turret to make sure that he's safe. And as you called it, Wei and Xiaohu going that a bit too far. On not being able to be threatened here by anyone on RNG side and stepping forward at the perfect moment to get the damage that he needed.
God, RNG, just when we're complimenting the jungler, the mid, step up, and we see this. Now, close is how Ming made it, but IG with the cleanup, Dagda, as you said, with the Mountain Soul on top as well. And Arn is going to be in a favorable position. I know he died in that last fight, but Infinity Edge now there. He has a stopwatch too. IG now the ones who are confident with gold back up to even in this 32-kill game. We return to the pit. Here we go at 3K, going down quick, looking for a steal his way, who doesn't get the Vault Breaker. Baron is secure as Needlework starts flying through as well. Breed is level 16 as it flies through the whole team. Gwen, please, no! Why is this champion so ridiculous? Mink frontlining as everything's now down. Zika feeling confident too, but Xiaohu and Breed are still alive. But for how long? Xiaohu the only one left standing as Gala tagged on. IG turning it around. Wei's alive. IG making it ridiculous with a team fight win.
This is the power of these new dragons. You get so much armor and magic resist coming through that it's so hard to kill the front line of IG. Shun and Zika are popping off again. And now with Baron up, no one else alive in RNG except for Wei. They're looking for opening up more of this RNG base.
Zeke is so threatening. I'm sure we'll see in the last fight how much he did. Focusing on the Gwen Dagda because I'm like, dude, Needlework is ridiculous, but the counterpunch from IG was insane.
Yeah, it's a 1-2 from IG. On at the back of this is doing a really good job of getting a ton of damage off, even though he ends up exhausted. Whereas on the opposite side, right, Shun and Zika are trying to move in towards Xiao, who get the kill onto him. So on, look at the damage he's getting, right? Kills Ming off the back. And Shun and Zika are getting so much work done. Gala can't damage either because of the Counter-Strike and also having the ultimate from the Xin Zhao. So while Wei may finish on, IG's front line's still strong.
The jungle top of IG. 5-1 and 8, 8-4 and 8 for the junglers. Now Xiaohu versus Zika. Spirit Rush is available, but he holds out the Counter-Strike as Wei's coming in, but he's Shun yet again. The buddies have bros as now Xiaohu tagged up. Audacious Charge as Charm lands onto Zika, but Shun is buying his time. Wind becomes lightning again as Ming saves his life, but IG burning a Crescent card as well. 4 members down in this bottom lane, while Breathe heads topside, and IG with the Baron buff are still threatening.
I know you want to keep pushing. 50 seconds on this Baron. That's all that you have left here for IG, but they are waiting on the waves, and honestly, I think, does anyone have yeah, it's just going to be Shun who has the Baron here. I was trying to make sure that he was actually being able to get that.
But the engage from Shun onto Wei. He has GA, but he flashes away and it's down. Now for the poke back from RNG. Gala not doing enough, as you can see already. Zika and Mole heading face first. Breathe into the middle of it as the Gwen, but the needlework is denied. IG now with the Dredge line to try and end this game, keep their playoff dreams alive. Shun jumps into the back line. Zika the same. They only charge forward as Invictus Gaming slut the MSI champs in the face in game number 2. Keep it nice and bloody in the most crazy series I have seen this year in the LPL.
IG will keep their playoff hopes alive. They will need to do it now again in game 3, but they have pushed RNG to the limit every single time. And it turns out if we just run a very similar draft back, Hysterics, IG knew what they were up to.
Dude, the same draft all to a point, but Mole on the Galio this time around seemed to make a bigger difference. The ultimate Stagda weren't as appealing as we've seen in some of the insane Galios in the league, but still his positioning, his pathing, Mole adding quite a lot of effect again. Like he did in the last game, even though the Vex fell a bit short late game, still that mid game, that team fighting for Mole seems to be a big strength too.
And these Mountain Dragons doing work for the front line of IG. Shun getting so much more uptime in fights, getting to heal a whole hell of a lot more. Same when you look at Zika as well. The value that you're getting from these Dragons. This is why they were so crucial in patch 12.14. And you can see IG running away with it thanks to that. But, Sarge, what's going on in this series?
I don't know.
I did not expect to come in and be casting like World Finals. This is what it feels like right now.
And like, let's put it forward, right? Like, it is messy at times. Like RNG and IG, both games now have made pretty crucial mistakes. RNG especially have this high expectation, but the fact that IG are able to out team fight them, you know, we're seeing amazing plays from Xiaohu, amazing plays from people like Breathe right on this Gwen, but the fact that Zeke is stepping up to that level on this Jax that constantly is picked into the Gwen, it is important to mention that IG are not a top team, guys. IG are a bottom tier team. They're fighting for playoff lives. They're on 4-9 right now, and a single loss in any series is going to put them out. Like, it doesn't matter if it's official or not. IG will not be able to make it with 10 losses. No team ever really has. So IG trying to do the impossible tag, that's what's happening here.
Yeah, and I mean, look,
Gold crap.
They have to make this stick. They have to bring it back one more time. Every single game now, it has been very back and forth, but the consistency has been that IG, when we get to these when we get to these early games, have been able to make plays that are getting people like on ahead. We're getting Zika ahead in game 1 and trying to use those advantages then towards these early dragons. And it just feels like RNG at the moment, at least in this game, weren't able to fight back with 3 of these dragons going over in favor of IG. You can see it there, like, look at all the tanky stats that are in this, like, top side, right?
Yep.
GA giving armor, Maw giving armor, Hullbreaker, armor and magic resist. You look at Shun, he's going towards the force of nature. That's given him a whole ton of resist against people like Breathe and Xiaohu, who are the main, even Ming, to be honest, like the people that are giving a ton of problems to them. Zonya's giving a bunch of armor as well. Like, this is where you're getting so much more value from these items when you're picking up 3 of these dragons.
I just can't believe we're into a game 3 though. RNG IG, I said this year it might be different, but apparently this series never disappoints, as our historic foes are going to be going head-to-head in the final game of this series before our match of the week, by the way. Game 3 coming up. G'day again, everyone. It's Hysterics here, your favourite LPL English shoutcaster, here to bring you yet another Speak in LPL. Maybe you guys know the meaning of this word already. That's pentakill. When the enemy finally gets that 5th and final kill, the casters shout, "Woo-sha!" The emotion that comes from it is the build-up of the anticipation. Woo-sha! In addition, words like first blood, 一血, double kill, 双杀, triple kill, 三杀, quadra kill, 四杀, pentakill, 五杀。
拿下了1血，再拿到一个双杀，拿到一个3杀，收获了一个4杀，一比哥拿到5杀。
If you see a play that is absolutely bonkers, then you can type a series of 6s in the chat, the comments, or even the barrage. Can you remember all that? If so, I want you to go 6666666666666666666 for this episode of Speak in LPL.
Gladly give her, blushing like a fool. Cause she caught you staring, watching every move. Is she taunting you? Is this a sign? You need to stay cool. You made a fight that you can't deny. No, you're not in control. Once you connected, you feel the fire. And she's pulling you close. You close. You don't wanna blow it, she can't hear the words that you're saying. The music's so loud, so let your body say it. The fact that you can't deny it. Yeah, it's taking control. Oh, it's so intense that she feels the fire. And she's stealing your soul, your soul. The dance of love,
为下场要打 RNG 了嘛，就很期待跟小虎对线，因为他是一名很强的选手，就是跟他对线的话，能学习到很多，所以很想打他们。面对这样 RNG 这样的强敌的话，就我们要减少就自己失误，然后就稳打，尽量就等对面会失误的话，就尽量抓住，然后赢下比赛。
RNG状态越好了，就可能每个人就是都找到自己合适的合适玩游戏方式吧，然后就可能拿下胜利吧。就对于这个赛季来说，肯定是没那么好，但是也在努力的打下去，就尽量的打好每一场吧。
I love it. You know, Sean's like, this season, definitely not good. Definitely not good. But hey, if you can take a game off of RNG and in game number 1, find the comeback that you did, then you're definitely worth talking about right now, Dagda. IG with a huge game 2 and an upset, really, when we all considered RNG sweeping over IG in 2 quick games today has been the opposite.
And I'm all for it. I am here for what is, honestly, I know FPX late game later against Weibo was our match of the week. This feels like our match of the week. This has been absolutely insane. IG have been outperforming every other experience that we've had with them throughout this split. Their team fighting has been far more solid. Their early game has looked spectacular. Their decision making in the mid game is looking so much stronger as well. And that's what brought them to this game 3. But now we have to see if they can try and do it one more time.
Well, we're going to a game 3. As Dagda said, not our match of the week. But if you're not watching this one, you are a silly goose because this is just so hyped for a matchup that doesn't deserve to be. We go into a game 3, Dagda. Shun MVP in the last one, by the way, we've got to mention. Hyping this one up because even though the same drafts came out yet again, IG's ability to show their 8-pack in each individual fight exceeded anyone flexing in any gym in the world.
And they did such a good job of snowballing off that level 1 play and then using that to get these dragons that eventually led to Shun being absolutely unkillable. Like every single fight he went into, between the natural healing that you get from the Xin Zhao kit and also then having the Gore Drinker, he would not drop. And it made it so difficult for RNG to actually end up dealing with him alongside Zika in the front line. Look how low he goes. Like he just never ever dies thanks to these mountain dragons. And with that help from the rest of IG, they could take it across the finish line.
Yeah, we talked a lot about the effects of 12-14 and LPL slow moving at the moment as adaptations are still being seen. But Dagda, I don't know if we could really put this to 12-14. We have had a 55 kill game 1. What was this in the end? Like 37, 38?
Yeah, I don't know.
I think we got close.
I mean, we're 30 minutes in and this is 32 kills already, so we may even be slightly higher than that because this game wasn't over after this fight. So definitely a fantastic performance coming through from IG, a bloody performance on both sides. And dude, game 3, I'm so ready. I'm so ready for it. I'm curious about the draft though, because I mean, it's almost the exact same drafts coming through on both sides. Or sorry, for both game 1 and game 2 with very little adaptation. Bans the exact same. First 3 picks were the exact same. The only adaptation that we really saw was the Sen and the Tam Kench on that bottom side of the map. And also then looking across at the Galio coming in for IG. So I'm interested to see what way this one's going to now pan out. I also don't think, unfortunately, we're going to see the Sen and Tam Kench. Again, I think this is a pairing that doesn't really suit Gal and Ming. Even though you kind of consider, hey, Gala's the late game scaler, Senna, late game scaling. I think it just doesn't fit what Ming wants to bring to the team, where he is kind of almost the same discussion we have with Enchanter supports, where he's playing more back foot rather than engage tool. So I think once more we'll see him go back towards things like, you know, the Nautilus, these kind of things.
I think you're on the nail for that one, Dagda, because the way I've seen Ming, even though he started out on the Morganas, the Karma bots, the Nautilus has really become him his most played champion, and Ming on things like the Leona as well. The ability to set up RNG and start moving around with Wei, and not only just have that mid-jungle duo partnering amongst themselves. So definitely feels like we're going to be talking a bit about this draft and the adaptations, because both game 1 and 2, if you missed out, were the same draft, bar a couple of changes. Literally pound for pound until we got to the second phase. For RNG and IG, what they're fighting for, as we talked about a little bit before, IG cannot afford to take a single series loss. The fact that they're taking to a game 3 is great, but if they lose this series, the chances are so hard against them that it's like a 98% chance they will not make playoffs. I think 99 is probably more accurate.
Yeah, I mean, it literally comes down to our next series then. If FPX are able to beat Weibo Gaming, they're out. And that's where all the control gets taken out of their hands, which is not the spot that you really want to be in if you are IG, which is why we see them battling for their lives out there. Is certainly what it feels like. These guys will not give any sort of headway at all. And I'm excited for it because it feels like IG, when the chips are down, have really stepped up to match RNG, which, as you say, like a team that's chasing for that second place in the LPL right now. If they can win this series, they can continue getting that game score up, they could potentially take that second spot away from JD Gaming, assuming JDG win the rest of their split as well. But we'll have to see now if IG could actually cause that upset here.
I mean, RNG have been pushed to the limit. Like, RNG so far in the series, Dagda, have had a lot of uncharacteristic errors. Remember that RNG were the team that beat JDG, beat EDG earlier in the split, took away LNG, a game against Top Esports. Like, RNG have been getting better and better. And the fact that in both games now we have seen little misplays from people like Wei, even Xiaohu when he was bombing Mole and the rest of IG, stepping too close, making a crucial error that gave IG thresholds back into the game. It's not great from RNG, and considering that we do have this high expectation, even though it is an exciting game number 3, I feel like RNG have to really stop this one, Dagda, for me to be sure that RNG are worth calling a top 2 team in the league.
And that's the thing, right? The fact that IG are running them around is cause for concern for RNG, and especially I think something we might see a little bit more of coming in towards patch 12.14, because one of the big things we talk about with RNG is that they aren't lane dominant like a top esports. Honestly, like we're kind of seeing from JDG as well, to be fair. Like, this is what this patch is starting to turn into with the changes, and I'm a bit worried that RNG can't keep pace, but we'll have to see now what happens in game 3.
Classic Shun ban. Again, Nidalee never going to be let through. Even though he's 0-3 on the champion, as I said, in game 1 draft, it's just something you can't take a chance on, Dagda. And speaking of same bans, are we doing it again? I mean, that's the biggest question. Are we really going to see the same?
Looks like
yep. There's a Draven ban. What came through here last time, Dagda? You're going to remind me? Wukong.
Yeah.
So first pick, what was it, Dagda?
We got the Vi. Will we get it again?
Oh, we got first pick Vi. First pick Vi for Wei. All right, do we change, or is it going to be rinse and repeat again?
Here we go. Okay. So let me see. So Vi.
Yep.
The
Tell us the
Aphelios
future.
Nautilus.
Yep.
And then it was Ari into the Gwen.
Okay.
Then we got the... Okay, we're sticking with it.
Yep, keep going, Dagda.
Okay, so we get the... Sorry, where was I? We get the... No! It's a Zeri!
Oh
There is
my
no
god.
Ari!
Wow. Okay. And Ming on Leona. I like this a lot more. Dagda, I thought you could read the future, man. What happened?
No. We were so close. Wrong timeline.
Yeah,
but,
that's okay.
Yeah, I mean, I like this adaptation. Way more aggressive in the bottom lane now for RNG. Gives them a lane that they can play around towards these early dragons. I like this mid-game adaptation. Surprised to see Zika over in the Jax here. I thought he'd actually try and take the Gwen away here. Get himself on towards something comfortable.
He didn't read the script,
especially when you
Dagda.
see what Braid's been doing.
You know, he's walked into the show and he's like, all right, guys, same picks again. And IG just committing to the play, even though RNG have kind of gone off script.
So do we get the bans then towards the Gwen in the top side? Like, are they fully committing towards Zika? It looks like they are, being comfortable. So Jack's taken off the board. Maybe we get a Gwen ban coming through as well. RNG will more than likely go towards still... Actually, do you go towards the mid lane? I say jungle bans, actually. Because I was going to say you probably ban mid laners, but I mean, you need the pick up your own mid laner here as well, regardless. So you're probably going to focus on junglers here more than anything else here, RNG.
Okay, I feel like you bringing up the jungle ban makes sense, right? Shun has been pretty good on the Xin Zhao so far. Going to be taken away, and Dagda another jungle as well for Shun. I was going to say something like the Viego, right? We haven't seen Viego this series, but Shun is kind of a master of delights. He doesn't go one direction. He looks at things like Lilia, Kindred. Again, the Nidalee always banned against him. I wonder what else is on the table for him with this comp.
Yeah, I will say his Diana has been exceptional as well.
That's
when RNG have a bit of a short-range composition, maybe you're thinking that Diana could be a bit of an issue for you. But again, I also think Viego, great late-game scaling, can cause major issues, especially for someone like Vi when she jumps in. If you burst her down, that's a lot of CC and a lot of damage that can very quickly set up for the Viego. So you do have options. Excuse me, sorry, here. There's RNG as to where you want to try and put that attention.
5 seconds to find out at the very least. I like the GP ban as well, I will say. Okay, Mole's Galio. That came out in the second game. But Mole as well, a lot of picks that can facilitate it if that's what IG want to do, Dagda.
See, the thing is, they're kind of going, hey, Mole, you probably want to go Ari, right? But you know that Xiaohu's Lissandra is still up and available, so you don't want to maybe take the Ari off rip. You want to try and wait and see exactly what that game plan is going to be first. RNG as well, then they can take the Ari. You know that you're getting rid of some of the things that at least Mole looks more comfortable on into the Ari. So you'll have to see exactly what the plan is going to be with Blanc, though. Also left open. That was one of the other picks that we saw banned away a lot. So,
yeah.
I mean, very different style coming through here for RNG.
Take it into Jax, though. Breathe is not someone who would take a still matchup. Breathe is a crazy man unleashed in the top lane. Now, every single time I cast him, he goes above and beyond. But Gragas is just beyond because of the belly dagger, and I'm kind of disappointed.
Yeah, the big belly beyond is going to be the answer here for RNG in the top lane. But it is a bit unfortunate. I mean, does well into the Jax matchup, right? Makes it very hard for Jax to trade because you can hit him with the belly slam, walk away thanks to your cask as well, make sure it's all fine. That is something I would be very worried about. Okay, thank you. Because Xiaohu does not have the greatest of win rates on the Azir at the moment. He's played it 6 times and has a 33% win rate. It is not what RNG want from LeBlanc. Definitely something that they can use. It looks like Mole is going to potentially go towards that Silas in the mid lane, which I think could work out relatively well, but I don't know if you want to give that much control over towards Xiaohu with the opportunity to roam. So it looks like he will try and fight fire with fire here, going towards the Lissandra. The real question is if it's Aftershock or the Electrocute Lissandra.
True. How much do you want to get through the lane? Mole, with team fight presence so far in this series. Dag, do you remember where he's not from Beijing, is he? Where is he from? I can't remember.
I don't know. I know he's
somewhere
very north. What is it?
I don't know if he's called Dongbei Faker or something, but we'll get on to that.
That is it. That is it. Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
Well, look, Mole has been, at that caliber, right? The laning phase is going well for Xiaohu, but Mole's impact so far in these fights has been pretty great so far in the series. As Dagda for IG, we do get a similar style, but different picks through the mid jungle this time.
Yeah, very, very different style coming through for the bot lane, at least anyway, for RNG, with the Zeri and the Leona going to be playing more the aggressive side of this matchup. You're still seeing very pick-orientated, as you highlighted, between Wei and Xiaohu for the mid-jungle, but at least you've got decent poke coming through from both the Zeri and also the LeBlanc when you get towards team fights. And I think that's going to be where RNG are trying to put down a lot of their pressure in these early skirmishes, whereas when you're looking across at IG, it's all in. It's like jumping in with Jax, jumping in with the Lissandra, CCing everyone to the live long day, looking for resets with Shun, and seeing if you can carry through the fights with On once more. Kind of a similar story to last game. It's just got a bit more late game scaling with Shun. We'll have to see now if they can try and find that success.
I think for IG, if you're telling me they just want to put their face into the enemy team, I would look at IG in a favorable way, because this series so far, when IG have been able to go in for the full 5v5s, have looked better. For a lot of fans tuning in, they might say, wait, why are IG looking favorable here against RNG, who have a clear road to the top 2, who look like they could be securing worlds before any other team in the LPL due to their championship points? And the answer is that RNG today have fallen short, but IG have risen to the occasion where they need this series win in order to stay safe, in order to keep their win streak alive, in order to try that impossible run for the summer playoffs. And here in week 9 towards the end, Dagda, before our match of the week, where the Shy heads back on the Rift, we have his old team fighting up a storm.
And they need desperately, as you say, to keep that storm rolling. See if they can continue to take it against RNG. Interesting to see the Unsealed Spellbook coming through from Mole. In this matchup, we used to see the Aftershock, and then it evolved in towards things like the Electrocute, because it's like, okay, well then I can kind of trade back more effectively with the nerfs that came through to Aftershock. Now moving over towards Unsealed Spellbook with the Biscuits, it feels at least like Mole is kind of like, look, with the nerfs now to, survivability in lane, definitely wants to be able to have access to Biscuits, to everything else, to make sure that he's going to be able to stay topped up in this matchup.
And we've got the area on the other side as well from Xiaohu, so poking power comes in as RNG in lane first, while Arn and Wink weren't even giving a leash, just walking down from bottom side river, just dropping a ward on the way as well. So last couple of times, Dagda, this 2v2 has been pretty red hot. Let's be real. Arn and Wink have been setting up for this lane throughout as Shield of Daybreak. Nice little poke there from Ming. And I can't wait to see what comes through next, Dagda, even if we think it is going to be a quiet lane.
I think this is going to get a lot more spicy after the level 2 has been hit, where Gal and Ming can get a little bit more pressure, because at the moment, you're playing defensive here as Gal and Ming. But once Leona has access to the Zenith Blade, she can take a lot more agency in that lane, and it's then Wink who has to try and go on towards the back foot. So, at least for the moment, we're kind of seeing IG try and abuse that. But now, already you can see Gal and Ming hit level 2. They get control over this wave. They're going to start getting wards down in the enemy jungle, trying to spot out exactly what Shun's game plan is, and see if Wei can maybe have some impact while Shun is farming.
Shun is pathing towards the bottom side as well, so for IG, knowing that the bottom lane dipped a little bit, probably put vision down. Shun has to play it careful. As he starts up his wolves, Wei on the other side is on red buff. And I wanted to spot a couple of things that we've been seeing throughout this laning phase so far. Zika is bopping Breathe here on this Gragas. And Zika's been doing well in all lanes here today, Dagda. All 3 games, Jax, every single one of them. He's been taking some of these limitless trades, as we see again.
Yeah, he's been doing very well with that, even getting nice little CS lead for himself right now. Looks like he's even going to move down and try and steal away the Scuttle Crab, because he knows, look, Wei more than likely going to be on this bottom side, at least not letting Wei get the double Scuttle. Shun will spot out Wei here. No real push in bot or mid, though, so this is a bit of a dangerous one for Wei.
Ming's going to be here first. I mean, Wink alongside him, but Ming is a level 3 Leona with Glacial Augment, so once locked down, you're not getting out. Zenith Blade over the wall would be ambitious, but Shun is out thanks to the miss. As Wei starts this up, Smite is available and is just going to be taken. So Wei picks up the neutral. IG's bottom lane move into River. That's a Zenith Blade, a Shield of Daybreak. You knew this was being contested. It's flashed away from the Vault Breaker, but Gala's over the wall. Wink has to burn a summoner when he really shouldn't have to.
Especially when you're not even playing. Ooh, Shehu, nicely
That
done.
was shaky.
For Wink, like, you don't even have to burn a summoner or spell in that situation as well. The way you try and play that is, as the Zenith Blade comes out, you hook the Leona and you immediately walk away. Because you're running double Glacial Augment, it means that you're actually able to back away at the same speed, and Leona can never get the Shield of Daybreak thanks to the CC coming through from the Anchor Toss. So the fact that Wink kind of showing maybe he's not as familiar with this matchup as he should be, because we haven't seen a lot of Leonas in response to this, and it feels like Ming kind of going, well, you know, young Padawan, I brought you in to RNG back in the day. I will take you out of playoffs if I have to with this win.
And with this pause coming through, we get time to talk about Wink's, you know, traineeship, right? Only a split in spring. It was with the amazing J roster, the RNG roster that, honestly, in 2019, we were surprised with, right? Like, 2018 was Golden Road, 2019 started going downhill, in 2020, one of their worst years yet. For Wink coming through, he spent a lot of time in E-Star. He spent a lot of time on these bottom-tier rosters. IG came in and brought that Jackie Love flair, but now he's a support, which is just, again, crazy to me, considering that I thought Wink had, you know, a pretty high ceiling. But as a support, I will say, Dagda, I've been pleasantly surprised, especially in this series, where his Nautilus has been on point so far.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing, is as he's grown in the support role, he's definitely started to go from success to success, right? Like, obviously, sitting down the bottom of the table, not the most success in the league, but definitely the fact that he's been able to find these duo kills consistently against some of the bottom lanes that he's been up against. A lot of them coming off the back of his plays, setting them up. Finding the moments to shot call. His roaming has been relatively good as well at times. So I think this is where you're starting to see, like, Wink taking on that mantle more and more. And the fact that he's kind of been able to step into that role because IG needed him as a shot caller to stay in the team, but we're having so much trouble in that support role, kind of speaks volumes to how adaptable Wink has been to the needs of IG.
Giving a lot of promise towards the next year especially. IG not out of the woods yet, but still, it's looking hard to make playoffs. This win is going to be everything if they can pull it off. In the early game so far, though, as we come back from our little pause, not sure what happened there, but Zika is still up ahead in the top side. He's taken Cole as well into this lane, Dagda, so feeling pretty confident as Glacial Path almost stops Xiaohu, but he gets out in the nick of time. With a Dark Seal as well, I might add, for this LeBlanc. Once again, Xiaohu's been pulling it out all 3 games.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Dark Seal is just, you know, gold positive at the moment off the initial buy is why we're seeing so many people pick it up. It still sells for relatively high as well, so in the grand scheme of things, it's not the worst pickup to try and see, hey, if I can stack a couple of these early kills, maybe I can snowball. So you're actually seeing it on the opposite side as well for Mole, who taking a lot more damage from Xiaohu in this matchup.
Yep.
Even though you have Xiaohu with control, I want to see junglers get involved in this mid lane.
True. Flash? Wait. Zika flash. Zika flash on this. Not even level 6, but Zika just going all in. Under turret now. A bit of a mistake as Breathe looking for a barrel roll. He has no flash available. Almost gets punished for his crimes. As with a body slam cube, Breathe could find it, but Zika's out. Dagda too close for comfort.
But that's the thing. Level 6 is going to be hit by Breathe, and the passive from Breathe means that he will heal up. So Breathe trying to see if he can get on the hunt, but not quite able to do so. And this is actually a pretty big win for Breathe now. Yes, flash for flash, but he's going to get to crash this pretty sizable wave here, have that level advantage for himself, get a quick reset where he's not missing out on the CS, and set himself up nicely. So bit of a mistake from Zika. Thought he could get the kill, but just a little bit short.
He's so confident because every single lane so far in this series, he's been smashing Breathe. And this time around, Breathe finally getting a bit of respite as CS is evened up, pushed into the turret, and bottom side begins. Wei and Brush's arm moves back, and
wait, look,
this is the moment for RNG.
Move mid!
Dagda, I want to see mid as well, but I guess Xiaohu's out for now, as maybe we need to look back bot because Ming with the Zenith Blade finds Arnie as a cleanse available, and the Shield of Daybreak doesn't use it. He's smashed up! In comes a flying Vi from Arcane. First blood into the second kill. Zeri gonna electrocute game 3.
All right, the observers know best apparently because they catch that one out, but now we're straight back in towards the top side. Shun in trouble.
Hello. A big man with a barrel and a wand in hand. Shun gets sent backwards. He doesn't have a Heartbreaker. The smite heals him up, but even though he's rooted, Breathe is taking so long to die. Mole flashes over the wall, and RNG, that's more like it.
Mole had nothing left in the tank. No mana meant that he couldn't follow up on the play. So now 3 kills to RNG, and as you say, finally a confident start for RNG in this series.
Dude, I think we've been sitting here watching these games play out. Like, RNG had a good game 1, but that is an explosive opening that has just left them with a 1,500 gold lead, with Dragons as well in this patch, the Ocean to kick it off for that passive healing. Let's look at the replay, Dagda. It's the bottom side where Wei just entered Arn's life through the front door.
And because you had no vision, no cleanse used fast enough, so you get hit by the Q from Wei before you get the flash. And then when Gala following up, they get the double kill. That's such a massive advantage for the Zeri now in this bottom lane. I mean, Zeri is going to be your mainstay, like, DPS for these fights. Gala getting off to a good start is exactly what RNG needs.
And when we talked about the comps in draft, Dagda, you talked about some of the skirmishing power here as Xiaohu over the wall, going to spot himself a Mole, and Mole gets locked on down. This Lysandra just keeping him in play. Xiaohu's going to get unwanted company with Shun mid. He's got the Heartbreaker, but he doesn't have the distance for now. Hard to gank this LeBlanc with Flash still available too. So right now, Mole just takes the worst trade as they continue to lane it out. But Dagda, junglers might meet in a second in the top side.
They definitely will. Wei is here. Trying to see if he can make a play top side. Shun gonna follow.
Zika just leaps striked in. Vault Breaker again to come on in. The cease and desist now available. Zika just counter-striked as he's going to be dunked down. And Wei's early game great, but now the response from Shun, who gets explosive cast away. Breathe, you beautiful man. What a save.
Breathe will save Wei, and Xiaohu is playing Protect the River, so nothing can get onto his jungler. Wei gonna start up this Rift Herald as well, thanks to that play in the top side, but Zika does have TP and just up in a moment. Shun is here with Mole, who still has Frozen Tomb, so still questionable as to if RNG will get this safely.
Shun, no Heartbreaker, no Flash though, so if Mole goes in, it's going to take a while, but Blast Cone proves me wrong as there's a Glacial Path locking down jungle. Wei gets smite though, and Mole goes to his death. RNG have a Herald to pick up as Wei tries to play for time as Xiaohu comes in, and Shun finally gets a reset, turns into the Vi, gets onto Xiaohu, but spinning to win as Zika gets a 2-man with the Solar Flare from Ming. We're fighting topside again, and the series gets even more chaotic as the Super Shock Laser helps Xiaohu secure the kill. Wei's hands go in the air out of relaxation and IG get turned on yet again.
IG guessed wrong on Xiaohu. They committed a ton of damage over towards the clone, which meant that they were all caught out completely in the worst spot. Great roam from Ming. On will respond with some turret plates on the bot side, but watch here, because Mole goes in. The smite is perfect from Wei, where he gets the rift out and gets the heal. But here, oh, we're not going to get a chance.
Oh, never mind. We're getting fired again. Cease and desist not available, but Arn's so deep under turret. Ultra Shock Laser does so much as Gala brings the electricity. Wink must have put something bad in the toaster as RNG looked to chase, but luckily he'll get away unscathed. 3 kills now for Gala on Zeri, and his early game is a massacre.
Well, whatever Wink put in that toaster, it's definitely leaving a bad taste in my mouth, because RNG and IG has been such a good series. Game 1, Game 2, but Game 3 rolls around and IG are collapsing 7-1. 3,000 gold already for RNG in advantage. And I mean, Zeri's flying ahead here.
Oh,
3 kills, turret plates, rift out now, and the Dragon in a minute 30. They'll get bot turret and still get to reset in time for Dragon.
You can see that IG want to make a positioning play on top of the bottom lane, Dagda, but turret's about to go down, the ult misses, and under now a turret that's not there. Why did you want to take this? Gala gets yet another kill as Shun jumped into this. He has a flash, he has Heartbreaker, but Ming's over the wall, and now Wei has to buy time while Wink is getting electrocuted again. Gala has no mercy. 5-0-1 finally on a massive carry, as Shun has limited tools left available. Mole looking to help out, but Xiaohu's in the party as well. IG on the wrong side of the map, and Wei is so damn big. With the Glacial Path, a tomb as well. They just need a reset for Shun, but even that's denied. RNG have woken up Dagda, and they're grumpy.
IG will get nothing. Nothing on the bot side. Nothing in the mid-jungle skirmish, and nothing when it comes to playoffs. RNG are showing why they are looking at the top 2 spot in the LPL.
Well, finally, Dagda, because if this was as scrappy as the rest, or if this was as questionable as the rest, I think we'd be asking ourselves if that's really true. Look at the replay again, and the turret doesn't even exist.
The turret doesn't exist. Wink isn't in a position to stop the engage from Ming. Gala's getting a ton of poke off alongside Wei. IG are routed, and RNG will take it handy. Kill going to Gala, kills going towards, a double kill I suppose, going towards Wei, with the bot tower going down as well off that play. That is now a 5 kill Zeri, who has already most of her Phantom Dancer completed, and a ton of frontline. So RNG, congratulations on the win.
7,000 the lead too. Second Dragon picked up, and every other game where it's been back and forth in the early game, like game 1 for example, IG at least had a winning lane, Dagda, but right now even the Jack's not going well as Wei finds himself a Mole over with the Glacial Path, but it's denied with the cease and desist. Another Vault Breaker, but Wei has done his due diligence. The 3-1 and 7-5 tells him to get lost while he takes the rest of the jungle.
Look, all I'm saying is Wei's been involved in 10 kills. He could have been involved in 11. He should have just flashed over the wall. Should have just followed.
Yeah, he should have. You're right, Dagda. Let's criticize Wei. Let's criticize him a bit here. I mean,
yeah, criticize RNG. We're at 11-1. This is what we're doing.
This team dropping that kill was very irresponsible, obviously. As Breathe and topside, explosive cast available. Seeker not winning that either. Solar Flare away from Arn, who doesn't have cleanse, and Gale forced to save him, but Gala has 1.5 items. Even with that turret shot, I wouldn't care as Xiao now moves in. Dredgeline from Wick is over ambitious. The lightning crash from Gala is now up and available. He almost keeps it charged as we start spreading it through the minion wave while we go to the top side to see a large man with a barrel take on a guy without his real weapon. Xiaohu, peekaboo, and Arn would be dead with the electrocute, but never mind. Glacial Path's going to be taken mid. No, we're trying to defend mid for IG, but a 3-man Ultra Shock Laser. It begins again. Xiao going to sacrifice his life, which means Shun. It turns into a LeBlanc, but he gets Vault Break it. IG lucky to be alive, and Shun's clone comes out. RNG surprisingly not getting a kill.
They get the tower though, they get presence on top side, and they'll get the reset now to move up towards this Rift Tower as well. Having this mid tower down alongside bot would give them so much control over the map. Like, you can already see how much vision is laid out beautifully in that line, basically cutting IG off from the rest of the map. And this all starts with Xiaohu getting a ton of damage off and on. We talked about the poke RNG would have, and unfortunately, they just tried to commit that bit too far. Mo gets a great Ring of Frost that denies Xiaohu, which then sets up for an almost turnaround. But yeah, Shun takes a lot of poke damage on the way out as he takes the body of Xiao.
With how poo-poo the early game was, Dagda, I think you take that as a great win for IG. When everything is falling around you, getting a kill onto Xiaohu, getting some gold back on your team. Gonna spot out as Zika comes over, but it's a 5-man. Zen's played it anyway as RNG play the poke game. Breeze here, explosive cast, only hit Zika. As Xiaohu now with an angle, but they're gonna turn on him, but Solar Flare is quick to the trigger. We're getting a 5v5 at 15 minutes into the game. That's why I love this region, as Gala set up for a triple. Now for the Quadra, Gala is set up for another pentakill.
The
What's
Penta
new?
Prince!
As he chased it down, Dagda, you know it, you've said it. Gala on Zeri has a bit of a timer. Shun not going to give it over as RNG have mobility, but they need to kill Shun. Gala's Penta will not be given with the lightning crash down the turret dive. The flash away, Gala's take it up. He doesn't have it yet in the palm of his hands, and the rest of the members are up and available. Xiao has to take it, and Gala not getting a Penta. Oh, boo-hoo, you've got like 20.
He actually hasn't. He's gotten more pentakills this split than he had in the rest of his career. Like, that's how many he's gotten this split. Even getting one denied already at MSI. So his penta numbers, you know, he needs all the pentas he can get. We need to get Gala at the top of the leaderboard, but it's a great engage from RNG. Zika immediately taken out of the equation. There, I think Breathe was trying to predict the flashes that were going to come through from IG, but no one even does it. And that's what happens is RNG go, oh, well, if you're not going to try and get away from this, we're just going to instantly kill you. The Quadra picked up for Gala. There will be no Penta. Shun will run away. But still, it's not even 18 minutes into the game. 9 kills, Zeri. Nearly at an infinity edge. Like, oh, what do you do?
Nothing. You sit back and just watch this game fall down. 11,000 gold, by the way, at 17. 35 seconds till the dragon that is yours and will be yours for the rest of this game. And RNG have to throw everything out the window to lose this one. And Dagda, I was going to say, you know what was refreshing about that last play? Zeri not getting a Penta. I think that's more Pog than Zera getting a Penta these days. It's, yeah, that's damage, all right. That Ultra Shock Laser will one-shot with the Infinity Edge, or at least get close to a 2. As Gala moves up and again tries to press W on, not that direction this time. He's going to heal up anyway, so safety in numbers are eye check. But Dagda,
it's funny because Gala's literally playing whack-a-mole now.
Yeah, true.
As yeah, Dragon going to be started up. No contest. Not need to be pointed out here as IG would just try and get some control in their own jungle for the Baron that's about to spawn. But again, a poke composition like RNG have that's ahead is just nasty to try and play against.
IG trying to make a play, nevertheless. Wink moving up to the top side, but Breeze also coming through, and as they try and all in on top of Xiaohu, Zika and Wink are going to get more than they bargained for. Breeze is still tanking up. He has a Night Harvester here, so Shun doesn't do enough damage at this point as Breeze still backs away. Xiaohu's taking a beating as Mole comes in, but hang on a minute, Mole. As he gets Zenith Blade, buys time with the Frozen Prison. The stopwatch to do the same. He's alive for now, but RNG with a multi-man Solar Flare in the choke. Breeze still alive, the Ultra Shock Laser, and here's Papa Bear. All right, Zeri, all right, we get it. You like electricity. Everybody's dead, so you can cut the shenanigans.
Well, I don't even know if she wants to. Because at this stage, she's got the IE. She's only just come back from base. She's added 2 more kills to the roster. Like, Zeri is all we got to talk about in this game. Because Gala is having a field day. After what has been a rough game on the Senna, Gala proving that he never wants to touch a support champion again.
Yeah, good stuff. Like Senna game 2, Zeri game 3. This is what we came for, and RNG are going to show us again how they can buy a lot of time, Dagda.
Yeah, you can see that Breathe, like, the tankiness that comes through from the sustain on an AP Gragas is kind of insane. Mole ends up going into stasis with the ultimate, then has the stopwatch, keeps him alive a little bit, but, I mean, RNG are all over the place here. and especially as you get Gala coming in here. Look at the damage of that zap.
Oh,
Jesus. I mean, you were talking about a potentially one-shotting, and I didn't expect that to actually be the case.
True. I mean, at this point, just build full damage, Gala. Bring it on, buddy. You have nothing to fear. And look, it's a 14,000 gold lead, and inner turrets are still available. That's how crazy this game has been, and I love that even though IG can't seem to get a kill, RNG have kept with the theme of this series. When we have had so far, ladies and gentlemen, over 100 kills within a BO3, we're not stopping anytime soon. Good dodge away from Gala, but guess what? He can go over walls. Solar Flare and Dredge Line combine as an explosive cast from Breathe, keeps them towards the fight. Barrel roll not connecting. Doesn't mean that IG going to die as that TP. Hang on a minute, Zika. Hang on a minute. Do you want to be here? I think, ladies and gentlemen of the audience, you will know the answer. Xiaohu to pop him, getting close as Wink saves his life, but now because of that, Zika, Wink's death is on your head. Forward over for Breathe. Mole and Zika caught by Ming on the backside. A Zenith Blade, another kill, a Gala moment. RNG are making this look like bullying from a schoolyard. 5 kids ganging around, and RNG are not letting them say a word before smacking them in the head.
They have 26 kills at 21 minutes. Like, this is domination from RNG. They're still keeping this game bloody. Like, don't get me wrong, we've had a very bloody series. It's just much more one-sided than Game 1 and Game 2 have been.
Okay, just gather in the Herald, that's fine. What can Wink do? What can Wink do? Are they gonna... Well, at this point, IG, no dancing Herald tagged up. And it's so funny because IG just stood there. They looked, they were dead, but they know this is over. And with it as well, let's be real, IG, that miracle run to playoffs, it's feeling like that is doomed now as well. RNG getting them so close to the finish line, but not close enough, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, for IG, the dream was nearly there, but they haven't imploded. They've gone full supernova, like 26-3. Zika going way too deep. IG, I mean, the fact that RNG get to run this Riptail through 3 different turrets, including 1 Nexus turret, says a lot about how well this game is going for IG. Dragon, up in a minute's time. You can see him in the bottom left corner of your screen. Again, Soul, Hextech Soul for Gala. 13 kills at GA.
Yeah.
He's nearly full build at 23 minutes. Yeah. Like, Jesus Christ, this guy's gonna hurt.
It's like a Solic again. Yeah, there you go. Hey, Gala just pressed ulti, and Arn will Gale Force away, but Gala can do it by himself at this point. The GA, as you said, gives him confidence, and RNG fighting for the top right now. A Hex Gate out to get the Dragon, to get the Soul, and to put the nail in the final piece of the coffin that is Invictus Gaming. Dagda, we got a full 3-game series out of it. It was hyped up, but Game 3 has looked as most of the audience will expect.
The thing is, though, I believe with the 1-game toss...
Are you going to get time, do you reckon? What do you reckon, Dagda? Dagda, you know what's coming through, don't you? You know what's coming through. Ming has Solar Flare, and all he has to do is press the R button. The Ultra Shock laser not connecting, but it doesn't matter. There's only 1 Nexus turret remaining. The biggest stomp of the split, or at least close to, is Dredge Line on the tank. That is a no bueno from Wink as Ignite gets dropped on down, and IG's final defense is an Ultra Shock laser to the face. Look at their health. This is the biggest stomp I have seen in the past couple of weeks, with a great Solar Flare, with another Ultra Shock laser. Gala cleaning up house.
Wait!
They just wanted to keep on going. It's great, Dagda, but you know what? It's not enough. 24 minutes and RNG affirmative on the solo King carry business.
I mean, 3 over towards the finish at the end, but it doesn't matter. RNG will still manage to close this one out. Gala adding a field day to his KDA score after that one as well. But with that, RNG will take the series 2, which actually makes it very interesting for these last couple of games for RNG and JDG. Because I was just looking there, RNG will now go to plus 14 game score. JDG is on plus 16 game score. JDG does not have the head-to-head against RNG. So if JDG win their series against Anyone's Legend 2-0, RNG have to win their next 2 series 2-0 if they want to take that second place spot. If JDG drops a game, it gets a little bit easier for RNG. But that battle for second, potentially second, is heating up drastically between RNG and JDG.
In what was just an insane couple of games, 3 games in total, 120 kills or something more than that. It was just a bloodbath and a half, and it came from RNG, who aren't known as these real aggressive, brutal laners. But as you said, Dacta, kills at 15, got a high score. IG bringing the same kind of feel, and our mid-game team fights in both games, you know, game 1 and 2, because game 3 was a wash, was huge. So I know we didn't get the same vibe we got from the first couple of games with people tuning in, but I will say we got a series that should have had no business delivering. That did deliver quite a lot.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that game 1 and game 2 delivered in the manner that it did is honestly enough for me. I think IG did themselves proud. Like, I know game 3 obviously fell apart, but the fact that they were able to take it so much against RNG, I think says a lot about this team, that they have managed to kind of claw themselves into a position where, hey, if we're looking towards the next split, maybe they can do it. I think the only downside for me is that we said the exact same thing about them spring, right? We said that, hey, look, this was a team that with Zika coming in, might have been able to do it. And then it starts to look a little bit funky. So it feels like we're always kind of left wanting with IG, but it felt like at least game 1 and game 2, they delivered and did themselves justice.
Yeah, the game 2 is a nice way to go out, right? We have to wait and see if FPX can beat Weibo, but at the very least, IG showing us what could be in the cards for 2023. It's not their swan song, but it's definitely on the borderline, right? 10 wins to me is a death sentence. Being only able to get 6 wins in the LPL, 7 in a rare occasion, like 2 splits, I think Dagda has picked up the last playoff spot. But 6, never. 6 has never been a comfortable number, and that's all IG can get now. And FPX have to lose both games, both series, sorry. BLG have to lose against WE, of course, to make so they can only hit 6-2. But then it's like game difference. So I don't know what people want to expect from IG at this point. A 99% chance they are not making it into playoffs because of today's loss. So got to hit it. It hits pretty deep.
It really does. And it's so unfortunate as well when you look at how, I mean, the miracle run could have been there. Mole coming in, making their mid jungle so much stronger. You kind of wonder if this had been a bit of an earlier addition, what could have been for this team. But I guess we will never actually be able to find out now. As not being able to take down RNG, it was always going to be a tall order. But unfortunately now, IG will see themselves out. Especially if, like, the actual thing it relies on is if FPX beat Weibo later. But even then, I just don't see, like, TT losing the remainder of their games and FPX losing the remainder of the games, BLG losing the remainder of the games to try and give them that opportunity to stay in.
Yeah, because even if everyone stays at 6, like, the game difference hurts so much. I know we're selling the point to death. IG are going to be out, guys. Let's be real. I was an IG lover in the past, but I'll tell you one thing as an X fan: this team ain't what it used to be, and giving us a good show in one of the games of the series. But game 3 was all about RNG and Gala's damage. Yeah, what a surprise. Let's be real. Probably MVP here, Dagda. Probably going to be Gala MVP. All way, right?
Watch Ming steal it now.
Oh, true. That's fair, though. Dude, 2021, it was spring finals and then at MSI. And RNG, Ming was doing so much. They're like, oh, Gala again. I think it was summer, too. Summer in 2021. But Ming has been robbed of so many MVPs that I just feel like he deserves so many more. You know, give it Ming MVP. I never think it'll be enough to make up for all the ones that Gala stole. He's having a good split, but no more center Tom Dagda. I think that's fair. RNG do not suit it, and it wasn't the greatest game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking, right? So this would have been the 9th game that Gala has on Zeri. Whereas, as we were talking about, it was 7. That was the 8th game that we saw for Senna. He had a 43% win rate before the day started on the Senna. He had a 88% win rate on the Zeri, and it's only added to that, whereas the Senna has dropped. I think it says a lot about what RNG kind of need from Gala, what they need from Ming specifically as well. Like, being able to go for these dives with the Leon on the bot side was what made this game so successful. Like, snowballing like crazy through Gala, and a huge amount of that was enabled by Ming. So honestly, maybe we do end up seeing Ming get the MVP. But I definitely think that with the way that this game was gone, it has to go to that bot lane. Being able to set them up for success is the win condition for RNG, and they did it beautifully.
And I mean, way on top of that, let's be real. Like, the early game of this Vi, despite mid-game being a bit janky in 2 of the games, Wei's Vi has been pretty impressive. This game especially, like the early gank towards the bottom lane. And Wei gets a lot of criticism, and I agree with it. I'll call it out when I see it. But Wei also can be this absolutely insane jungler that just has these weird paths that no one expects.
Yeah, and I think he did a really good job today of trying to play around Vision on that opposite side. But yeah, I just heard in my ear, Ming did get the MVP.
Oh, did he? I thought it was Wei, but I
was
can't
it
hear
Wei?
anything. You know what? Let's pull it up.
All right.
Let's see.
3,
did we hear
2,
wrong?
1.
Oh my god, it was Wei. Wow. All right, well, sorry, Ming. No MVP again for him today. But Wei did set up the bottom lane early on, so I see the direction.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the plays early were coming through from Wei, being able to set up on the bottom side, as we said. But also, I just think in general, Wei did an exceptional job today. In general, avoiding the vision that was already set up for IG, right? Like, we talked about how he's almost playing this, like, assassin Vi in some of the series wins. And the fact that he's been first picking this Vi every single time, having great success with it, says a lot about where we can expect Wei's attention to go over the next little while.
What a man. Breathe honorable mention there as well. But in the 2v2, these guys throughout the whole series, and throughout many series in the LPL, their 2v2 has been such a known fact moving around the map together. And I feel like Ming as well, syncing up on the Leona Dagda, another honorable mention, because on this pick, Ming has just always performed so well.
Yeah, and I think that's the focal point here is, again, Ming coming back onto these engaged champions and being able to beat out his old duo partner in Wink as well. You could see who was more comfortable in that matchup, who had the experience to make sure that he was able to find a ton of these engages. Like, even you could see Wink not looking like he kind of understood how to interact in this matchup. And I think for Ming, taking a big amount of success from that situation.
Well, as we're standing by with Gala, we're going to send it over because I tell you what, I don't know if he's upset Dagda, but I sure would like to find out. Christina standing by with Gala for this.
Hello there, welcome to Postgame Interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by Gala, AD carry for RNG. Congratulations on taking down your opponent, but also getting 8 consecutive wins so far. So how did you guys manage to maintain great performance currently? 让我们恭喜 RNG 获得本局比赛。我们邀请到了 AD 选手 Gala。首先想要问一下 ，RNG 在目前是豪取8连胜，所以想问一下，为什么队内会在最近有一个这么好的表现呢？
可能就是我们最近就是在配合上面就是更好了吧，然后选的阵容也更好一点，然后就慢慢的越打越好了。
Yeah, actually, we perform better and better currently. It is because we have better synergy and we have picked so many decent and better draft. So, second question for you, I have to ask the game 3. So, there were so many skirmishes, team fights, and kills in game 1 and game 2. But how do you guys manage to change your form in game 3 and you just snowball the game so smoothly? 接下来想要问一下，是在今天第1、2局的比赛呢，还算是有来有回，比较焦灼。但是第3局 RNG 上来之后，就马上势头很盛，从各路开花，并且是很顺利的滚起雪球，赢下比赛。所以想问一下，在第2局赛后是在哪些方面做了什么调整吗？
第2局赛后，我们就觉得我们的中野好像就是有点被对面的中野限制嘛，然后下路选的也不是很主动，然后我们第3把就选了一个前期比较主动的英雄嘛。
We just picked more aggressive and more proactive champions on bowling, and maybe the reason why our performance is not so perfect is because our mid and jungle were punished by our opponent, and we just changed that so we can get a better performance in game 3. And next question, I found something interesting that RNG is so good at coming back when you guys falling behind, even if your opponent have secured the Dragon Soul. So how do you guys manage to turn the tide when you're falling behind for so many times in this season? 接下来想要问一下，在这个赛季啊，RNG 大家都叫翻盘小子、翻盘队伍，同样也是集齐了所有龙魂的翻盘记录。想问一下，为什么 RNG 在这个赛季能够达成一个这样的成就呢？是队伍的后期运营特别好吗？还是什么样其他的原因呢？
本来就是我觉得我们的后期就是本来就是运营的很不错的嘛，然后，就是在中期，每次那种不可能翻盘的时候，我们总是能慢慢的一点一点的累积起翻盘的那种契机吧，就是我们找机会能力就是很好。
Firstly, I do think our late game macros were super great. And even if the situation was a little bit shaky, we can find a lot of opportunities to establish the foundation to come back in the late game. And so, final question for you: what's your take on this bot lane environment in this new patch? 最后一个问题想问到 Gala，作为下路选手，对于新版本的下路生态是怎样看待的呢？
我觉得新版本的下路的话，就是很就是没有什么无敌的英雄吧。我觉得就是在这个版本里，好像什么 ADC 都是可以用的，就是看哪个玩的更好吧，哪个更适合自己的队伍。
Actually, I do think there is no the strongest champion, AD champion on the bot lane in this meta. The draft and the champion pick is dependent on the personally. So if you can so proficient on this champion and you are confident on this, you can pick this one. And finally, I want to say congratulations again and thank you so much for joining me. 再次感谢 Gala 来到我们校采访，也期待 RNG 之后获得更多的比赛胜利。拜拜。Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Christina, and thank you to Gala Dagda. He's always very quiet, you know, like Uzi was someone who was very, very like, not, I was going to say proud. Proud's a good word, but very confident in the way he's talked. Gala is always quite reserved, but, you know, I feel like the dynamic that he's brought into RNG has been great ever since joining in 2020 summer.
Yeah, and I think the fact that the team relies on him so effectively to be that late game carry. Like we've seen many different styles coming through from RNG while Gala's been in his tenure here, but I mean, even when we saw them playing heavily around Xiaohu, they were always able to fall back to, hey, Gala can be the carry. And when the chips were down, when we get to playoffs, it seems like Gala really does like carry that pressure so well.
Well, now RNG top 4, Dagda, that's locked in no matter what. Their climb towards top 2 is coming up, but for now, we got to look towards the lower part of the standings. FPX looking for their 7th win versus Weibo, who are just trying to lock in top 6 themselves. We come back after this break with Match of the Week, which should be another barn burner. We'll see you in a second.
crownless are finally king.
The LPL are kings again.
Stand strong. Nothing can break us.
Oh yeah, he needs to be so careful. That's just a bit of a mistake, but a fantastic capitalization from Summit, who's already starting to become that self-sufficient top laner that I was talking about.
I really should have stretched first. Oh well.
Okay, I'll admit it. When the producers told me that this week's match of the week is FPX versus Weibo Gaming, I was a little unsure how I could possibly sell this one. But after thinking about it, it kind of sells itself. Allow me to explain. You remember Summit. Of course you do. He joined the LCS, became MVP, and disappeared into the night. Well, he's back, in a slightly harder region.
But ZDZ doesn't have the damage. He's gone too deep as well. It's pure chaos in this fight. As Jojo throws a lick towards Care. There's a route as well. Can they get the place back? Doesn't look like it because Summit is here to clean house. The boomerangs are flying and it's an easy kill onto Jojo.
And what better way to prove yourself than versus the Shy? Because at the end of the day, it is the Shy's world. And well, we're just living in it.
So it's going to be hard for them to really make this one work. UCal look to try and trade solo players, but they get themselves on the top of this one. This is ongoing in, but a curse to Sam Mummy into the explosive cast, and they're able to get the GA immediately. One Fong, though, still doing well. And the Shy with a slicing maelstrom right onto the backside. Kevlar knows he needs to do something. I will say that Baitron's doing some significant damage, but can they kite this one out? They cannot.
This is what the future looks like. Feel free to give up now.
And the flank from Angel, he goes golden to dodge out of the Moonlight Vigil. The Shy has found Cream on the side. They are picking apart OMG. 1 by 1. Abel is left but dead.
I feel so alive.
Sanji coming down. The Shy is doing so much damage with the needleworks, and he just eviscerates Aki. Snip, snip goes your life.
The Shy, once again, looking unstoppable.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Match of the Week here for our penultimate week, week number 9 here in the LPL. Of course, my name's Asterix, and Dagda right next to me, joining me through what has already been a pretty overwhelming night, but we're hoping this one absolutely blows the anchor out of wherever anchors come from. Dagda is getting inappropriate. I stopped myself. There you go. Thank you very much. Good cover, because FPX versus Weibo Gaming, a lot of people, as I said there, wouldn't expect this to be match of the week, but this one matters so much for playoffs, for the standings, and especially for FPX, Dagda, because you're telling me you got a bit of hope for this team, as they should have hope for themselves.
Yeah, I think for FPX, the hope is still alive and well for them, especially with Rare Adam being able to get that unexpected win in their series against JD. No, it wasn't JDG, sorry. I'm blanking on who they beat. But
I'll get you.
Yeah, the fact that Rare Adam were able to catch themselves up means that now FPX are still alive. There are so many, against OMG, there's so many teams now that are sitting at 7 wins and the potential for those 9 losses. They can start to climb up and see if they can get themselves into that top spot, especially starting here today. This is a crucial matchup for them, because with BLG also having that upset now, BLG have a chance of catching them. Both teams have to face Weibo Gaming, and it feels like Weibo are the gatekeepers for both of these teams into playoffs. So this series is incredibly important for FPX.
Isn't it just telling, right? Like a team like Weibo and FPX, where everything comes down to the side of FPX, comes from a team that has just been so crazy. And as we look at FPX, Dagda, I feel like we'd say the same thing, right? LWX and Hung, a bottom lane that were gigantic chads in spring, still had that energy in summer. Cares come into the roster and absolutely stepped up, and Summit as well joining in all the way from LCS. The pieces have aligned, but it's moments away from locking in, as we were talking about there. And thank you for RA, Dagda. Let's be real. If it wasn't for RA, I think FPX would be almost screwed at this point.
Yeah, it would be a very, very different story for FPX, but now their dreams are still alive and well. Sitting at 6-8 though, that every single series is going to count. 8-8 a potential for this team, and that could honestly be the difference maker for them making playoffs. And I want to see step-ups coming through from the mid-jungle. I want to see them adjusting to the new patch, playing more heavily around this bottom side. I think Summit has been a great addition in just the stability that he's been bringing to this top lane as well. So for FPX, for a team that was slow off the mark, now it all falls into place at the end of the split.
And I think for FPX going up against Weibo, maybe it's an okay time because the Weibo gaming series you saw against JDG, I think Joe used the perfect word. Munchables called them lunatics at some point, and I couldn't agree more. And that's for Weibo Gaming. Like, we are getting some of those interesting patches, Dagda. I know you wanted to pull out the champion pool coming from Weibo, especially in the last series, because it feels like they are somewhat adapting.
Yeah, it's patch watch for Weibo, right? We've already seen this team play on 12-14. And although I liked some of the champions that they were bringing to the table, the manner in which they were using them wasn't ideal for Weibo Gaming. So when you look towards the picks on your left-hand side, this was game 1 versus JDG. I like that we got to see SOFM bringing out things like the Pantheon, going for more aggressive plays. But the biggest problem that we were seeing was that he would only play around bot lane at timings that didn't really suit for things like Dragon. So they weren't really getting these advantages, especially with a Blitzcrank, to try and make plays happen. They were still playing heavily in towards that top side, and it meant that they couldn't really get themselves established in game 1, and JDG could run away with the advantages they got from Dragons. When we leaned over into game number 2, it felt like again we were seeing some of these cool picks come out, like on bringing out this Ashe. They were getting big advantages in that bot side. You even have roaming support mid laners in the Talia. In theory, again, you should be able to start to use the duo kills that were being picked up by Hwangfeng and On and turn them into early objectives on this bottom side of the map. That's not what we got though. Instead, again, they're playing heavily towards that top side.
I mean, it's so classic of like old IG, Weibo Gaming, right? With a player like the Shy, a lot of the time he just tells you to come top, and that was a real play, Dag. That was one of the rare ones, we should say, for Weibo Gaming. I love how you were criticizing in our rehearsal about how well the 2v2 of Weibo Gaming actually did without too much support as well.
And that's the thing, is that you should be using those big advantages that they get in the duo kills to turn in towards Dragons. But as you can see, like, especially in this clip from game number 1, you've already got 2 Dragons for Weibo, or for JDG, and look how low they go in this fight. Like, if you had a little bit more, like that 6% extra ability power damage, like that little bit more when it came towards the Ocean Dragon as well, that could have been game defining. And this is why I think for Weibo, I like that they're bringing the champions of the patch. I need to see them bring the playstyle of the patch.
So let's talk a little bit about how it influences the rest of the map. And what I mean is, like, for Weibo, great 2v2, okay, the Cheyenne and top lane can be quite volatile in a good and bad way, as we all know. But the players that have been more or less consistent, Dagda, and quite impactful themselves, the 2v2, the jungle mid combination, Clid and Care versus Angel SOFM. Walk me through the bros here, because I feel like both these junglers especially have been given off some pretty crazy energy, with Angel, by the way, not Angle, versus Care being a bit more solidified.
Yeah, we're looking at a bit of a right angle, a curveball into the mid lane. But I gotta point out, like, when you're looking at Clid and Care, I think you can see, like, from their kill participation of 15, these guys are actually quite active in the early stages, but it's almost like they're kind of separated. Care almost is like the a second threat on the map that you always have to watch out for FPX, who will roam towards sides when Clid, you think he's inactive, and catch you unaware. And I've been really impressed with a bit Care's ability to find that and almost act as like the secondary jungle role. The thing is, though, I think Clid has definitely been a bit more of a mixed bag. We've seen great success and some abysmal moments from him as well. So I need to see this mid jungle a bit more solidified, because as you look at the goal difference of 15, that's where they're starting to slip behind. Despite the fact they're getting these early assists and kills, they're just not translating that into advantages because they're missing out when it comes towards actually working as a duo, and they oftentimes ever giving over kills in those skirmishes. And then when you look across at Weibo, it's actually the complete opposite. These two guys basically don't interact at all. Angel, some of the lowest kill participation of 15 of any mid laner, but they are getting advantages through their CS because they're able to just play 4 lanes. SOFM getting into steal away camps from the enemy jungle. So we'll have to see if they can try and keep Clid and Care in check to make sure they're not having those impacting lanes.
I was going to say, Dagda, like, SOFM interacting with anyone, the Shy's lucky to see him. You know, like the father that went out for cigarettes and never came back in. SOFM, he pops up on a birthday every 15 years or so. But look, it's changed a lot, and let's give credit. Like, SOFM has been more interactive with lanes. The first 2-3 weeks of the split were hilarious because I feel like he ignored the Shy completely. But things are changing up. Like, for Weibo Gaming to be in this position is already impressive enough. When we looked at the starting weeks, their long-fought series versus IG almost being an IG win. Their 2-0 where EDG smacked them, where WE took them to game 3, which WE really didn't get a game against anyone. There were all these games that kept coming out, but Weibo improved, they developed. We start looking at the lineups here. FPX won't secure playoffs today with a win, but getting to 7, that is such a safety net at the moment when the battle at 6 is already so contested. You look at FPX with Summit in the top lane, Clid in jungle, Care. We do care about through mid, LWX and Hung, which backwards is Chad, in the bottom lane. FPX are a bloodthirsty squad, Mr. Dagda, and I can't wait to watch him again because you don't know what version of FPX you're going to get, right? There's always someone that pops off with it again.
And that's exactly the thing, is that it's been a mixed bag for FPX. But they are going to be looking to see if they can beat Weibo today, next series against WE. The potential to go ace and ace. They're up against a team that has not picked up a single win after this. And if FPX, it feels like, can win this, they can try and get themselves pushed across the finish line into playoffs. But they are going to be up against Weibo Gaming, who are now taken to the stage.
Well, Weibo are a team you should all know as well. Might shine the top lane, SOFM through jungle. It's Angle mid and Huanfeng and On in the bottom lane. Just a quick reminder, all jokes aside, Dagda, remember that Sword Art is actually on this roster. Sword Art is on Weibo Gaming, but because of On's performance throughout this split, the fact that Sword Art is benched and has only come in for one game just kind of shows the caliber and how much better that this support has got.
Yeah, we're getting a lot less of those off moments and way more of those on moments. Being able to find some spectacular engages, great plays in team fights. That's why we're seeing Tim take to the stage so consistently. And has been a great support alongside Huanfeng. Like, Huanfeng definitely has been a massive AD carry in the LPL for so damn long. Now we're going to have to see if once more they can try and beat out FPX's bot lane of LWX.
Dagda, remember that Huanfeng comes from the same breed, IG Young, same organization. Huanfeng came up on the winning LDL team, and immediately we saw him join the LPL. I'm like, oh my god, this guy is mental as well. The Jackie Love fever, we started calling it. Weibo Gaming have that same sentimentality, right? The Shy can be absolutely nuts, as we've seen on the Shy Varna. Thank you for the title to our 2 co-streamers who have pretty much the same title on YouTube, by the way. But going up against Summit today, you have to think like that madman versing someone who has actually been coming out of his shell more and more with each game, Dagda. I think that top lane matchup is so exciting to watch as well.
I think it's going to be insane. Almost every single matchup across the board here is going to be nuts. Like, Summit versus the Shy, the bot lane experience is going to be nuts. I think even though Angel hasn't been the most explosive on Weibo, I still think him being able to keep control over Care is going to be so impactful. But I really do think it's going to be on both junglers to see who comes out on top. Clid, when Clid is on form, FPX look unstoppable. When Clid is dithering about and there's no idea where he's supposed to be, FPX really struggle, and then it kind of rests on the laurels of Care to try and carry these fights. And when SOFM looks great, Weibo look unstoppable. When SOFM is solo starting Rift Herald, Weibo have issues. So it all comes down to, the coin tosses that honestly these two junglers can sometimes bring to the table.
Do you remember, Dagda, I did an IG segment way back, and I'm not sure if I did it with you, but we made it the Shy coin. And heads the Shy and tails the Shy, right? Yeah. And every single time we said, watch IG, we said you got to flip this coin. And a lot of the time, let's be real, in some of the previous splits before he left and joined Weibo Gaming, the Shy was flipping tails. Felt like he was having a rough time, and then he joined Weibo. There were some growing pains, but the Shy feels like he's assimilated into this roster quite well. And we're talking a lot about Weibo here. You might be wondering why, and that's because Weibo right now are the favored team in this head-to-head. They are already secured in playoffs. They're at 9 wins, but Weibo are looking for the 11 as max. They verse FPX tier, then LNG, both very winnable for them if they get 11 Dagda, they can't get into the top 4, but they can secure 5th or 6th, which means they get an earlier start in playoffs and they aren't starting in that first round.
Yeah, and that's the big one. Having that little bit of a bump forward into playoffs. Have a bit of time as well to adjust to the patch. Like, we've kind of been talking about this a little bit today, but we haven't really seen many teams drastically changing playstyles or really finding time to adjust to the patch. I mean, some teams have played on like 12-13 at the start of the week and now on 12-14 at the end of the week, and it's a pretty sizable patch. So I definitely think having that bit of time coming into playoffs is going to be crucial for a lot of these teams. But bans are coming through. Draven already towards Bonfong. I love Kalista maybe coming through for Weibo. We'll have to see if that is going to be the plan.
True. Should be a first pick here for FPX if it's not banned. Dagda, that's triple AD carry already, by the way, which is kind of fun. And just talking about ADs, you know, Bonfong, another person like Wink, like Arn we saw in the previous series, where that Draven is highly respected. Hell, at one point, I'm sure the Shy even was playing Draven up in the top side. So worth mentioning as we do get the Ahri ban. So Dagda, that Kalista you mentioned is available for a first pick if they want it for LWX.
And they're going to go straight towards this. Renata also up and available. So curious to see if Weibo want to try and take the Renata away here with an Aphelios pairing in that bot side of the map. But Viego is also up and available. And SOFM has played 20 games of Viego this split. His next most play is Lee Sin with 5. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a little bit of priority on the Viego. But actually not going to be the case.
Wow.
Wukong available. Poppy gone. So they go straight towards the Monkey King.
You know, that guy that wears the same clothes every day. Day number 7 comes across and he's in this completely different outfit. SOFM stunning viewers right now as, yeah, we don't go towards expectations. We get the setup from Weibo Gaming. Dagda with the skirmishing aside, you kind of look at what it gives over the strong 2v2 lane that we feared in 12-11 and 12-12.
The Renata is so good with this pairing, and I'm actually curious to see if we get something like a Talia here. I think Talia does really well against things like the Sylas, does really well against the Wukong as well, because Wukong wants to try and dash in, but not going to be the case. Wanfeng going to be hovering over towards the Sivir. Will be locked in. Late game scaling, but very short range on the Sivir.
Okay, well, at the very least, Dagda with the all-in potential and the movement speed. Weibo Gaming's comp is going to go fast, right? So run me through a couple of the bans here from FPX and how you kind of prevent the setup that Weibo Gaming are going with their direction.
It's actually a very good question. I think Nara probably the best option to go for, try and get like that big pick away from the Shy. But honestly, like this team fight, this late game team fight for Weibo is looking incredibly strong right now. So maybe there looks like they're actually just going to look at supports. But honestly, with like the Sivir there, you've still got like engage supports that can do relatively well, like the Nautilus. You can still go towards things like the Lulu if you want to. Alistair, Leona are still super strong. Like there are plenty of things that work well with this Sivir, so I don't think you're overly worried as Weibo about these supports being banned. Honestly, I think trying to get rid of stuff that the Shy can counterpick maybe in the top side could be your best bet. But yeah, it looks like Weibo, they're setting up for an R pick here with the stage 1 in the Jax band.
And I'm just looking because I was like, why would you ban support against Weibo Gaming? I'm counting his supports, but it's really hard for me to do. 12, 15. On has played 16 different champion support. Now, the Shy has always been a champion monster. He's only played 9, 12. Oh, hang on, Dagger. It's so hard to bloody count.
Do we count the Anivia?
13.
Do we count that as a champion?
Yeah, we do, actually. Game of Legends doesn't. We sure as hell will. We got to remember who played Anivia top, speaking of mad manners. So for Weibo Gaming, you know, we get the Gnar ban against the Shy. Okay, one of his most played alongside that Jace. This is the opportunity for On to just show how many supports he has in his pool.
I'm curious to see what the plan is, though, because you're maybe a cannon or something here. Okay, that was not what I was expecting. I mean, we're going ham, and I don't know, like, the Sivir is a late game scaler. You don't really want to be like all into the spot side. It feels weird to pair these two together because you're kind of playing into the hands of Renata and Kalista, who want to be able to play aggressive in this matchups, and even the bailout stops the ultimate, the depth from below, from the pike. So be curious to see how Weibo want to try and play this. FPX though will end up answering with the Vex. They're actually going to take away the cannon that I thought we might get for the Shy, and then it does become a question of what does the Shy want to try and play into this top side. Gwen gone means that he's not going to be able to go towards that. Jax, Nara's off the board. Do we just get the Jace from the Shy again?
Okay, so what's interesting here is like people be like, oh, Ornn's like a standard. Guys, LPL does not play Ornn. We do not touch this pick. It is rarer than like Yone in the top lane. Ornn has come through 19 times, but when you think about how big it is, like Camille being played more, Aatrox almost getting up those numbers, Summit has decided to play weak side top Dagda against the Shy, and as you said before, the Shy has cannon built into this comp. It's the perfect roundup.
I mean, that top side of the map is terrifying. The amount of ultimates and everything else that can be tossed your way is unbelievable. And for FPX, it's a bit of a mixed bag here. Like, you look at the Ornn, honestly, great engage, so it's going to work out pretty well. But it feels like the rest, and Scale's late, but the rest of your composition, very focused on mid-game. Like, Kair and Clid have a very strong mid-jungle they can work with. Kalista as well, once they hit the mid-game in a stride. So it feels like this is a game again where we're looking at Clid to say, hey, bud, you need to be active. Like, you need to get onto the map. And if you're not, well then, you know, Huanfeng has insane late-game scaling. You've now got, like, the tank matchup for... Or sorry, you got the Kennen coming in for the Shine, that top side, against the tank. He's going to be an absolute nuisance when it gets to the later portion of the game, especially with the super short range that is on the side of FPX. This early game is going to be explosive.
Oh, hell yeah. That's what I want out of my match of the weeks when FPX are fighting for playoffs, much like IG, but in a better position. FPX need this win badly, like everyone needs oxygen. At the moment, FPX is sitting 6-8. If they don't find the series win here, they go on to face WE, and even with a win there, it may look unlikely that they're able to clinch out a final spot. This is everything. While Weibo can play gatekeepers, they can also set up their own fate to lock in top 6. Ladies and gentlemen, the LPL tonight has already delivered you over 120 kills. Let's hope, as Dagda says, this one boils down with some blood yet again, because when you see those comps, when you know FPX and Weibo Gaming can play like absolute animals, you're hoping for that dream game to open the series. Welcome back to Summoner's Rift, and we have a Pyke on the Rift yet again. Vex has joined us again tonight, Dagda, and I feel like it's just crazy to see these small but pointful adaptations coming through from our LPL team so far.
And I'm expecting a lot from these adaptations. Kair has been spectacular for FPX. Such a brilliant season for him to start to step up. And even the split as well has been a major upgrade for Kair. But it feels like with Clid, he's going to have his work cut out from here. Trying to use the push he has in mid, get down towards this bottom lane, set LWX and Hong up for success. Because if not, I mean, just look at this top half the map for Weibo.
Yep.
Like, Kennenote, Wukong Cyclone. Angel has his pick of the litter when it comes to ultimates. Like, every single one of them is insane.
Oh, hang on. On's caught out. Wait, Phantom Undertow. Flash from LWX. Oh my god. FPX given first blood. We turn our heads and On turns off.
See, this is the problem. You have Weibo Gaming, who are the third highest first blood rate in the league. But then you have FPX, that are the highest first blood rate in the league. And when then these two teams match up, you gotta come out on top here as FPX. Like, this is the squad that really is always out for blood and already off to a fantastic start.
That first blood onto LWX as well. Dagda, if the comp needs to get rolling, I could think of no finer members. We look at this again on the FPX ward.
Yeah, just on. Not realizing he's on a ward. Great flash from Hong. Kair getting in with the personal space as well. Able to get the passive fear. So good start from FPX. A lot of summoner spells burnt for that though. So we'll have to keep our eyes on SOFM to see if maybe he can try and punish that. But as we talked about, SOFM doesn't really play towards the lanes. He's much more about stealing away camps, and SOFM is already trying to do that.
Well, I think for SOFM, you know, going and invading just for himself always seems to be the way. Clid's on bottom side for the time being, and worth mentioning your summoner conversation, 5 from FPX is a hefty amount, so all 4 down for the bottom lane. While we shift up to top side, nothing's new. The Shy on Cannon, just a day in the office for this man who is one of his favorite champions by far.
I mean, this man's laning phase is insane. And literally everyone read the patch notes for 12-14 and was like, oh, the Shy's gonna win. Like, highest, goal difference, highest CSD, but bot lane is now looking like a bit of a problem for Weibo as On gets caught again. Clid thinking of going for a play in this bot side, but SOFM's read this.
Yeah, there's going to be a dive. Level 3 here for Clid. SOFM spotted out, so they just back off, but Hung's still in the wave, and remember that they have summoners. Bone Skewer doesn't connect, though. Hung is lucky to be alive. But again, Weibo Gaming not getting too much from this early game as Hung just stays in lane and continues poking down.
I love this from SOFM though. Like, he abandoned his top side entirely to make sure that he could be here. Now will actually be here for Clid, who wants to make a play on Angel.
And he's back again. I mean, this Pillar going to do so much more. He flashes as well. Pillar still available. Angel just burned his summoner, but here comes the chomp down and trying to give it to Care, but Clid takes it in the end. FPX with a 2-0 start is a brilliant move.
And for their playoff hopes, this is exactly what we were talking about. Clid being active on the map. When Clid's on form, he's one of the best junglers we have. And already getting the early kill in this mid lane, helping Care to get active on the map with this is going to be so crucial. Even now it looks like as well, might be moving back down towards this bot lane as Weibo will actually be shoving out in this lane.
But Clid's just back again. I mean, Clid is keeping up CS, but this is going to be the third gank already. As On gets out with the Phantom Undertow, and One Fong is poked as well. Good Bone Skewer onto Hung, but if Weibo Gaming commit to this, Clid will smack him down. The early game, great so far, and Dagda, we talked about this man being a bit of a flip. Clid always determines whether FPX are on or off.
And that's the thing, is that he's, well, so far, been incredibly focused on this bottom side of the map, but because of the path the SOFM had taken in the early stages, he's actually not that far behind. Because remember, SOFM completely abandoned his top side camps to come down towards the bottom side of the map to make the play happen. Clid had a much smoother clear time and is now kind of backing away, even has the Caulfield's Warhammer already completed because that early kill. So SOFM hasn't been able to get a massive advantage for all the time that Clid has spent in the spot side.
So let's talk a little bit about Weibo Gaming's lanes then, because if SOFM hasn't been able to do much except monkey around, the Shy has been building a CS lead in top. It's still a 1k lead for FPX, but we know as we get a gank towards mid that Hung coming through with a handshake and Angel getting out with the abscond of Duck in the nick of time. We know that Weibo Gaming might be relying on this a bit more, Dagda, but you even look at mid, Angel now down 10 CS, bots even. It's only the Shy's lane that is really benefiting from the laning phase so far.
Yeah, and that's why we're seeing Care wants to try and get active towards this bottom side, because this matchup is not going to go any better the longer this game goes. Like, the Shy is going to continue to be able to push in the wave, look for poke on top side.
Bone Skewer onto Care, good dodge away. You can see SOFM was walking in as well, 3 members of Weibo, but Care just walks to the side and slaps back to Angel.
A good amount of damage onto Angel.
Uh-oh, wow, Black Bone Skewer, Shadow Surge stolen, and you know, you turn your head for a second, you go, Weibo won't come back in, Dagda. You were wrong.
I mean, On played that really well. We'll give LWX and Hung push on bot side, but they will need to back away as On and SOFM are in the vicinity. Clid is here as well, but now a level down.
Yeah, that level might mean a lot as Pillar comes through, but 3 versus 2 is even worse as we get topside ulti from Summit, who's versing the Shy. I mean, Summit, you're going to be in for a bit of a shock here as the Shy pulls out the Slicing Maelstrom, but the damage good from the Ornn. Flashed away, and Summit standing strong, baby. I want to hear those LCS fans cheer out.
You're just about able to escape away. There is the Shy. Hung now finds On this bottom side. We talked about this being a bloody one. Both these teams are throwing haymakers at each other right now.
And we're not stopping anytime soon. Clid goes over and finds himself a brew. As SOFM doing his blue buff, he just wants his camp, but Clid getting in his face with a great Pillar yet again. Clone form as he backs off the choke. On now here as well. Bone Skewer smite and a close call as On is out in the nick of time. Clid continues to be a pest as LWX behind turret is gonna do the same, Dagda. This bottom lane is in a pickle.
And the plates are being taken this entire time by LWX. Okay, Angel now moving down to try and help out with so many members of FPX down here, but you still have to be so careful. Dragon may be started by FPX. LWX will move back down to this bottom side to collect the wave. One Fong and Honor pushing in, but it looks like, yeah, with that priority on bot lane for a Weibo, FPX just not confident.
On is going to be spotted out here. Bone Skewer is there, and he's still got his AD as One Fong's nearby, but On out in the nick of time. One Fong won't have to do anything to help out. LWX just sitting here with huge energy by himself, and that means that back's delayed. More turret plating Dagda. As we look at the replay, And this is the nice juke from On.
Yeah, I mean, it starts off well. Good juke. You can see SFM's there, but this is when it starts to now get a little bit funky because On just doesn't disappear. Angel thinks he's got that good damage, so he can go for this. And great flash from On to secure that kill. And this is what I was talking about, was like On doesn't really have any advantage that he can play through in this bottom side. Like, this is not a good matchup for Pyke. So On needs to be trying to make these plays elsewhere if he wants to be able to make this Pyke stick, because come the late game, like, Pyke just doesn't have enough utility built into his kit to offer what Hung does.
Maybe that's what the mobility boots have come through as he tries to help the Shy for this top lane. Summit's here. Bone Skewer with a Bellows Breath to deny, but Summit doesn't even use that. Laughs at his face and On backs away. But Dagda, this is what we talked about. Dragons up, sitting, staring them in the face, but Weibo are like, no, we want this first Herald as per usual. The Shy's going to get ganked here. Call the Forge God. The Ram Jam nails down the Shy. And now with the Pillar, he's not going anywhere. But the Slicing Maelstrom to buy time while On comes to save the day. But the Shy gets clapped, quite literally, by Summit for his first kill of the series.
And this is the thing now. Rift Herald is up and available. So FPX going to turn over towards that. And you can even see LWX. He's fine. He's just chilling on this bottom side, collecting Scuttle Crab for himself because Wanfeng was forced out of bot side. So nice play from FPX to start to pick up these slow early kills, getting this objective for themselves. The only thing we want to see is a bit more attention towards this dragon, but I mean, so far, lane's going spectacularly for FPX.
I mean, FPX's early game has been insane. There's a 2k gold lead. Clit is in charge on this Trundle, and now this Ornn lane as well in a comfortable spot with the Shy on his third most played champion of all time. Might not be struggling in the CS department, but is definitely not as Dagda, I guess, as clean as we'd expect, right? And we know Ornn's early lane, take damage, etc., etc. The old spiel. But we know where this started. On getting caught out at level 1, giving LWX a free kill. I feel like that's where the troubles began for Weibo.
And FPX have not taken their foot off the trigger. Like, continuously keeping pressure. Now you've got 3 plates only on this bottom side, and Clid wants to take a quick visit down to make sure that he can get a little bit more on. Hiding in the mist there to see exactly where Clid is. But you already know, like, this is where FPX are going to be putting their attention in. Making sure LWX gets that lead, and you're making sure Wanfeng is uncomfortable on this Sivir so he doesn't hit that late.
He's level 7 over the wall. He's not going to get anywhere near the dragon. There's the whole of FPX take it away. So first Herald, first dragon. It is 12.14, ladies and gentlemen. Let's not forget, neutrals right now seem pretty bonkers as FPX take full control of this early game. And Dagda, we did talk about the potential of FPX to snowball a lead here. Walk me through this Herald charge, which will inevitably get first blood, and where you transition now for FPX.
I think your best bet is to, well, make sure this gets that second crash. Then you can start to move LWX and Hung up to this top side, try and put pressure onto the tier 2, because you want to make sure that you can still use Care's opportunity to roam. Like, if you end up putting LWX and Hung in mid lane, then you can't really get Care to move in towards the mid lane to help them out as much. It's just not as effective in the shorter range, or sorry, shorter lane. So I think moving the FPX top side also will keep them in place for, say, like Rift Herald that's in 4 minutes as well, where you can try and play towards that. If you can get this turret on the top side as well, you're just going to make it so much easier for you to then threaten mid lane with, like, Summit, for example, having non-committal engage, where you can just continuously threaten mid lane turret and not have to worry about actually putting bodies underneath that structure.
True, Ornn when he groups up, I mean, people kind of forget, like, they see Ornn as just late game carry Dagda, and in a tank sense, right? We're not expecting to deal out so much damage. He's not playing the Shy, who started Doran's playing on Ornn. We'll never forget. But the mid game, the skirmishing Dagda, Ornn having so much utility is kind of insane. And with that first item picked up here, Summit is in such a great place. And also with, as you said, LWX and Hung now moving to the top side. Look at all the standing gold available up here. Weibo Gaming obviously want to stop it in its track.
Yeah, and that's where I'm watching, like, Care and Clid, see exactly what the plan for them is going to be, because as you can look, Care has push in mid. Clid is trying to make sure they can keep this runway clear for Care as he wants to take off towards this top side. And just having continuous pressure here makes it so difficult for Weibo to try and respond. As On will try and clear at the vision, now gets caught.
Every time. Clid is protecting his wards like they're his babies. And I think there's like 4 children on the map right now. So Clid, being a father of that many, now trying to save yet a 5th as Care gets caught out, but the Shadow Surge available. Angel not going to burn the stolen one as here comes Care, but it's only onto a Wukong, looking for the reset. Care finding the clone means it's on cooldown itself, and Weibo Gaming defend the play. But to be fair, Dagda, SOFM burnt the flash. He's the one that wanted that.
Yeah, I mean, SFM flashed in, Care flashed out, but FPX able to respond appropriately. Still think a little bit overzealous from FPX, but the fact that On is now out of the picture means Huang Feng has to leave this top side. And again, because Clade could potentially be looking for a play on top side, they will have to all just back away. Summit doesn't realize he's in danger here.
No, he's going to lose the Gromp at the very least. SOFM going to prioritize his camps as per usual, but hover around the Shy. Dagda, run me through this next Dragon in a couple of minutes. I know you talked about Herald, but timers are syncing up, and we know Dragon is very popular in this day and age, and especially when Weibo needs some of these neutral objectives. You know the position FPX are in. Like, how do you look at Dragon 3 and 4 as they keep falling behind, right?
Well, I already love the idea from LWX. He's not going to go towards like the Runins or the Gwinsu's Rage Blade we do TC second. He's going towards a Wit's End. So already prioritizing early magic resist for both Angel and the Shy, which I think is fantastic. But honestly, I think for FPX, again, their non-committal engage is so incredibly strong. They could basically brute force their way into River with Summit. If you end up trying to go too far as Weibo, well then it's like, okay, well, you end up running into Renata ult, Summit having the Call of the Forge God. So you just have to be careful. The only one you're worried about is Angel stealing away the Call of the Forge God and maybe setting up in that regard. But as long as Hung is on point, I just feel like FPX at this point are so much stronger in a full 5v5 or even a 4v4 team fight.
Because you also said for Weibo Gaming is On almost caught out yet again, but it is a Pike, don't worry. Weibo Gaming had those scaling elements. The Siffer, right, the Cannon as well, the 5-on-5 engage. We know that Ornn adds scaling elements to Dagda, but when you are so close range, you have so much gap close, I wanted your perspective on how Weibo Gaming can kind of chill out and get to some of those item breakpoints as well.
Yeah, if that's the case, you're going to have to start playing cross-map really effectively. It's actually been one of the things I've disliked about Weibo in a lot of their games is that they haven't been able to cross-map as effectively. And you can already see it here, right? Like, they're going for very late resets. It's 15 seconds of Dragon, and you've got people walking out of base now. So FPX are actually going to turn over towards this Rift Herald. They're not under threat. Weibo are only now moving into position towards the Dragon. Now it is 2 seconds until it's up, but it looks like maybe FPX can try and contest both. But Summit is only warding out now. But again, like, if you had these earlier resets, you would have been set up beautifully here for Weibo. So this is where I'm like, you got to try and pick your battles, and unfortunately just hasn't come through for Weibo.
Summit walking into melee range onto On. Remember, he's got a smite as well, Dagda, so the Summit forces out this Pike, who's only level 6, and will get absolutely crushed by some of these carries. FPX have double smite coming into this fight. It slows down with the Herald getting placed on mid, and this second Dragon is going to give FPX an edge if they can pick it up. Moving into River now, Dagda, but Weibo Gaming are on it first. They're going to burst it down, and it looks like FPX will just take the inside track to mid, and look at their turret damage at this point.
Yeah. I mean, and now you have to watch out as Weibo, because you get to exit towards the top side as FPX, but they're looking for a tier 2, and Weibo have just gifted 2 across.
Summit as well into a choke. Angel walking forward. The Shire's flash and the slicing Maelstrom, but FPX are already too far away. So the gold trade comes through from FPX. They lose to Dragon, but they gain now a 3.5k gold lead. The Shadow Surge, the re-engage off the back end. Care finds Angel, who flashes away as On. He's by himself, but even with a knock-up from Call the Forge God, he still has cooldowns. On's out, FPX try, but they'll only find Angel's flash.
Yeah, and I don't mind the commitment there from FPX. Like, the neutral objectives are already taken, so they're not going to be any big fights in the next few minutes. And as well, you get to clear out that mid wave, which prevents the Weibo Gaming from responding by trying to answer for that mid lane turret. Making a bunch of those health bars low as well means that Weibo will need to reset, can't stay out on the map, and can't threaten any more objectives on FPX's side.
Dagda, FPX looking good. And as you said, non-committal engage. I think that's another case of what we saw there, right? Care goes in, but the rest of FPX can just decide on how much they want to throw their way. Are we gearing for a replay? We just want to move the map? Oh, Observer says, let's just ponder around a little bit. I always get baited in when that the item bar goes down. I'm like, well, we're obviously going to a replay. But maybe the observer's just sick of looking at everyone's items. I'm not, because I want to wonder what comes next here for people like the Shy. I mean, he's level 12. We've seen his first item come through. Thank you very much, Observer, with the Proto Belt. When we talked about all the gap close coming through as well, but I'm comparing apples and oranges right now because FPX are almost up to second. I mean, second on the 80 carry here as Flip finds SOFM. He's chasing this down as well, feeling confident enough. But yeah, Dagda, there's the wits end you're talking about. LWX has 2 versus 1.5 for Huanfeng.
And again, this is just FPX trying to give more resources towards LWX, like getting river control once more. They want that top tier 1, like get that last outer structure, give that gold to LWX. And at the moment, like, Summit is now totally fine to just keep going against the Shy here. He's starting to get to a point where he's just got too much magic resist. An early Void Staff is already in the way for the Shy. He knows what way this is going, even seeing the wits end that's on LWX. He knows that there's going to be a lot of magic resist coming out on FPX's side. So they need to find ways to very quickly pick off key members of FPX. And unfortunately, with the way that FPX are playing right now, like slowly getting control of vision, making sure they're grouped up when they go for it, it's getting very difficult to do that. But that feels like the best way for Weibo to get back into this game. On wants to do just that.
Bone Spear onto Care, not going to land. Meanwhile, SOFM going full in. Over the wall, Clid's dead. He flashes, but it's late. And Weibo Gaming getting a pick, and it elevated fast as FPX's bottom lane have to get out of dodge too.
Yeah, and this is beautiful for them. Like, now you get to continue pushing in these waves, collect the top wave that was being crashed in as well. Top tower did fall, but that was kind of inevitable. So at least Weibo getting some answer for FPX putting all these resources in the top side. Hong and LWX, though, are still here. Like, Weibo would assume they would have backed.
Angel's going deep. He's going to show himself on the wave, but On has skirted vision. And look at Huanfeng moving up as well, as they now know they're on Angel, but it's going to be a 2v2 TP as well. FPX are bringing the cavalry as pings away. Angel has himself the hostile takeover. It's going to hit 3, but there's no damage done. Angel under turret. He's just going to try and buy some time, and there's nothing they can do. As we watch this slow death, Clid helps out, Summit backs, and you know what? Another kill for LWX. That's an oopsie.
Yeah, I mean, a bit of an overextension from Angel, but I can't really blame him there. Like, I would never have expected LWX and Hong to stick around that long, especially after they just lost their mid lane. That was a bit of a risky play, because you see, if On had found them early, well, then that could have been all lights out for LWX and Hong, but TP committed by Summit to that top side means they will find one more, and it's just a kill right before the dragon spawns as well, means they will get resets and can maybe move into position now for that stopwatch, even picked up for LWX for this next fight as well. He knows that Weibo are going to be putting all hands on deck to stop this next dragon.
He's got the bread knife in his inventory as well, so LWX fully equipped. The items here for Huanfeng matching, or at least close to, with the rapid fire cannon. Umbral Glaive for On as well is going to help out a lot, but the Shy with Void stuff up in that top lane is going to be a plus. However, Frozen Heart was just completed for Summit, so we are at 2 items for a lot of these important individuals, as the second dragon will be the second for both teams as well, but right now you know that FPX are the stronger team.
And in Weibo, need to find multiple flank angles. That's why SOFM's on one side. Angel has no TP ward to really go to apart from a minion in the mid wave. So FPX starting to bully their way forward, but there's so many angles of attack here for Weibo.
I'm looking at Angel down the bottom. That's a good angle here from the mid laner as Weibo Gaming sent him to the bottom wave. Dragon not starting completely yet. It's On still trying to fish. As Angle sets himself up, god damn, that's hard to stop saying. FPX now getting poked down, but Dagda, we know it's about LWX's On still fishing, nothing found. Summit almost getting a knock up onto Dragon, the 50-50, but it's rendered. And LWX securing with the hostile takeover as Angel steals away the ulti, flashes in, gets the Everfrost. That's more like it here from Weibo's mid laner as the Shy comes in with the slicing Maelstrom, but it's all committal all the time. Weibo Gaming come out of the bushes with a surprise party. Summit gets absolutely grouped, and Weibo flip a switch.
The Infernal Rift causing major issues for FPX on that one. Weibo being able to come in from so many different angles, playing forward and back. SOFM trying to steal away that blue buff as well. I think he got in the end. Yeah, he did.
He did.
But, I mean, really well played by Weibo. Dragon goes the way of FPX, but the fight definitely in favor of Weibo.
sure if On wants this. Turret's going to go down anyway, and Weibo even getting the turret. Look at Angel top 2. Klid will be able to stop him, but Weibo Gaming bringing the gold back from what was almost a 4,000 deficit. Watch again, Dagda, because I feel like for FPX, this should have been theirs.
But that's the thing, this Inferno Rift means the Shy is basically able to move forward and back, never actually having to overcommit into a spot. We talked about Angel being able to steal away the Call of the Forge God, and LWX is forced to go golden before the Shy really commits. So SOFM and the Shy all in on the Kalista with both ultimates, and there's just nowhere for the Kalista to go. So you end up with your main DPS damage down. Hare can't really carry the fight from the position he's in, and it's next to done for FPX.
Better ult in the fight especially.
Yeah.
Angel 2-2-2, and he's got a Zhonya's with a Blighting Jewel. So Angel in a great position. The Shy as well. It's been a more quiet game, but he is up 40 CS as you'd expect over a tank. I think the biggest thing for me, Dagda, is that LWX taken down in that last fight, gold given over, and importantly enough, this Sipper is starting to get towards that 3-item mark, which we have been fearing since the rework.
Yeah, I think she still relies heavily on an Infinity Edge as well, though, just to be able to get as much damage off as possible. So we'll still be waiting on that one to come through, because she also scales heavily with crit strike. So the fact that she still has to kind of wait for some of these big critical strike items to come through means you've got a little bit of wiggle room here for FPX. But yeah, you're definitely cresting the point where Wanfeng is going to be terrifying, and that's why FPX now need to be careful.
That's an unsealed spellbook coming through from Summit. The heal burnt as Flash is still, on a bit of a cooldown. And for FPX, grouping up around the Baron, looking to force this one while the Vision is in their control, but on by himself. It's still a Pike, but the Shadow Surge means no, as we get Call the Forge God too on ultis to try and get out, but he's just caught. FPX committing a couple of ultis, but getting the support will mean their threat continues.
Yeah, they won't be able to go in towards Baron though, because you don't have Call of the Forge God now, and Angel will be able to take that one away fairly quickly. So we'll just back away with the goal they have. Winsu's Rageblade now picked up, but Weibo on the hunt. They don't spot out the members of FPX in the bush. This is patient gaming.
So FM, careful. Cyclone comes out for what feels like the first time in this game, Dagda, and they're just trying to play again with patience you talk about. Vision all but gone here in the river as Klid moves up. And I want to talk to you a little bit about FPX and their quick Baron, because with Kalista, with Smite, I feel like respecting how FPX can get this objective down is exactly what we're about to witness.
But look at the mid lane. The Shy and Wanfeng are just pushing in. You still got SOFM here as well. And this is FPX kind of going back to their old ways from spring. The Baron causing them issues, and they don't look like they know how to try and aggress forward in the game. And when their team fights aren't working out, when Dragon is up in a minute's time, this is where FPX should have been putting their focus onto that bot lane control, getting mid priority. Now instead you're getting the resources or resets for Wanfeng, picking up a stopwatch. Resets coming through for the Wukong as well. Angel getting a top lane turret, still having his TP to get to that dragon. And it looks like we might end up with a very similar scenario where we'll be waiting to see, can Weibo get this multi-faceted attack?
Again, in that last play, the pick off the back end as FPX was rated. The Shy did not have Flash. And we all know Cannon, what he does with the Flash ulti available. And the Shy almost level 16 with that Summoner now reconnecting with his soul. We've got 16 on the horizon, as I said before. Not 16 minutes, more like 25 seconds until this dragon spawns. Weibo Gaming for once, feeling confident to be in the river first.
And this is where, though, FPX can fight them if it's this point. Weibo want multiple different angles of attack, which is why FPX actually might just start to threaten the Baron instead. Draw Weibo into points where they're not having multiple different angles of attack.
Angel having Call the Forge God. That's something you got to keep an eye out for. It's been the chosen ult pretty much every fight so far outside of the Shadow Surge. And as Weibo move into this long brush, FPX sitting in one of their own. We're doing a spaghetti western stare-off as Angel pulls the trigger first. A flash bird by Care, a bone skewer. Klid now singled out as the hostile takeover is great, but the Shy once again exemplifies the attack. Hung survives, but Hong's getting resets. It's Pike City! He comes out of the back, out of nowhere, gets one reset, gets another, and another, and another. A bone skewer, a pokey end of the stick, and Weibo Gaming stab FPX to death with it.
Angel is the best Ornn on this Rift, and I will hear nothing else. Weibo Gaming, off the back of another great engagement from this Silas, will find the fight. And look, they're all grouped up perfectly. Like, they knew the entire time that they were going to be in that bush. And Weibo played magnificently. Great engage initially. The Shy flashes in onto LWX. And again, Care can't carry these fights. Like, Care goes down almost immediately at the same time as this Kalista. And now Weibo sitting very, very strong at the moment, especially with the fact that this Sivir now is going to be hitting her late game with the amount of kills she just picked up. Like, FPX are in dire straits.
Yeah, again,
oh my god.
The Shy on Cannon, dude. He is having a great split. There are times when you're like, okay, the Shy playing up to his antics, but that ain't here. Is on setting up the Bone Skewer onto Clit over the wall. He's safe, but the Shy's poke, insane. Angel comes on in with Everfrost as Banshee's burn over the wall. Angel has the flash while Weibo Gaming is separated, but still not out of the fight. On has his death from below yet again as Summit is frontlining. But look at the Shy with ulti almost up and available, and his Q poke hurting pretty much everyone.
At the moment, FPX still pushing forward, still trying to see if they can get some up with that big ultimate. They are pushing Weibo back, and Weibo again want different flanks, want to try and come in from different angles. This gives LWX a very easy front-to-back fight.
With Bone Skewer called the Forge God Dagger. You said Angel was the better on with the hostile takeover coming through. Let's see. He's stunned up for the time being. Angel doesn't get the return, and Summits misses too. With Dragon going down to Weibo Gaming, now they have to take the fight as On's over the wall. The Bone Skewer again. Clit dodges, but he won't survive. The Shy with the first as Angel chases the other, and here's Big Papa SOFM taking the angle. He ignores Summit with a good Cyclone. FPX get out alive, but Dragon's taken, and Weibo have turned this gold lead on its head. Now 8,000 just about in the lead.
And it's been Weibo's team fighting that has just been spectacular in this game. The Shy paving the way for his team. This guy's been absolutely incredible, as you say, not only in this game, but across this split. It's the highest damage percent for any top lane. 4th highest in the entire league.
Oh my god, the Shy.
And as you can see, 3rd in the league entirely in damage per minute. Like, that is insane when you think of the AD carries that we have at the moment, the mid laners that we have at the moment, the champions that are being played at the moment. The Shy is still managing to come out on top of everyone. It's these kind of performances are the reason he's been able to do so.
Again, Dagger, I need to say one thing though, is On is here, Ignite down. He wanted the death from below, but he ignites just to stop the back. I think it was a casual clip from Spring, where we looked at Hung on Leona, simply going forward, igniting at level 2 to stop the back in lane. Like, not the first time he's done it, and I realized that was On. But going against Hung is ironic.
The karma.
Yeah, you know, throwing it right back on him. I expect Hung to be the one doing that, of course, because, again, he's the one who flashes forward, as we've seen in this game, but On's really come into it on this Pike, and Weibo Gaming now a 10,000 gold lead out of nowhere. What?
Yeah, Objective Bounties is just bond. They got several towers off the back of these last few fights. They've gotten a ton of gold, and I mean, look at the bounties. Look at the amount of bounties that are on Weibo's heads. Like, you get a kill on Sivir, 700 gold, follow that up with a kill onto the Shy, there's 1,000 right there, but you got to try and wrestle that from the cold dead hands of Weibo, and they ain't looking too cold right now. Hot stuff on the spot as they start to move in towards the spot side, get the vision control that they need. They're establishing vision control on top side. They own the Rift right now, and with 2 minutes until both objectives spawns, they can have their pick of the litter as well.
Out of a game that started with FPX's early pressure, Dagda. FPX, the team that are sitting on the outskirts of playoffs right now. Again, 6-9, you put yourself in the same position that BLG are in, and things get dicey. This series matters so much for them, and Weibo Gaming, from the brink of what was a pretty sad early game, have just snatched it back, and I can't believe we're at this point here in the first game where now FPX life hanging in the balance at 32 minutes in. Look at Wanfeng coming from base, who didn't go for the Infinity Edge, went for the GA.
He's level
now
17.
with the BF sword. Yeah, he's huge.
This is the easiest game of Wanfeng's life.
True.
He just goes, all right, Mr. Big Circles. You go for it and knock them up for me, and I should follow up. And Angel, you should come along with the big knock up as well from Summit. Like, it is a very easy time for one. He has the speed up button as well, just to make sure that he can definitely get into position to auto attack. On though, playing hyper aggressive here.
He has flash. He does have flash. Goes for clit instead, but doesn't take the rest of it. Summit walking up in case it brews into a bigger fight. Summit has 3 items. It's worth mentioning that he is giving over some of those upgraded ornaments as well, but look at the reality. Right now, even though Weibo Gaming's gold lead is more like 7,000 rather than 10, it's still Weibo Gaming, who, Dagda, you said, these scaling elements like the Sivir, the Shy on Cannon as well, who can shred through everyone, are so charged up that one more fight is going to end this game.
I mean, you've even got the Sorcerer's Potion for the Shy. Still has Flash. He just popped Sorcery Potion with 50 seconds until Dragon. They know exactly what they want to achieve here. Get this Dragon for themselves. Immediately turn over towards the Baron. And, I mean, the Shy knows it. This game is as good as done with the next fight, with how little of the base FPX now own.
SOFM at the front. FPX looking for the pick, though. You can see SOFM with the knock-up. As he goes golden, though, he flashes away. Shadow Surge doesn't connect. And Angel, again, just goes in melee range. And LWX, who was once a Giga Chad, is now an absolute Brian. As they go for the Shy's ulti again. He's in the middle of the field. And that power point needs to be switched off. Weibo Gaming, the aggression, the energy, the absolute monstrosity. They'll take any fight you give them when they know top 6 is what they're fighting for.
FPX will fall afoul of Weibo. One game now separates them from potentially not making it to playoffs. And Weibo will be damn sure that they're going to make FPX work for this after this game.
Dagda, a turnaround that can't be described in mere words. Weibo Gaming refused to elaborate and just leave. The Shy doesn't even... Dude, he just gets up and he walks away every time. Everyone else sitting there, post-game lobby, oh yeah, that's cool. The Shy just literally probably doesn't even press continue on victory, honestly. I think Rookie does the same thing. Just gets up, doesn't care.
I mean, another day of dominating, right?
Yep.
The Shy, magnificent on the Kennen once more. Massive advantage in the top side. And I think this is the downside for any team trying to play against Weibo right now is like, if you want to put your focus in the bot lane, the Shy's going to own the top lane. And the fact he's bringing out like Jaces, Kales, Kennons, all these kind of things that can step up and beat carries from that top side, it's a disaster when you try to play against them. And FPX fell afoul of just that. Unable to really get those big early advantages that they wanted to. We talked about how we needed to see Care impacting towards that bot lane. We didn't really get to see him roaming. Clade got some advantages for the bot lane, but not really enough to go home and write about. And it meant that when this top side of the map for Weibo came alive, boy, did it take over. Like, those ultimates that engage was just so difficult to handle with the short range composition of FPX.
And it showed the identity that we built and we talked to our viewers about through constant broadcasts of Weibo, which is, in spring especially, Dagda, their 5v5, their late game, that was their strength, right? Their team fighting was pretty great. It was the early game that was a bit rickety, like coordination through these skirmishes. I feel like some of the mid-game skirmishes this time were a lot better, especially around the third dragon, but it is when it gets to that late game that Weibo Gaming always come alight. And you look at the goal, once they took the swing, they hit it for a home run.
Look at that damage from the Shy, though.
Yep.
That one team fight at Rift Herald, where he just blew everyone up. Definitely helping that substantially. But yeah, this was just top lane of Weibo working so incredibly well in those team fights. There's just nothing that they could do. 42% of the team's damage for the Shy. I mean, holy moly, he popped
all right,
off.
the Shy, put a shirt on. Put a shirt on. Like, oh, mate, we've seen it so, like, every single time he plays Kennen, I feel it goes better than worse, right? And the reason I say that is because historically, 24 and 15 before this game. Yeah, it's only 61% win rate, but the Shy's Kennen has had some insane games, Dagda. I feel like it's a similar feeling with his Vladimir. You know, you and I remember casting his Vladimir in 2020. Brings it out in a game 5. He just has these team fighting champions that he is insane on. And his lane, like, wasn't amazing. Summit almost solo killed him. Clid came up topside and they eventually did kill him. But then we get into a full 5-on-5 and Kennen electrifies, as we know.
But it's the positioning that he always comes in with, right?
Yeah.
And we talked about, like, because the Infernal Rift was there, being able to consistently pressure towards these dragons, like having that safety net of being able to walk away, coming in from multiple different angles, and he always seems to find the perfect moment to come in with the ultimates. It's what makes him such a big difference maker. Why he's broken the hearts of EU fans on this Kennen pick in the past when it looked at like things like the World Championship.
Game 2, Aatrox incoming. G2 fans, buckle up. We're going to go to a break. When we return, we're going to see if FPX can keep their fight alive or if Weibo Gaming are just too much of a behemoth.
跋涉，迷雾中找光线，谁甘愿在沉默中妥协？困住翅膀，也要飞得更远，尝过现实中的锤炼，嘲笑声。也不过是雨点，勇者的入场券，拒绝最廉价的怨言。剩多少次吹了过，让独行总有一天会被看见。想升高全世界，拥有生而无畏的信念，粉碎极限，将光之间。冷漠与偏见，也接受不完美的缺点。聪明有多危险？不怕，只怕不够轰烈。剩多少次摔倒过？但独行总有一天会被看见。想宣告全世界，拥有生而无畏的信念，粉碎极限，向光之间穿透这片黑夜，太耀眼，沸腾血液，何来胆怯？心中永远燃着炽烈的火，不熄灭。流的泪，受过的伤都会终结。被否定，被拒绝多少遍，挡不住勇气疯狂蔓延。一颗心，一双脚都匹配，这条路不走到尾，绝不停歇。每个你，每个我很渺小，却有生而无畏的信念，战胜一切，向光之间穿透这片黑夜，才耀眼。展翅闪电，点亮世界，心中永远燃着炽烈的火，不熄灭。
unstoppable. Like hip-hop rappers not getting proper dough. Got my foot in the dough, time to rock the boat. Till I'm locked in straight jackets at the hospital. It's the juggernaut. Yo, you got to go or get knocked through a brick wall, all she wrote. Yo, listen, your mission's impossible. Concocting evil plots like Dr. No. But I'm Sean Corn with the magma flow. The magnificent man, I'm inflammable. In fact, you can't lay hands upon my coat. Cannibals can't bite folks, bombing those. You're on the ropes. My momentum grows. I'ma choke out your throat with these tentacles. Everybody else grows so identical. I'm abominable, so contemptible. Yo, we won't sympathize with anyone. No, no, no. We roll just like a rolling stone. Get blinded by how breathe alone. We're rising up. Don't just stand in our way.
Yo, I'm unstoppable, like holding on to 6 infinity gems. George Perez with nasal congest, just get sick with the pen. And even impressed at the way we getting it in. That's what she said, yes, the middle of the shit. Keep you sitting on your biscuit, wouldn't wanna risk it. This is a mission on a small time thing. Attend special ed classes, but you get no pass, kid. Ass kick, take the L, simple as that. A known Rama, straight from hell, boy, don't catch. On fire, a pie, gasoline in a match. Wouldn't help you, best move 10 feet back. Off a 2-foot pier, no tears detached. For your rest to the ref cruise, let's use that as direct news. At you and set new stats. It's 10 more, less than just dudes. Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back?
We're living it up. You want it, you can have it. We're living it up. Still running on automatic. The game is on. Can't you see we are unstoppable? The game is on. Can't you see we are unstoppable?
下一场面对的受分选手的话，就受分的小心一点，那个个人选手的路线吧，应该注意那个点的话，应该好一点。下一赛马上就快结束了嘛，然后应该检测一点自己的失误的话，应该去的季后赛的几率比较高一点吧。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LPL after what was an explosive entrance into the series with Game 1 and Weibo Gaming taking us to a 35-minute victory. My name is Asterix. I'm joined by Dagda here, running into Game 2. And Dagda, you and I are a bit surprised to see that Angel was MVP of that first one. But let's be real, the fights, the flash, the ultis, like the Ornn ultis, I should say, he was the better Ornn in this Game 1 for sure.
He definitely was. I mean, the engages that were coming through with that stolen Call of the Forge God set up Weibo spectacularly. Like, the Shy was able to get into position to find these great flanks. SOFM bought access to that backline, and it felt like every single time his spidey senses were tingling onto where exactly he needed to send that ultimate.
Man, we'll watch over again, right? Because Angel's sick ultis, Flash Everfrost, this was a brilliant fight. And even though the Shy got the most damage, the setup was pretty insane from a player that, I don't know, didn't do much in the first 15 minutes of the game.
I mean, he was never going to be able to do much, right? Against someone like Care, who's just shoving him in all the time. But when the chips were on the table, Angel definitely stepped up. And again here, like, the fact he managed to get this engage blind was insane to me. The fact that that was even possible was just nuts. And then again, like, Weibo just crushing FPX and every single time it's off the back of Angel. So, well-deserved MVP and a major thorn in the side of FPX, who need to win this series. 1 down now. They need to try and bring it back, push us to that game 3. But with the superior team fighting from Weibo, with the fact that Care wasn't really moving around the map despite the presence he had in the mid lane, I don't know if I'm bored the FPX hype train. It feels like this team just is kind of slugging its way through, and Weibo were playing for those late game fights.
I mean, it's scary considering that for FPX, like, their early game looks so clean. Clid had a big presence in the first 15 minutes of the game. But then something happens around the third Dragon, Dagda. The full-on fight, given too much room for the Shy and everyone else to get in that gap. Remember, you said that, you know, there's gap close on this team. We know that for Weibo Gaming as well, their team fighting the late game, like, there was so many good elements that brought it together. For FPX, they started that early lead in the comp that we wanted to see, but it just didn't get anywhere past that. And it's a shame, because LWX was so strong, but we didn't get that Kalista feeling in the fight where, you know, they had an on Dagda. They had a front line. They had ways to keep the space and keep LWX in a safe place.
And that's the thing, LWX kind of likes these long fights where you get multiple spears off, he gets the rends, he gets the resets, it all works out very, very nicely for him, but it's just not what he got an option to do. Like, the engages every single time, Angel was clearing him out, taking care of the equation, setting up for a very quick burst coming through from the Shy and also SOFM. Just this AoE burst damage that was coming down meant that they just didn't have the survivability to fight back. Even kiting was just out of the question. So now you're coming into game 2 going, right, well, clearly Weibo are comfortable giving this Kalista across, so they're not that worried about it. Weibo are even on blue side this time around, so I think we're going to have to wait and see how FPX want to try and respond in draft, because it just felt like Weibo were easily able to pick up so many advantages through that top side of the map.
Yeah, so we're about to get back into draft again, folks. Like, game 2, here's hoping for something completely different, because for FPX, like, some of their success, we've seen, like, Care on things like the Ari, right? You know, can play these team fights a lot better. The Swain, Galio, the Silas himself. Care is not someone I'd look at and go like, oh, yeah, you know, Vex is something perfect. Especially today, right, Dagda? We've seen a couple of Vexes again. Players must be going around in scrims saying this pick has a bit more value again, because, I don't know, I don't feel like the Vexes today have actually dominated as we return to pick and ban once again. And that Ari I was just talking about is going to be the final ban for Weibo.
So Ari taken away, Poppy gone as well, means the Wukong suddenly rises in priority as well for first pick potential, and especially with the performance SOFM had in the last one. The Kalista also taken away by FPX this time around, so we'll not see any of that. And I'm kind of like on the back of your point about the Vex. It feels weird to me that we didn't see the Talia, because it has been such a strong pick for Care, but we're not going to get our hands on it apparently. Wukong probably going to be the pickup here. Silas also maybe for Angel, depending on how highly he values that pick.
Okay, well, there's SOFM's Wukong. Now, you talked about like Clid Trundle, looking at the bottom lane of FPX. This is something that's been done many times before, but usually with the Yuumi. And so the Sivir coming through yet again. Do we have a Sivir in game 1, Dag? That we did, right? One Fong, yeah. And that's because he didn't do much, as you said in game.
It was the
he didn't have to do much.
Game.
He was very visible.
It was the easiest game for an AD carry. Just like, wait up, guys. I get a couple of autos in here. But the Sivir will be locked in now for LWX. So a potential to see something like a Jinx maybe answered here for Wanfeng, which I think would be kind of cool. The Silas going to be taken away as well. So then it becomes a question, what do Weibo want to try and answer this with? Because he could also go for a Gnar, pick up very quickly here for the Shy, if he so desires. But it feels like with this patch and the nerf to Gnar, teams have kind of been less likely to go towards that narrative.
People don't like Zeri though. I mean, Zeri's still at 12-14. What we saw earlier on in game 3, it was a bit of a whoopsie. So, Weibo Gaming gets that. Angel on Azir is always interesting as well. Let's see what FPX round up with, because this is an option for Summit, Dagda, or give Clear one of those jungle picks we're talking about.
Yeah, I was curious to see if they were actually just going to respond with the Kassadin, maybe try and move the Silas around the map, but I mean, Silas not going to go into the top lane too comfortable unless he knows exactly what he's up against, but Care, blocking in the Gwen for Summit. You just saw what it can do. You've got short range carries on Weibo in the Zeri, so maybe we get that one shot potential for Summit, but this game's going uber late game right now, hysteric, so we're going to be strapped in for a while here.
I love that the Shy respect ban comes through this time though, like FPX, bit of PTSD, and Summit not willing to deal with it in the Gwen matchup. Dagda, I wonder if we're going to get a Jace ban. That's my other question, because the Shy loves Jace, and back when Gwen got released, a lot of top laners were willing to take that matchup, but Jax is also a worthy one, as the Shy has also popped off on that a couple of times to split too.
I'd love to see the Jace. I think it works really well here too. You've got a lot of poke that can come through with the Zeri, Jace, Azir having a lot of range. Very short range composition on FPX's side. Good engage to follow up on that, or even disengage from the Wukong. I think Jace could be a phenomenal pick here, so I think you might have hit the nail on the head. I thought like we haven't seen it from the Shy this split either. Like, he's sitting on 5 games of Jace this split. It's his second most played. So I'd be more than happy to see that one come through.
I just love it because no one else is playing Jace. Like, you know, the Shy always brings out some of these flavorful picks. We've got 10 games in total, but remember, weren't you telling me today, Dagda, this is our 300th game, or at least the first game was?
Yeah, the first game was our our 300th game of the split. So we're now on our 303rd game of the split. Yeah,
304th, 5th. Like, yeah, dude. The fact that we go through that many, and it's only the end of week 9, so we've got a couple more to go through. But yeah, 10 games. Again, the point is it is available, Dagda. So if you agree with it, I'd like to see what the Shy pulls up here, because we already have solo lane for Angel. We need a support as well, but the Shy Fiora.
Okay.
It might be even more hyped up.
That is going to be a matchup and a half in the top lane. So a lot of trading back and forth for the Shy, seeing if he can get that advantage in that top side. And I'm excited to see it on as well, bringing the Pyke back out again. Means that one is just going to be abandoned in this bot side. It's going to be right, I got my Moby boots. I'm going to the top lane. Come with me, SOFM.
Looking forward to this one already, Dagda. Looking through it with pretty scared eyes. The Summit's got a big job to do, while Clid on Lee Sin, it's something a lot of international fans will be familiar with, especially when he was on SKT. For FPX, Dagda, run me through a little bit, because you already talked about the late game scaling, but I feel like we do have a bit of early skirmishing presence, especially between the mid 2v2 we highlighted at the start of the show.
Yeah, I think definitely the skirmishing power is on favor of the mid jungle for FPX. I just don't see moments where they'll really be able to get much value from it. You've got the push potential from the Azir will always keep the Sylas in check. It's very hard to lock down the Azir as well as a Sylas and a Lee Sin. You don't have the CC coming through from the jungle to kind of set that one up, and in theory you just slide and glide your way out as Angel, which makes it kind of tough. You don't have the push power on the bot side of the map either. Although, like, at least in the... If On is roaming around, you should be in okay spot. Actually, I take that back. I think with the Ricochet Blades, LWX should be able to get a good amount of control there. So maybe you can try and find something around early Dragons or Clid playing around bot side. But it definitely feels like Clid is more trying to act as a bridge to that later point of the game, where maybe he can cause issues for some of the poke that's on Weibo's side, and try and put attention down towards LWX instead.
Because, I mean, if we go to late game, right, there's going to be a couple of conditions we need to talk about, Dagda. At the very least, as we get into game, what's on stake for this one is FPX's playoff life. It has been such a rough split. And you might all remember, if you're tuning into the first couple of weeks, I said when FPX went 0-5, I said, bye Phoenix, bye. I still don't regret those words, because this has been one of the roughest splits for FPX when their roster still looks good. But 6-8. They need both series wins. They're already going to a Game 3, Dagda, if they're going to find a win here. And Weibo Gaming in a much better position where their playoff life is going to be determined, well, in playoffs, because they're already secured. And more so, this is about locking in themselves into the top 6. Welcome back to Summoner's Rift as we continue to ask ourselves the question whether the Phoenix can fly once again. And already the Shy on this Fiora is going to be going deep. Spots out Summit. Hello, would you like the trade? They get the ward, and I guess the Shy will now back off.
That's it. It's over. Top lane's over. That's
okay, that's true. But hey, Angel also got a CS, dude. So maybe Bid's over too. Care actually flashed. Wait. Care's flash is gone, Dagda. What happened?
Oh, actually, I didn't see that one. Also, I was actually going to say, genuinely, Summit getting the experience from the ward will give him level 2 faster in this top side, so might help him out just a smidge. Also, I like the way we're seeing a difference in summoner spells here from the Shy, going towards Ghost so we can have a lot of chase down potential in team fights and be much more stronger in team fights, whereas Summit taking the Ignite for the laning phase. So a little bit of back and forth there, and we'll see exactly how it's going to pay off. But already the Shy, you can see Grasp of the Undying, the damage that's coming off that passive is so absurd right now with the Fiora, because the durability update just gave more damage to or more health to people, which means Fiora just does more damage.
Yeah, as Ignite's going to go down. Look, Clid's here now trying to play through the wave, but the safeguard, the Shy in trouble, gets Grasp, almost gets Summit. He took Ghost, remember, so no Ignite to be seen. The Shy dies to first blood, and Clid's level 2 gang couldn't come at a moment too soon.
And that's exactly what we needed from Clid. The stopgap to help FPX get to those late game team fights, and he does it spectacularly there. Will give up some of his camps to SOFM here, but that's not what this is about for Clid. It's all about making sure that FPX are in a good spot, and he's already helped massively in that top.
And that first blood going to Clit as well in the Lee Sin when we know Lee Sin gets so proactive on. I just want to point out, Dagda, there's one thing I didn't mention here. The Shy might have died to first blood, but he's on Fiora, and we all know from 2018 that's his world skin. As Clit's coming for a repeat gank, and you can see keep the Shy down. This operation trying to be a success.
Yeah, I think with the Shy kind of went so mature level down and going aggressive. The jungler is definitely here, but now he's got company.
Okay, Clid versus SOFM, safeguard into Sonic Wave. He's got a lot of damage from Clid to start off, but as it continues on, the top laners versus the junglers in the river. Clid takes a hefty trade as the Shy doing the same against Summit, but with the wave pushing in, the Shy just needs to catch, and SOFM needs to retreat. We begin already with blood in the eyes of both our jungles.
Weibo would have loved to have been able to take that 2v2, but with the size of the wave, the Shy was being zoned away by Summit, and Clid just having that advantage in the early stage.
Okay, Sonic Wave onto SOFM. Will Clid take it? Not for now. Still pushing him off of Wolves, and I mean, this early game from Clid Dagda is just insane. The Wolf, oh my god! that Wolf
is so BM!
What is that? Well, yeah, SOFM, go kill it. I mean, that's a revenge kill at this point. Is On's roaming. What is this game? Flash, Phantom Undertow, and Care's dead on you. Absolute madman.
And it's a weird roam timer from On as well, because look at that wave in the bot side, right? It is fully crashing, but I mean, On feeling comfortable to just go for this play. Now looking for Clid.
Steal it. Oh no, Clid got it with the Tempest. Of course you emote after that. That was close, but we're getting shenanigans here in this early game, Dagda, and you did say it was going to be, you know, a late game scaler, but these early lanes have so far entertained the hell out of us.
It really have, and I think it's been like super weird timers by both sides being exploited, right? Clid going for 2 ganks within the first few minutes into this top side, like at the level 2, and now we're seeing On, like, look at this wave bot side, right? Like, this is a big wave, but On is like, well, if I can find this timer, I can turn this around and get that initial kill over towards Angel. So just really, really, like, good exploitation of expectations on both sides of these squads.
It was that flash we didn't get in the early game, Dagda. Like, is this, oh, this is what happened. Oh my god, no.
Oh no.
Oh my god, Cat. Look, he did it in front of Angel. So you know what? Let's just give him the benefit of the doubt. He did it on purpose. He didn't need flash. That's what he thought as Hung gets hooked in. I'm just going to say that Care did not care about burning the Summoner. Let's say that one.
He should have cared. He really should have.
Of course he did, Dagda, of
It will be back up in just a moment, though, which at least will give him a bit more safety from here on out. But again, like, you're getting a good amount of control here for Angel. He'll get a slow push here, which means that they're probably going to look off of the push and bot side to look across for Dragon in the next little while. Clid looks like he might be trying to bypass that, though, by initially moving in towards the mid lane. Maybe trying to help it collapse. And I was going to say turn towards Dragon, but looks like it's not going to be the case, as Clid will be spotted out by a nice ward from Angel.
Sonic Wave not actually connecting on Raptors, which just stole it away by SOFM. Clid, you need to clear the camp. Oh, he doesn't see it. It's the last chicken. SOFM's love for KFC is just so good.
That's still a level 1 chicken. This was SOFM doing it off of the initial gank that Clid went topside. So long time before those are going to be backed up and relevant as On.
Hung. He's going to get out with a grand entrance. Again, we keep going to lanes for close calls. Clid wasting a bit of time there, going back and forth, really thinking about it. But for Clid, a nuisance, an absolute nuisance. You pulled out the level of the camp as well, Dagda, which was a good call. And Clid has put a lot of his time into these ganks, but he's still keeping up with CS, while SOFM, for now, is in this top side too. I'm kind of curious as to whether they go in for the shot.
I mean, after this series, are you surprised?
The 6 grand challenge. Hang on a minute. The Shy in a 1v2. His jungler nowhere nearby. Safeguard. Sonic Wave doesn't connect, and the Shy walks out of there with his ghost now down yet again.
Okay, so let's be careful as Clid could land the Sonic Wave, but we'll just back away. Rift Herald in 45 seconds, though, means that we need to see the Shy, well, get some health or look for the reset. But we're not, again, kind of seeing Weibo play down towards this bottom side. We said, hey, you got Angel with a massive wave that's about to crash in mid. You had Presence down on this bot side if you wanted to try and go for Dragon as well. But they're not really doing anything with this. One Fung still hasn't reset, only now looking to go for that. Sitting on the coal.
Summit playing with fire up in this top lane. The matchup not going too well here, Dagda. Even though the Shy died early, the CS lead's starting to show itself. Summit has TP, so will come back to lane, but FPX are getting spotted out at every corner. They're trying to move up to the top side, Dagda. They're trying to give priority to Summit again.
Look at on bot side. He's snuck in behind this bot lane, but looks like he's not going to be able to do too much. I thought that with Wanfeng coming back to lane, because Wanfeng is running the Ghost here. He actually popped the Ghost to get back to lane. I thought they were going to go for a massively aggressive play there.
Close to, right? It might not be done yet. You called it out nicely, Dagda, because on in a great position. Bone Skewer, that was blind. Pulls out Hung and LWX, who now turn for the attack, but it is only a half HP trade. On will be able to heal this up in a moment if he steps out of vision, but for Wanfeng trying to stop the back continuously as he gets LWX, and they're just not letting them go back home.
They still have to be so careful because, yes, SOFM is on this bot side, but again, SOFM not playing massively for the lanes apart from kind of on this top side of the map. Rift Herald is up and available. And it then becomes a question of where do Weibo want to put their attention. Looks like we're getting the answer. Is going to be Rift Herald on top side. And Klid maybe looking to try and make a gank happen top lane to see if he can disrupt this Rift Herald play from Weibo Gaming.
Ghost is down and the Shy has just gone in with a lunge. Klid level 6 here with the Dragon's Rage, and for the Shy having the grand challenge, it's going to be hard with Summit also having the Needlework and Ignite up and available too. I'm just noticing the movement coming through from both mid and jungle. On as well is coming up with his mobility boots, but he'd be spotted on a ward. For FPX, now backing off knowing that he's coming up, but that's not everyone. Klid's still here, and the Shy keeps pressing forward. He's being very patient, Dagda.
Klid really wants to make this play happen. Has flash, so could get in behind the Shy if he can get himself into position, but Weibo using this time to start up the Rift Herald on, just kind of hovering and making sure that things are uncomfortable for FPX.
TP coming in. The Shy's backing off for now. There's pings, there's missing pings. That is Hung, you're right, with the Unsealed Spellbook. All for this Herald as FPX have 4 on the top side, but the Shy is keeping them busy as he runs into Klid. Summit at half HP with the Needlework might be able to make something happen as Bone Skewer definitely doesn't want Summit. And with Scuttle in the way, it becomes precarious. Now onto the Eye, FPX stealing away the Cyclone. Summit jumps into On, who gets ignited, and it's a steal away. It's a local gold in this new patch that makes it an FPX win.
And it's a nice one there with the way that they were able to set it up on the map, right?
Cyclone.
Using the fact... Oh, hang on.
I'm not sure. It's a Rakan, though, at a Silas. SOFM thinking with his monkey brain. I don't know. Dagda, that's kind of offensive. I take it back as we get into 1v2 on the top side. Trying to negate some of the Needlework. Flash into the Sonic Wave. Easily done. The Shy 0-2. And Klid getting stuff happening with the patience of the top side.
And again, it's trying to give these resources to Summit, make sure that he's more comfortable against the Shy, because in team fights with this build that we're seeing from the Gwens, it is going to be far more dangerous in a fight. SOFM, I'm surprised actually, yeah, okay, they will get the plate, so at least that goal will go across, but this ain't the best of starts here for the Shy. I mean, he giveth game 1, FPX are definitely taking from him game 2.
At least Klid as well this time as champion that he can continue being proactive on too. Oh, we look at the 1v2 on the top side again, Dagda. And the Shy jumping in. Yeah, good kick. Flashes past minion wave. That's nice from Klid.
Yeah, nicely done. I still think getting that kill across the Summit would have been far more valuable though. Because as you can see, like 0-0-2 for Summit, the Shy has that CS lead still. So you're not getting these massive advantages that Summit can then start to carry this lane through. Instead, it's kind of going tit for tat. The Shy having some turret plates for himself as well. As that our solo turret plates means across the board, you're kind of staying relatively even in gold on that top side.
But meanwhile, FPX are also going to get bottom side. This is going to be huge for LWX, who's had a quiet enough game. Herald's going to get the full first turret blood, share between Klid, share between LWX. A big move here as FPX are going to even make the gank come through. Klid over the wall, but Safeguard, no Dragon's Rage available. Wanfeng able to push us back. They just want a second charge, Dagda, but at the very least, they will not be given it.
They won't be able to get it, but they will get position on Dragon, which is what the actual win con here for FPX. Or at least, sorry, the win that they wanted here for FPX is.
Yep.
Should be able to get that with the push that's in mid, with it just kind of stabilizing itself out. So no real contest here for Weibo. This is something that we were kind of talking about already for Weibo. Little attention towards the bottom side of the map. Little attention towards Dragons. Came back to bite them against JDG.
Grand challenge. Hang on. Summit misses the last piece of needlework. The Shy just pulls out the ulti in case it gets hairy, and doesn't want to challenge him anything further. So both ultis burnt out in the meantime while we continue to look over the prospects of this fun matchup.
It is very much still about the Shy trying to get some poke onto those vitals, but Summit now does have a good amount of damage. The Shy is feeling a little bit feisty because he still has Ghost here and feels he can run away.
Yep. Yeah, he does. He does. However, you know, the Shy, even though Fiora one of his best champions, I'm still really sus on it at the moment. SWFM is here, though, if it gets hairy, but look at Hung starting to move around. We talked about the Unsealed Spellbook. He has Ghost too as well, Dagda. And with Clid up in his favorite lane where he set up the tent at level 2, FPX have their eyes on the Summit prize, but they just want to keep getting ahead.
On will be spotted here. You've got so many members of FPX. The Shy has to be careful, but everyone will just back away. The Shy needs to now crash this wave, though, before Weibo leave, and the Shy might be in a bad spot now.
Sonic Wave does connect as Hung pops a Ghost, and in he comes onto the Shy. It's repelled, though, and he runs away. Beautiful riposte, excuse me, from the Shy. He survives, and there's going to be no gank to be had.
Incredible riposte there, especially when you're able to dodge both, and now Summers.
Okay, well, into a 1v3 on, gets the kill credit too, shares the gold, and that is a good response here as Care vs Angel is going to turn into the Emperor's Divide. Care just forcing out the ulti, while Weibo Gaming in the top side, Dagda, are able to get something back.
I mean, unfortunately, the Shy not getting involved in that is a little bit of a mishap, but still getting the kill across is going to be very nice to get SOFM towards his Mythic and make sure that he's going to be set up nicely as we start to roll through the next Rift Herald, which is in a minute and a half. FPX, though, are in a good spot. Like, Kraken Slayer for LWX, you've already got your Mythic there for the Lee Sin, who's got the 2 kills, Everfrost for the Silas as well. Like, you're not really being shut out of this game too much, and I would just Sivir in the late game is so obnoxious to deal with.
On being cheeky here, Blast Cone taken, Hung almost getting over the wall with him, but look at Bot. Care just burned his own stolen version of the Empress Divide as Angel flashes away, but under turret Care now playing it risky as Angel surviving for so long. However, Care ain't taking that much damage and he's going to get away. However, scathed as Sun Turret won't clean him up. FPX bring the blood, continue the action, and continue to show us that they ain't slowing down.
Zeri will start to push in this mid lane for Weibo, though, and maybe start to lean up towards that top side, so Summit will just back away. Clid!
Okay, on the hunt, over the wall, and this time they'll follow on, but Clid in with his kick flash. On will manage to burn his own and get out of dodge. Dagda, Clid on Lee Sin. We all know he's just one of those players that has high expectations on the pick.
100%. I do think, though, burning flash right before these Rift Herald fights isn't the best of it. He's even burning the ultimate right before it if you're not guaranteed the kill. Care, though, pretty nice job here. Uses the passive to clear out the minion waves. So he gets the follow-up with the Abduct, stealing away the Emperor's Divide then as well. And I actually thought On might have tried to help him here, but you can see Weibo, the call was just like, no, not worth it. But even just like a couple of auto attacks with the Pike could have killed him.
Look where we are again. And guess who's back? The Shy is getting real sick of this nonsense as he survives with a glimmer. You know, he survives Dagda. He should be 0-4 at this point. But again, close calls as SWFM is flashing in on top of someone who has no ulti. Bops him down. Ends up being a solo kill with the duration of that top laner getting hit last. And the Shy now gets a bit of freedom with SWFM finally getting revenge for his top lane.
It's a good call from SOFM. He knows the Clid has no flash, has no Dragon's Kick, so when he goes in, he's not going to be forced out of the fight. So burning his ultimate to make that happen. FPX, though, are always in control of this mid lane with LWX having that push. So they will move up towards this Rift Herald and get themselves that next objective. With 40 seconds until the Dragon, it feels like you just move mid, flunk down this Rift Herald, and continue this domination over the neutral objectives.
Again, FPX still with the gold lead here in this game. They got the early neutral in the mountain, but it's a very slow Dragon game. We're coming up in 20 seconds for the setup, Dagda, but that's 17.5 minutes where second Dragon spawns. We're going to get a very late soul if it gets to that point, and I'm not sure if it will with Weibo moving into River themselves. And we do have ourselves 4 Mythics on their side. Look at the other end, though. FPX with 4 Mythics plus the second item on LWX.
this is where it gets to be a bit of a tricky equation for Weibo, because I think in a full 5v5, Weibo just aren't strong enough. Azir's not at a point he's good, the Shy on a Fedora versus where FPX are at. So you don't really want to commit the Shy to this. And in the 4v4 then, you're heavily reliant on Clid, who is still flashless to get some of these great plays off.
Just look at top. I mean, it keeps happening. Grand Challenge close to getting through. I want to see that fight as he goes in under turret. The Shy, the solo kill on his 2018 World skin. That's how you do it. As FPX drop the Herald in the mid lane, but Weibo Gaming know they now have energy in the top side.
And you've got the Terror that's going to fall in that top side as well. The reset can still come through for the Shy after that Terror falls and then TP in. So FPX trying to start up this one before that play can come through from the Shy.
Okay, as he backs away, TP with a full health bar is what we're waiting for, but FPX don't give him the chance. 2 Dragons, and now with the objective firm under their wing. Might see a pick here from On, but Care is not the one to be taken lightly either. So Weibo Gaming only for the kills. We look at the top side. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see this live tactic, but we'll look again.
Yeah, I mean, Grasp the Undying does so much alongside these Vital procs, and then just consistently find it. Even there, you can see just about eking in behind to get the Vital proc, and then the Grand Challenge comes down. And even though you don't necessarily get the kill, it's just getting so much damage off, and then eventually just chase him down on a turret fast enough with the Ghost to close that distance.
We didn't get to see his final face as Angel now with his Sun Turret. Going to get dove here. Undertow is there available from Care. Excuse me, X marks the spot. What is the name of it, Dagda? I'm trying. I'm really trying here. Death from below. Said it earlier, but ran out of my mind. They don't get a chance to use it. What I wanted to say is, though, the face cam in the bottom left. The Shy just like, so laissez-faire. Just, yeah, whatever. You know, didn't bat an eyelid. Just went for the solo kill. Didn't get to see the end of it, but that solo kill meaning a lot. Now with the 30 CS lead almost in Summit. Remember that Summit Dagda has been camped all game. And the Shy is the one who's coming out ahead in the lane. I know the Shy's Fiora is good against Gwen, but I still just don't understand how it's one-sided to a degree.
I think the Shy's just pretty good at video games. I think that's probably it. Because, yeah, the 33 CS lead and the fact he's been camped has been absolutely incredible for the top side of the map, but it does feel like it's kind of the sole win condition for Weibo right now. Because when you look at the rest of the map, you've got LWX, who's very quickly becoming an issue. Care, who's able to push in against Angel on side lanes as well. And even the threat of this Silas in fights right now is so incredibly strong. i.e., nearly on the way for LWX, you've got to be incredibly careful as Weibo that you are keeping pressure here with the Shy, but also utilizing whenever FPX do something like this, like moving multiple members up towards the top side, that you're actually responding elsewhere on the map.
FPX are now clear of vision though for the time being. Moving into this brush, it's a 4-man roam, ready for the outer turret. The Shy's moved up to the wave as Summit and Clid start threatening, but On and SOFM are not too far behind. They're not moving over vision as FPX finally get their 3rd outer turret, but they're moving down a river. I'm just waiting for SOFM to start the engage, but knowing that his AD carry's not nearby, looks like they will back off for now. So gold trade for FPX, 1,500 in the lead, Dagda. We're hovering around Baron because Dragons aren't up for 2 minutes while Angel gets his turret. So we're just doing our due diligence, it seems. Moving into this mid game, and it gives me a chance to ask you a little bit about how FPX set up further for picks, because you can see Clid and Kara just moving as a 2-man unit now.
Yeah, I like the way the FPX have just played this last bout, because it does feed into, hey, we want to try and find fights at neutrals. Like, they give up bot tower, so Care resets and TP's mid to prevent Weibo from using all the pressure FPX put top to look for a mid tower in response. And it means now that, again, you always have this like bastion that you can work off of for the rest of the map. Want to try and play towards Dragons as FPX, but a minute and a half until the next one. Expect them to start trying to creep out their vision control, make sure that they're able to find these 5v5s. And again, they need to kind of give support towards Summit in some of these earlier plays here, right? Where On is threatening to play on top side. Because if you don't, well, if the Shy and On just make a play top, kill Summit, they get a tier 2, this next Dragon isn't really contestable. And that's why On is trying to play so aggressively up here with the Shy, see if he can play off the strong point of the map for later.
And if you're talking about how they set up, like, Vision comes into an argument because On has himself the Umbral Glaive. Like, that item's value is so incredible. 76 is his ward score already, and On is just moving through, clearing out any wards in his path. As Ignite down in the mid lane, he does it again. Must be to stop LWX's back before we get to the drag and make sure he's a little bit late to the show.
I mean, you need to back for the IE as LWX, but it means that you won't be in this position now to actually contest the visions Weibo go through. Looks weird, very worthwhile for On to make that play happen. Like, look how late this is, 25 seconds now until the Dragon's up, and LWX has only just reset. They maybe get the tower off of that Ignite alone.
Oh my god, I mean, the follow-up play. On is thinking outside the box. If there was a 6-head, that's exactly the direction I'd go, as LWX is now back here, but SOFM is on a ward. They're going to turn for him as his exhausted flashes over the wall. Quick Cyclone on Hung is great. He's bought time at Angel as he comes through with the ultimate. Clid trying to get a response. Meanwhile, Summit is just going to walk into mortal danger. He goes golden, but the Shy is close to killing him as he walks away with barely a health bar. Weibo Gaming don't get a kill, but they sure as hell mitigated the fact of them getting caught.
I mean, that's 4 ultimates on Weibo down, though, so you still have to be very careful. Clid, what can you find here with the Dragon's Rage?
TP in the back line. This is going to be the Shy joining in. SOFM at half HP without a Cyclone and a Flash. As Care goes in, he has Death from below, but On's getting out. Hung now giving over the Shy, close to a kill as Care's in the middle of the team without anyone nearby. The Shy is running into 3 people. Make it 4 with Summit now rejuvenated with the TP of his own burned. The Shy doesn't care, refuses to let us know. And Weibo Gaming going to get this Dragon by sheer force, it seems.
Again, it's just Weibo's late. Game team fights as On goes off, but Weibo will get the Dragon.
Well, I guess that's worth it, Dagda. On had to sacrifice himself, it seems, as Cloud Soul going to be started to stack up as well. Remember that out of combat movement speed, the slow resist as well. Going to be huge, Dagda, especially when the Shy is going to be side laning against a Gwen, against a Tempest Cripple, which is Lee Sin, right? There's a lot of slows to be looked at, and I feel like slow resistance is something that just has so much added value.
It really does, as you say, especially when you're looking at some of the slows that can come through off of people like Gwen, the Lee Sin. But again, we're kind of looking here, like, this was a good engage from Care, but On's able to just immediately get out. And look at where FPX are, right? Clid's not coming in, Summit's only just off a reset, LWX isn't getting any auto attacks, and I mean, although Care gets a engage, I don't think it was the one that he really wanted to look for. And On then, kind of a similar story here, trying to play keep away to let them get the blue buff, and ends up costing him a lot there.
Just saw them walk in as, hang on, we get a 1v1 again. Needlework does come out. It's a TP, but the Shy's close to killing someone already. Vitals exposed as FPX are bringing 5 members down to the bottom lane. The rest of Weibo Gaming aren't finding too much, but FPX wanted him bad.
And this is how you carry as a top laner when you have an advantage. You play like a goddamn lunatic. You just take every trade that you can, because you're forcing TPs from FPX, giving presence on the top side of the map to threaten the Baron, threaten tier 2s, and the Shy, I mean, he's totally fine. He's just been able to farm up nice and easy. We're getting a quick replay here as, I mean, he's just chasing down Summit everywhere he goes.
Man, he's taken the 1v1s firmly now as well, Dagda. Ravenous Hydra picked up, and Summit doesn't have his second item yet, as On might have found Hung, who's backing, but how much can they follow up on it? Not too much is the answer, of course, as LWX is also there, but this is a real problem. This 50 CS in the lead Fiora is now popping down turrets. Of course, if I could do math, I would tell you it's actually 40, but the point still stands that here's a problem, almost level 16 Dagda. 2 levels currently over Summit.
Look, you're just future pacing, because it feels inevitable that the Shy is going to get a quite sizable lead in this side lane. The fact that he's now onto the tier 2, Summit trying to group up with the main roster as well, shows that he just can't deal with this. And Weibo are totally fine to let this keep happening. It's like, okay, cool, Shy's going to keep threatening. We'll just continue wishing about the place, waiting for On to find one member who's separated. Then we can look for a pick. If not, cool. I mean, the Shy's just winning sides for us. As long as FPX aren't able to interact on the map, we're doing well.
Clearing vision as well on the way. I mean, On is getting massive value. Look at the Umbral Glaive, ladies and gentlemen. 119 is the ward score. And right now, On is just clearing left, right, and center. It's such a good item on some of these lethality supports first. Like, Dagda told you, I'm spamming Pantheon solo queue in support. I think center at some point as well. I was there in solo queue too. Like, Umbral Glaive, such a fun item. So good for the game as On is playing ambitiously, and so Fem playing cheeky at the same time as well. So FPX trying to walk in Dagda, but they're just not given a chance as we're doing this again, aren't we? Lens, spot it out, run away.
Have you ever seen, I think it's the video of the ducks who walk out into the snow and they're all excited about getting out of the snow. And then they feel the cold of their feet and they immediately all turn around as a group and run back inside. That is the exact image I get of Summit as he attempts to walk into any sort of lane. He's like, oh, this is great, CS. And then he sees the Shy. He's like, I'm going home.
Oh, and we're back again. Hey, there's going to be 1v2 though. Hung's helping out. The Shy is out with his Ghost, but can he get outmatched? Yes, Hung helps out, and he's going to go down to his third death. PP coming in from Angel as well, who's now stuck in the middle of this, but he'll be helped out by On if he can get his reset down. Summon is exposed and in the same spot. X marks the spot number 1. As On now has another On to Hung, dodges out. Hung, you absolute beast. So well played, he knows he's dead, but he denies On from getting the second.
45 seconds before the Dragon as well. Weibo will get Summit and will get Hung though. So it's a trade in both top and supports on either side. So Weibo trying to see if they can get that little bit more, but FPX feeling invigorated off of that one. Will continue to put presence in towards this this bot side of the map. Replay time up and available. The Shy very close again to getting another kill here. But watch every time Summit is just like, I'm hugging the wall. You're not getting this last grand challenge. The damage is starting to come through for Summit as well, where you can't just kind of brute force this as the Shy as much as you were able to in the past. And then Angel just barely able to get these plays around. But as we come into the fight, keep your eyes on LWX. He is huge with 4 items now complete.
And we haven't talked much about any carries, right? Because it's been about the solo laners. The Summit now charging in. On and the Shy by themselves. FPX move a 5-man unit towards them. But these much healthier Dragons have now spawned number 4 here, which could be the second cloud for Weibo, but could also lead to Soul Point for FPX. They moved down again against the Shy, against On, but then the Dragon pulled over. Resetting for the time being, Dagda. This is going to be a long one.
On is trying to get into another flank position. Weibo want to come in from so many different angles, but On's caught.
He gets past Care, though. He gets past Care, and now with the Emperor survived, Care's taking the blast going to get over, flashes burners. We get the Dragon fight, and it goes through to Onefong. Weibo Gaming get it with a kickback onto Wukong. His greatest Onefong is now the target, but here comes Might Shine in the background. A great Azir ulti as Hung might be the first to die. Grand challenge is pop, but the Shy is by himself. Clid with the Sonic Wave only needs to connect as he kites it out. Gets the W running for his life. Summits over the wall. The Shy is almost out. A Sonic Wave to connect as Clid doesn't have the ulti, but On's here on the pike. It's a good bone skewer to save his top laner, but he dies for it. The Shy running for his life still, and he's out somehow while Onefong is getting mid-turret.
I mean, it's... just play the yakety sax on this one, man.
Oh, yeah.
Like, the fact that Dragon has now got over as well to Weibo. Onefong will get the Dragon. He'll get the mid-tower. Clid and the Shy want to make sure that the musical instruments never stop playing as they fight over the red buff. But, yeah, 2 Dragons now for Weibo. The gold kind of getting to the point where it's irrelevant. It's more coming down to execution. The execution definitely starting to come out a little bit more on FPX's side, though. As you can see here, right, Weibo just barely get the steal. Clid gets a great kick onto SOFM, which also connects onto Angel, which sets up this fight. And it's only the fact that Weibo, well, notably the Shy, starts to get some funky business going on here, that this doesn't end so much worse for Weibo.
Oh my god. Dagda, you know what I'm saying? Like, we're 16 kills in, we're 31 minutes into the game. It's not as bloody as the last series, but it is just wild yakety sax. You said the words perfectly. We are at a late game point, right? This Fiora now has a hull breaker. You look at Summit on the other end. He's still trying to get himself that Shadow Flame. And I was going to ask you a little bit about what we should be setting up for, because I know that Angel as well is very relevant at this point too, but I just can't get my eyes off this top lane where the Shy versus Summit continues to play out while Weibo Gaming try to play with the 4 versus 4.
Oh, Angel!
The 4 versus, oh my god, it's a good shuffle. Such a good shuffle. That's groundbreaking. FPX, hang on, all of a sudden, it might be anticlimactic, but Weibo Gaming have absolutely collapsed FPX in one simple move.
Amazing from Angel. Care was topside. Summit shows bot. He didn't have TP up and available just as that fight kicked off. And Weibo now can crack the base, but I mean, it's 25 seconds until FPX are back up with 80 carry and the jungle. Are we just looking for this?
I mean, I don't know when FPX need this win to get into playoffs. Surely not, right? This should be their last stand as the Shy goes to backline, dealing with Hung while FPX are getting poked down. The Shy running amok. He gets grand challenge and he's going to walk forward with his own skin. My dear Lord. Don't give the Shy Fiora lesson number 1. And don't give Weibo a way to make this game done in a couple of minutes. FPX denied the crucial win, and Weibo Gaming bringing that chat energy for a 2-0.
Just like that. Weibo bring it across the line, absolutely destroying FPX. And you can see there, FPX, they know. I mean, LWX even just out. He's walking away. He knew that this was the moment where they had to try and get into playoffs, but okay, he's coming back. Obviously, a bit of a whoopsie there. Hasn't been on stage for a while, but you can tell for these guys, it meant a lot. They knew that this was going to be the one with a hug between the Korean top laners, but my God, this was Weibo destroying FPX, and maybe their hopes of getting in towards playoffs.
God damn. Well, at least he came back, Dagda. At least he came back. A cute moment between the Shy and Summit, but, you know, cute's not what I would say. The Shy on this Fiora, even with the camp, even with the constant ganks from Clid, still found his way ahead. And this is the reason why we talk up this top laner. This is the reason why we highlight picks like this for him. I feel like for Weibo Gaming, it adds such a strong element when they have top lane doing well, when SOFM and Angel did a bit more syncing up in that series, Dagda, and when the bottom lane just gets to sit back with a pina colada and chill out for 2 games.
And it's just as easy as that for Weibo. And the thing is, like, Weibo, they still have, like, so they just taken down FPX. If you're a Billy fan, this is massive for you.
Oh, yeah.
BLG now still to play Weibo. They could potentially now move beyond FPX in the standings as well. Both sitting at 6 and 9. We have to see if Billy can maybe try and overtake them. IG as well, still not officially out of the running. But I mean, a single win for TT, for FPX, BLG will put them out of contention. But again, this is heartbreaking for FPX. Like, they desperately needed this win so they could try and hit the 8 and 8. Because now you're looking at like AL, LNG, OMG. If they win a single series, that is it for FPX.
Yeah. In such a dangerous position as you highlight, we look at Weibo though. Dagda guaranteed in top 6. So they are at bare minimum going to have a round 2 start. Well, no matter what, they're going to have a round 2 start, I realize, because they can't go any higher. Top 6 is where they're locked in. We've already got our top 4, but Weibo Gaming can try and get their 5th seed, right? They can try and overtake EDG. They do have themselves LNG in the final series of the split, but Weibo being top 6, I think that's exactly where a lot of us put them, like as a 6th place team in the league. And they've been so impressive this split in some of these key moments. I feel like On's had a better performance, even though he had some crazy ones on the pike that game. And I'm glad we get to talk about the Shy in such a positive light. Definitely deserves to be highlighted after that game because, look, as I said, Dagda, Huanfeng didn't have to do anything. And you look at topside, the Shy just bumping out damage in a game where Clid lived with him. It's like, you know, the Shy was this 14-year-old boy living with his parents, and Clid's like the grandpa cramping his style. The Shy doesn't want to be there. He just wants to get through it so he can move out one day. And the Shy, I'm happy to say, now gets to move out after this 33-minute game, Dagda. That's his life. That's the Shy's life. Perfect
I just
sense.
love how the Shy and Summit were playing an entirely different game to everyone else in the map.
Yeah.
Because, like, Angel has his damage, don't get me wrong. But the Shy and Summit were just bashing and fighting, kicking and clawing and screaming their entire way across the rift. And then you look at everyone else and they're just like, yeah, we're just kind of sitting back and chill. We'll see you at Dragon, see you at Rift Out. Yeah, cool. But definitely means that, again, the Shy 30.8% of the team's damage. Angel with 36% of the team's damage. The solo laners popping off for Weibo, even in these fights as well. Honestly, the Weibo solo laners were doing a ton of work, and Huanfeng just gets the coast when Weibo's popping off.
Dude, look at Summit's damage. Like 46% is insane for a losing team. And you can see the rest didn't really do too much, but Summit constantly trading. Damage taken for the Shy is 38% as well. That's just hilarious watching through.
I think the heartbreaking thing is LWX with 22%. Because it felt with the Sivir pickup here, there should have been moments where he would have been able to get a ton of damage off. He was approaching 6 items on this Sivir, like had the Infinity Edge, had everything he could kind of hope for, but unfortunately just wasn't able to find those moments where he could get damage off. And I think that's kind of been the unfortunate story for FPX, is like we're not seeing LWX and Hung set up in the same way that we saw in spring. And I think it's massively damaging the chances that they have then when they come to these late game fights. Like, yes, Clid played heavily around Summit at the top side, but Summit was never going to be the win condition when he's got to try and split push against this Fiora the whole time. So
yeah,
just a bit unfortunate for FPX, and it does mean it's highly unlikely that they will actually make the playoffs. I mean, 6 and 9 now.
Yep.
Yeah, they can only get one more win, which I believe is against WE at the end of the split, which in theory should be a win, but it's completely out of their hands now. Like TT sitting at 6 and 7, they've got like RNG, which is a tough one, don't get me wrong, but Ultra Prime and Red Adam still to play. Very winnable series for them. LNG, I don't think has an easy one. They have Weibo left to play, so they're kind of hoping Weibo can take down LNG. Anyone's Legends still have like top esports and stuff to play. Maybe they fall, but it's very much a case of hoping and waiting for FPX to see what they can achieve.
Yeah, because game difference starts to come into the conversation. Like, even if anyone's Legend lose all games, let's say they pull up a game here and there, Dagda, only at -1, FPX would be at -2. So even if AL lost every series that we're expecting them to, right? If they took a game,
that's all.
Then against FPX, it would really kick them in the shin. So it looks so hard. I didn't hear MVP, but we'll bring it up anyway. Angel. Okay, so Angel got it here when that is here. I don't know, dude. I'm kind of disturbed by that. What? Why did Angel get it? He pressed. He autoed
Bigger
attack.
number, better person. And to be fair,
my God.
that big engage at the end was kind of the clincher there.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think overall, I mean, it would have been between the two solo laners, and I think Angel definitely had a good game and honestly a good series across the board here, and being able to help out quite substantially across the line, and making sure that you got a lot of success here for Weibo, where they could actually close it out against FPX.
Just watching it on play here as well. Oh, that was so nice from Hung. Dagda, I'm pretty offended right now. I'm pretty offended because, we don't even see the play that won them the game. Care's ultis were better in some instances as well. I don't know. Definitely robbed. You know, the Shy on Fiora, boys.
You're
we
just
know.
a salty fanboy. That's all you are, hysterics. How dare you?
You know, just because he doesn't elaborate doesn't mean he doesn't get MVP. I feel like game 1, we were kind of there as well, but all I'm saying is, we got an interview with Hung, however, which is interesting. We get to talk to FPX here ahead of their loss today, so we're going to throw it to that interview with Christina yet again.
Hi everyone, welcome to post-game interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by On, the support for WBG. Congratulations on your win. First question for you, on a scale 1 to 10, how would you evaluate your performance on Pyke? I mean, I'm so impressed by your Pyke because you showed your vision dominance by unreal glaives. 恭喜 WBG 获得比赛胜利，我们邀请到辅助选手来接受采访。那么第一个问题想要问到的是，今天使用了2把派克，如果从1分到10分的话，怎么评价今天派克的一个表现呢？因为其实从我们观众视角来看，可以看出你通过暗影扩建这件装备啊，然后是在整局游戏当中都展现出了强大的视野压制力。我相信这应该也是今天比赛获胜的其中一个原因吧。
对今天派克的评分，我觉得打个5分，因为派克很适合开眼刀这件装备，因为它的被动都有这种加成。
Actually, on a scale 1 to 10, I would evaluate my performance on Pyke with 5. Oh, I think he's a modest player, only 5. And he said that he thinks the Umbriglaves is really appropriate item for Pyke, and especially he can get extra boundings and something else in order to get vision control dominance. And second question for you, let's talk about game 1. Your opponent got a little bit lead and they made some lane swap and their bot lane transferred to the top lane in mid game. But what was your mid game strategies overall in order to stall in game to the late game to win that game? 首先想要聊一下，在第1局的时候，可以看出对面前期拿到小优之后，下路会是有一个转上的这样换线嘛。但是好像 WBG 这边中期是在一直避战嘛，所以你们当时的一个中期大致策略是什么样的？
我们中期的大致策略就是发育等 C 位装备，然后拖到龙团再进行决胜。
So our mid-game strategies in game 1 was just farming and stalling the game into late game. It all depends on the Dragon team fights. So those team fights were really important for us. And I also want to touch on where is the most important thing that you think you need to improve in order to get a higher performance, a higher result on standings in next coming matchup. I mean, there is 1 game left in regular season. 然后想问一下，在整个常规赛 WBG 这边是最后有一场对战到李宁的收官之战，你觉得在这一场比赛以及即将到来的季后赛，队内还需要在哪些方面做出什么样的提升，会有一个更好的成绩呢？
主要我们在沟通和前期对线的时候打得再好一点，是的，这些是需要注意的。
Actually, we think we need to pay attention to our team communication and we should manage better in laning phase in early game. Final question for you on any words to your fans. 最后一个问题想要问一下其实这么长时间以来，有很多你自己的粉丝朋友们一直在关注着你的表现，有没有什么想对你自己的粉丝说的呢？
谢谢他们的支持。
Thank you for your support. It's short, but I do think that it's so sincere. 让我们再次感谢 On 来到赛后采访，也期待在接下来的比赛当中 WBG 会获得更好的成绩。拜拜。
Thank you very much to Christina and to On. An interesting interview. I mean, On is someone who I feel like, Dagda, what would you say? Man of very few words.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what's going on in the environment of that team, but hey, a win's a win. What a fun time he had on Pyke today, 2 games in a row. And I feel like Weibo Gaming gotta do what they want at this point, Dagda. They're locked into top 6. They probably just want to select which side of the bracket they get at this point, right?
Yeah, and that's pretty much it. It's like, hey, just try and solidify that top 5 and see if you can get it. But we're going to have to look at today's results because that's all we have, Hysterics.
Yeah, that's it.
Our match of the week was a 2-0.
Yeah, but the first one was the match of the week. Remember? RNG IG was match of the week, dude.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. Like RNG delivering in the final game, but that was a blood sport for 1 and 2. While FPX versus Weibo had moments where FPX were in so much control in the early game, but Weibo Gaming, very anticlimactic end, Dagda, when we just come back and, Angels ended the game.
I mean, look, Weibo showing that all throughout they were just a superior team, right? Especially when it came towards team fighting. You see FPX just weren't able to get themselves up and rolling, but it does mean, as you say, Weibo guaranteed themselves that top 6 spot with that win, so they're going to be very happy to do so. Now the big question becomes, what happens from 7th to 10th? Because that's a lot of people that haven't been assigned a color yet, Hysterics, and we need to start doing that over the course of this next week.
That's very, very true. Like, how does AL get past that wall? How does LNG show us they're playoff ready as well? 8 is going to start becoming a safety net as well, Dagda, considering that now those teams with 9, they can only reach 7, right? If you do get 8, you are going to lock in playoffs now. That's a big deal. For LNG, for BLG, for BLG FPX, I mean, only being able to hit 7, you're relying, as you said on this broadcast, Dagda, on everyone else in that bubble. Hitting 8, that's all you need. Anyone's Legend just need 1 series win, Dagda. Just 1. LNG the same, but it's up against Weibo. Let's look at tomorrow. because that's all I care about, because tomorrow is one of those big games. And can AL do it?
Oh, God, if anyone's legend could take down JDG, what a fantastic win that would be for anyone's legend. The rebrand would get themselves in towards a playoff spot.
Yep.
And also for a lot of RNG fans, they'd be very happy as well. Adding another loss to JDG's score would mean that it would be very likely then RNG get to move up into that second place spot.
True.
So, I mean, I think a lot of folks are going to be on the AL Hub train to see what they can do against JDG.
I mean, V5 as well, even against Ultra Prime at the start of tomorrow, they kind of need every win too. Like, we're talking about this team probably not going to be securing top 2, but you never know. You never know what happens if they're able to 2-0 quite cleanly. But we do know that next week, Dagda, I think it's you and Mazel casting it, the top esports versus V5. That's their final series split. Yeah, on a bloody Tuesday. You're going to be casting one of the best series of the year. And I cannot wait to see if Top Esports lock in top 2, because that's what they do with a win there. They lock in, top 2. Yeah. They lock in first. Guaranteed with 14, Dagda. Whew. It's going to be a good one. Thank you for joining me today, by the way. It was what the young kids would say, pretty lit, to be quite honest.
It was litty. It was litty.
Yeah, it was litty. Thank you so much. Keep that energy. Don't elaborate. Be like the shy, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to all our audience out there for tuning in as well. It is bye for now, but not forever. We'll see you tomorrow for the last day of week number 9.